Konoha, the path to godhood starting from the Kannabi bridge. Chapter 1 Jade Zhang. If a mortal's desire reaches its extreme, the sight of the gods will be projected down. The eye of God. It will appear. I'm just afraid of death. Huzi Yuzhang sat on the roof of the thatched house, muttering to himself, holding up the bright yellow square gem in his hand. He could clearly see the interlocking diamond pattern in the middle, as if it was an unbreakable contract. This is a rock attributed God's eye. This treasure was obtained in the battle to besiege the Third Reich a month ago. Facing the invincible Third Reich in the army of 10,000 people, his companions fell down in pieces like wheat in the autumn harvest season, and people's lives were as light as feathers, without any weight. There, Yuzhang experienced the fear of death like never before. Especially when he saw the black lightning breaking through the heavy defenses he had laid out and killing him, it was as if the god of death had grabbed his heart. The desire to live reached the extreme, and he didn't want to lose his hard-earned second life. At this moment, this god's eye appeared silently in front of him in the chest pocket. He helped him block the strongest spear of the Third Reich. Although the horrible impact force still broke his hardening technique, broke 3 of his ribs, and his internal organs were severely impacted, causing him to lie in bed for a full half a month. But compared to the fate of having his heart pierced, just lying in bed for half a month can be said to have won the favor of the goddess of luck. Or should it be the emperor's green eye? He was not idle during these days lying in bed. Anyway, there was no entertainment in the military camp, so he put all his energy into studying the project of this god's eye. After his research for this period of time, he did have some gains. In addition to the discovery that its material was so hard that the strongest spear of the Third Reich did not cause any damage. This rock attributed God's eye. The biggest help it has brought him so far is that it has given him a high affinity and dominance over the rock element. In other words, his earth escape technique has improved by leaps and bounds. Things that used to require 100% effort can now be done with 70% or 80% effort. Things that used to require 100% effort can now be done with a faint hope of success. For example, he had studied for a long time but could not master a high-level earth escape technique. He mastered it in the past 2 days. This made him think that if he could get the eye of God earlier, he might not have been promoted to a Jonin after his 15th birthday this year. A 15-year-old Jonin. This result is not very outstanding in the ninja world. It can only be said to be not bad. At least he is not a cannon fodder thrown casually on the battlefield. But compared with those freaks who became Jonin at the age of 12 or 13, this result is inevitably a bit lackluster. However, it's not too late. Yu Zhang said softly. It is better to say that getting this god's eye at this time is like timely help. In this critical moment when the situation is as critical as a cliff, he is so eager to crave power, and the appearance of the god's eye satisfies his wish, not only immediately making his power leap forward. It also gives him a future with infinite hope. Yu Zhang. The sudden shout entered his ears, interrupting his thoughts. Yuzuk. Yu Zhang put down his raised arm and cast a puzzled look at his cousin who jumped onto the roof, Koeda Yuzuk. The 14-year-old boy had a hedgehog-like black short hair, a cold look, and a slightly short height. He wore the red combat uniform of the Hidden Rock Village and a brown Jonin vest, but did not expose his right arm like most Hidden Rock ninjas. What happened? Yu Zhang looked at his cousin with red eyes and frowned. The clan leader is looking for us. The clan leader, so you're going to make a decision. The news just came that Tuzu died in the mission. There was a slight tremor in his voice. Because of his habitual stern face, Koji Yuzuk, who was called a cold man since childhood, was not really heartless. People who knew him could sense the deep sadness and sorrow hidden under his calm face. Yu Zhang was stunned. Koji Tuzu was his and Yuzuk's cousin, but he was more than a generation older than them, so when facing him and Yuzuk, he always liked to regard himself as an elder. To them, he was a very gentle and considerate brother. Is that so? Even Tsuki is gone. Yu Zhang slowly exhaled, suppressing the emotions in his chest that seemed to be boiling. He hung the Eye of God on his waist, stood up, and said, Yuzuk, let's go. Don't let the clan leader wait too long. Now that Tsuki is gone, we have to take up the burden on his shoulders. Now is not the time to be sad. This is the north of the grass country. A village that has become the base of the rock ninja army. In the corner of the village, in a dilapidated house, the remaining jonin of the Koji clan gathered together under the call of the clan leader. It is said that all of them, including the clan leader Koji Daisen himself, there are only 4 people in total, and they can't fill this dilapidated and small house. The Koji clan, which once had a place among the powerful clans in the Hidden Rock village, is really at the end of its road. Looking at the deserted scene in front of him, the clan leader Koji Daisen thought silently. You know, a year ago, when the previous clan leader was still in office, the Koji clan had 11 jonins. Every time the clan jonins were called together, the 6 tatami-sized Japanese-style rooms were packed with people. However, there are unexpected events. Because the previous clan leader, Koji Daisen's brother, made a wrong decision, not only did he die of hatred, but the family also slid towards the abyss of destruction. To this day, the clan's jonins have gradually died, and now there are only a few left. If Yu Zhang and Yuzu, the 2 younger generations of the family who were promoted to jonin this year, are not counted, there are only 2 people left among the original 11 jonins, including him. You all know about the death of Tagumi, right? Koji Daisen perked up and broke the silence in the room. After Tsugami left, there are only 4 of us left as jonin in the clan, and the Chunin and Genin have also suffered heavy casualties. If this continues, I'm afraid our Koji clan will be expelled from the village before the war ends. He paused, sighing tiredly, as if he was almost suffocated by the invisible burden. He took a breath and continued, the family has reached a point of life and death, and we must do something. His face was so pale. The skinny figure was like a crane, but there was no sense of the crane's elegance and handsomeness from him, only deep weakness and endless fatigue. But even so, he still maintained that straight sitting posture, as if there was a ruler attached to his back, supporting the posture of a clan leader. He took a deep breath, accumulated enough strength in his body, and said loudly, because of the wrong decision made by the previous clan leader, the Hidden Rock village has become a dead end for our clan. So after thinking for a while, I plan to move the whole clan away from the Hidden Rock village. As the saying goes, a tree that is moved will die, but a person who moves will live. Since the Hidden Rock village can't accommodate us, then we will go find a new place to stay. A stone stirs up 1,000 waves. This extremely bold statement fell on everyone's head like a bolt from the blue. But it's said that everyone, except for Daisen himself and another senior ninja, Koji Sanashuk, only Yu Zhang and Yuzuk looked shocked. They didn't expect that the clan leader would actually propose such a radical strategy. Move the whole clan away from the Hidden Rock village? Is this really not a joke? To put it nicely, it's called migration. To put it bluntly, this is defection. Chief, didn't you just say last week that you would write to the Tsuchikage to ask our tribe to return to the village to recuperate? Why is it so sudden? Yuzuk couldn't help asking. Tisk. Sanashuk spat viciously and scolded directly, if Onoki had agreed to the chief's request, would he have needed to come to you to discuss it? Yuzuk, the thing on your neck is a head, not a stone. Don't be as stupid as a stone and ask stupid questions that waste time. Then, he turned his head and looked at the chief, complaining, I said there is no need to consult these little brats. Their strength may not be bad, but their brains are still naive. Until now, they still have fantasies about that big nose. Naivete makes people speechless. That ridiculous big nose is obviously determined to destroy our clan in this war. It's like a poisonous snake with its mouth opened, spewing venom there wantonly. His venomous tongue is well known in the Iwagakur village. From the 80-year-old old man to the 5-year-old child, even the stray dog a euro that barked at him on the roadside would be attacked by his indiscriminate venomous tongue. But he is also a very skilled medical ninja, and his medical skills are among the top 5 in the Iwagakure village. Therefore, most people can only ignore his venomous tongue. Even his attire is different from others. Sei Nosuke does not wear a red combat uniform and a brown vest, but a dark blue kimono with a white coat used by medical ninjas on the outside. However, this is not an illegal act. Unlike the Chunin and Genin, the Jonin has a high degree of freedom in dressing, as long as it does not damage the image of the Iwagakure village and does not cause adverse effects. For example, Yu Zhang wears a black combat uniform with a purple-black vest. He hated the complicated combination of red combat uniform and brown vest. Okay, Sanashuk, restrain your venomous tongue. You even dared to make up stories about Shadow. If someone heard it, even if you are a medical ninja, I will throw you to the front line to die right now. Das Han stared at Sanashuk's handsome face with a bit of gloom, and scolded him unhappily. Tisk. With the barrier I set up personally, no one can eavesdrop on our conversation. Sanashuk smacked his lips in dissatisfaction. But he did stop his venomous tongue. After he interrupted, Yu Zhang and Yusuke also understood that the family was really standing at the crossroads of fate. Whether there was still a place for the Koji family in the future ninja world depended on their current decision. Chief, if the whole clan moves away, where should we go? Yu Zhang looked at the chief and said in a deep voice, I don't think the village will let our clan leave easily. When we leave, we will definitely be hunted down by the Umbu. You should have considered this matter, right? Only the 5 major ninja villages can fight against them. Dashan answered slowly. So, which one did you choose for our clan? Cloud Village? Mist Village? Sand Village? Konoha? Yu Zhang asked. We, the Koji clan, were residents of the sea decades ago. Although we followed the first generation of Tsuchikage to the land of Earth, the 5 major ninja villages have only been established for a short period of more than 40 years. These 40 years are not enough to completely sever our ties with our former allies. On the sea, we, the Koji clan, still have some connections. It turned out to be the Mist Ninja. This is not a good place to go. At this time, the hidden mist village was probably already targeted by Uchiha Madara. Yu Zhang frowned. Why? Yu Zhang, do you think the hidden mist village is not good? Dashan also noticed the change in Yu Zhang's expression. Yes, I think the hidden mist village is not a suitable place to stay. Can you tell me the reason? Dashan sat still. Asked in a calm and composed voice. Too far. Yu Zhang did not bring up the dead man Uchiha Madara. He had no evidence to prove that Uchiha Madara was still alive and was secretly using the mist ninjas to cause trouble. If he said this, he would probably be suspected of having a brain problem. Fortunately, in addition to this reason that could not be said, there was no shortage of legitimate excuses. Distance. Das Han nodded slowly. It is undeniable that this is indeed a problem that needs to be faced. Fleeing thousands of miles under the pursuit of the Umbu. If it were just a few of us, we would not have no hope of escaping, but the rest of the clansmen, especially the women and children who remained in the village, they... Chief, are you going to give them up? Yu Zhang suddenly reacted. I know this decision is cruel, but, for the survival of the family, we have no choice. Das Han took a deep breath, buried the guilt, sadness, anger, and other emotions deep in his heart. The look in his eyes was as cold as frost and snow, and harder than iron and stone. He continued. In fact, I have contacted the Hidden Mist village. Thanks to the unpleasant past of the Hidden Mist and the Hidden Rock, plus some old friendships, the Hidden Mist ninjas are willing to accept our surrender. The master and the newly appointed 4th generation Mizukage have promised that they will send someone to pick us up. Finally, Das Han added, the pickup location is in the Land of Rivers. Do we have to choose the Hidden Mist village? The Hidden Cloud village, the hidden sand village, Konoha, are these not possible? Yu Zhang frowned and subconsciously reported the names of the other villages one by one. Of course you can. Before Das Han could speak, Sanashuk smiled and took over the conversation first, and then, as expected, he suddenly changed the subject and said sternly, Yu Zhang, let's not talk about the broken place of Sand Village. Cloud Village and Konoha Village are of course better choices, but the problem is that for no reason, why should they accept us, a group of old, weak and sick people, to join us? Tell me, how valuable is our Koji clan, worthy of the Cloud Village to risk a new round of war with the Rock Ninja to accept our joining? Now the Cloud Ninjas are busy licking their wounds. And Konoha, do you think that the ninja hero of Konoha is a charity? He is a man who eats people without spitting out bones. Even if we go to Konoha, we will continue to be cannon fodder. Moreover, with the posture of Konoha's war on all sides, I am afraid that it will not take a few days for the Koji clan to be completely removed from the ninja world. Speaking of this, Sanashuk, who was a little thirsty, stopped, picked up the teacup and drank some water to moisten his throat, and then continued. Finally, it's the Sand Village. I'm not saying anything bad about you. Yu Zhang, do you really want to go to the desert and eat sand? The Sand Village is a shabby place that is worse than the Rock Village in my opinion. Moreover, the Sand Ninjas were just beaten to a pulp by Konoha, and even the candidate for the 4th Kaze cage has not been decided yet. Do you think they will choose to fight the Rock Ninjas again for us? Really, a euro? At the end, Sanashuk was too lazy to continue, and just looked at Yu Zhang with a disappointed look. A euro, a euro. Yu Zhang was silent. Damn! I just said one sentence, and Sanashuk said 10 sentences to him. However, having said that, Sanashuk was right. Indeed, he only considered the risk of being targeted by Uchiha Madara, the old man, when he went to the Hidden Mist village, but forgot that this was not going to the vegetable market to buy things, where he could pick and choose and look for the cabbage that suits his taste. Even if he was selling vegetables, if he met a petty boss, he would not let the customers choose freely. In the final analysis, they, the Koeda clan, did not have any extra choices at all. Chapter 2 The man nicknamed Obito Killer, laugh. Someone is coming. Koji Sanashuk suddenly spoke, forcing Yu Zhang to swallow back the words that he hadn't spoken yet. The next moment, everyone felt the barrier set up by Sanashuk shatter. Soon after, the undisguised heavy footsteps sounded from outside the door. Hey, everyone in the Koji family, what secrets are you discussing behind closed doors? Let me listen in too. The door was roughly pushed open, and the man's words, mixed with ridicule and condescending, were clearly heard by the senior ninjas of the Huzi clan. The man who appeared in front of Yu Zhang and the others was a man with an afro hairstyle, sharp eyes like a sword, wearing a grey-brown tight combat suit and a vest of the same color. He folded his hands in front of his chest, and looked down on the senior ninjas of the Huzi family with a righteous and arrogant attitude. Behind him, there were 2 men wearing the same grey-brown tight combat suits. A man in combat uniform and vest of the same color. Huo Guang. Das Han's eyes turned cold. He raised his hand to stop Sanashuk from yelling, and said in a calm voice without any abnormality, it is not the turn of Huo Guang, a junior, to point fingers at what my Koji clan does. If you want to control our Koji clan, wait until you become the Tsuchikage. Hehe. The man named Huo Guang sneered, Chief Koji, I really don't have the power to control your Koji clan. To be honest, I don't care whether you are doing some shameful conspiracy again, but Lord Huangtu has ordered that your Koji clan needs to send a senior ninja to accompany us to carry out the mission. He paused, looked around with a condescending attitude, and sneered, whoever you are, hurry up and follow us. What mission? Except for the participants of the mission, I can only say that I have nothing to say. Das Han stared at Huo Guang for a few seconds. The other party had an undisguised bad smile on his face. If it weren't for the fact that both parties were still bound by the identity of companions, perhaps the other party would have pointed the blade at him without hesitation. Such a thought emerged involuntarily. However, there is nothing to resent. The Koji clan fell to such a state after all, it was their own fault. It is natural that they would be hostile to Huguang and other staunch supporters of the third Tsuchikage. Who made the Koji clan participate in the coup to overthrow the rule of the third Tsuchikage. What's more fatal is that their actions ended in failure. From a third party's perspective, it should be considered that the Koji clan was extremely kind not to be exterminated by the third Tsuchikage. If Yu Zhang did not have the surname Koji, he would probably have similar thoughts. However, there was nothing he could do, because he was reborn into the Koji clan. Unless he chose to sacrifice his relatives for the greater good. Otherwise, he could not look at this matter fairly from a third party's perspective. And the greater good. Yu Zhang did not think that the third Tsuchikage had the so-called greater good. This coup was, after all, a struggle for power among the carnivores in the village, and had nothing to do with the greater good. Therefore, Yu Zhang must make a choice from the standpoint of the family. In fact, he had no choice. Blood is the original sin. Even if he was willing to join the third Tsuchikage, there was no reason for them to accept him, a traitor who could betray even his own people. Divide and conquer, defeat them one by one. Yu Zhang looked up and down at the fire standing at the door. It was obvious what the other party was planning. It was obvious that they were going to split up the power of the Koji clan, and then use it as firewood to burn into the raging fire called war, just like the last remaining ninjas of the two families who were the masterminds of the coup had all died in the battlefield of the encirclement and suppression of the third-generation Raikage. Originally, he would have died there too. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of the Eye of God saved his life. Sanashuk is a medical ninja. Yu Zhang, Yuzuk and the others have just returned from their missions. Don't you even want to give them time to breathe? Das Han's face was gloomy. Don't talk about these nonsense. Orders are orders. Chief of the Huzi tribe, Lord Huangtu has been tolerant enough to allow you to decide on the candidates to be sent to participate in the mission. You'd better not waste time and decide on the candidates quickly. We are about to set off. If we are late and fail to catch up and cause a major defeat on the front line, it will be the responsibility of your Huzi tribe. Huguang refused to show any mercy and just kept forcing and urging. He didn't think he had to give the Huzi tribe any face. This tribe was just a group of shameless traitors. It was just because of the needs of the war that these traitors were not directly exterminated, but this did not mean that the mistakes of the past were written off. These traitors needed to atone with blood. Whether it was the enemy's or the traitors' own. Das Han frowned. He felt heavy as if he had swallowed a fist-sized coptis root, and the bitterness made him almost unable to open his mouth. He couldn't think of any way to break the current situation. As long as their clan hadn't taken off the foreign protector of the Hidden Rock village, they couldn't refuse to execute the order of Huangtu, the highest commander of the front-line battlefield. However, if they chose to execute the order, it was very likely that the clan would have one less jonin. This was not a persecution delusion, but a fact inferred from Huoguang's words. It was not a matter of casually assigning a task to someone to execute. As the person responsible for issuing the task, he must consider whether the selected executor is good at ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, whether it is suitable for this task, the probability of failure of the task, and other conditions, so as to ensure the success rate of the task. And without telling them the details of the task, asking them to choose any jonin from the clan to participate in the task, this was clearly intended to use their clan's jonin as cannon fodder. If it was cannon fodder that could be abandoned at any time, there was indeed no need to consider whether it was suitable for the corresponding task. Just when he was in a dilemma, Sanashuk couldn't stand it anymore, and slammed the table to volunteer. Chief, let me go. Yu Zhang was one step faster than Qing's Hija, and stood up first and volunteered. Yu Zhang. Da Shan looked at Yu Zhang with complicated eyes and asked, "Do you understand what you are saying? Someone has to carry out the orders of Lord Huang too, right?" Yu Zhang walked to the center of the room, facing the clan leader Da Shan, with his back to the firelight and others. He put his right fist on his chest and said seriously, "Although I haven't learned 1/10 of your skills, the family secret technique is to open 6 of the 7 orifices, but I only have a little experience in earth escape. Even if it is difficult to make merit, it will never bring shame to the family." Da Shan looked at Yu Zhang's dark right hand on his chest, first stunned, then relieved. Surprisingly, he mastered this high-level earth escape technique that he has not been able to master until now. No wonder Yu Zhang is so confident. If he really mastered this earth escape technique, Yu Zhang's hope of survival would increase exponentially. Even if he went there in person, his chances of coming back alive might not be greater than Yu Zhang's. "Huo Guang, Yu Zhang will go with you," Da Shan said in a deep voice. "Huo Guang Yu Zhang? Sure." Huo Guang glanced at Yu Zhang, who turned around and nodded casually. As he said, it didn't matter who the Hu Ji clan sent, because they were going to use the Hu Ji clan as cannon fodder. If they died, forget it. If they didn't die, they would continue to be thrown into the next meat grinder until all the jonin of the Hu Ji clan died. And this time the meat grinder is called Kannabi Bridge. Chapter 3: The Death Squad to Kannabi Bridge. As soon as he walked out of the house, he saw a vast expanse of white in front of him, and Yu Zhang couldn't help but narrow his eyes. It was August. The scorching sun hanging in the sky was unscrupulously releasing the almost endless and majestic heat. If it were in the sparsely vegetated Iwagakur village, the road would probably be so hot that eggs could be fried. Fortunately, this is the land of grass, a country with extremely rich forest resources. The cool breeze blowing from the mountains and forests dispelled the hot summer heat, so that this summer would not be too torturous. Soon, the group of people who had packed up left the village in the mountains and forests directly, and their figures disappeared into the vast dense forest. "Huoguang, it's time to explain it now? The details of the mission." Yu Zhang looked around. In addition to Huoguang, the leader of the team, there were 2 other jonin accompanying this mission. The one with a big body, square face, and looks like a stone man is Dashi, who has mastered a very practical secret technique and is very powerful. The other one is a little cross-eyed and carrying a long sword is Maji, who is very fast and has extremely sharp swordsmanship. He has harvested many lives of Konoha ninjas. Although these 2 are not the top strongmen in the circle of jonin in Iwagakur village, they can be regarded as the backbone. And Huoguang. He is a capable general of the Tsuchikage faction and the confidant of Huangtu, the son of Tsuchikage. This combination. To be honest, Yu Zhang was a little confused. I always felt there was a subtle sense of de copyright JAVU, as if I had seen it somewhere before. It's a patrol mission. Patrol? Guard against Konoha ninjas? Nonsense, who else can we guard against? What about the patrol range? Yu Zhang didn't care about Huoguang's bad attitude, but just asked about the details of the mission. Kannabi Bridge. Huoguang said truthfully, "Not long ago, we received intelligence that the Konoha ninja seemed to be planning to cut off our supply line, and in our supply line, the Kannabi Bridge is the most important node, so Lord Huangtu sent us here to reinforce. Before the follow-up troops sent by the village arrive, we must protect the Kannabi Bridge." Even if he was going to use the jonin of the Koji family as cannon fodder, but he is still a jonin after all. Even if he is cannon fodder, he is a high-level cannon fodder. Before he dies, he must try his best to make use of his remaining heat. It can't be said that he is wasted casually, so the information that should be said should be shared, and even if the details of this patrol mission are not disclosed now, it will be clear at a glance when we reach the destination. There is really no need to hide it. Kannabi Bridge. Yu Zhang's eyes twitched. This is really a thunderous news. The memory that seemed to be separated by a thin veil before also became clear at this moment. No wonder the combination of Huo Guang, Dashi, and Ma Leech looked very familiar. It turned out that this was the death squad of Kannabi Bridge. These guys, all of them died in the Battle of Kannabi Bridge, and became stepping stones for the Yellow Flash and his disciples to achieve success. Of course, a certain unlucky disciple of the Yellow Flash was not among the successful ones, but embarked on a road of no return, sowing the seeds for the future Fourth Ninja World War. Wait! It seems that I am also a member of this Kannabi Bridge Death Squad now, doesn't it mean I have to face the horror of the Yellow Flash? The killing made the Rock Ninja terrified, so much so that the top leaders of the Hidden Rock Village were forced to issue anyone who encounters Konoha's Yellow Flash can abandon the mission immediately and run away without being punished. I feel a little stressed. When Yu Zhang volunteered to take on this mandatory mission, he had anticipated the situation of this mission, and even considered the possibility of going deep into the rear of the Fire Country to cause damage, but the mission of guarding the Godhood Bridge seems to be more difficult than going deep into the enemy's rear. After all, when the new generation of Konoha strongmen such as Yellow Flash were sent to the front line, the Fire Country was in chaos. It might be quite empty, with only a few old guys guarding Konoha village. However, not necessarily. This intrusive butterfly has already caused many changes. In my memory, the death squad of Kannabi Bridge only consisted of Huguang, Dashi, and Maji. Now, there are 4 of them, including me. Obviously, there have been changes. The personnel of Konoha who attacked and destroyed Kannabi Bridge may also change. Thinking about this, Yu Zhang asked. Huguang, do you know who Konoha sent to cut off our supply line? If we knew the details of all Konoha's military operations, we would have entered the Land of Fire by now, and there would be no need to entangle with Konoha ninjas in the Land of Grass. Huguang said to Yu Zhang unhappily, just the information that Konoha ninjas are going to cut off our supply line has already caused great damage to the intelligence department. And, Yu Zhang, shut up. What you need to do now is to obey my orders honestly, instead of talking nonsense here. Remember, don't think about doing something irrational and stupid. It's your business to do stupid things, but as long as you still have a little humanity, think more about your people who are left in the village. Finally, Huo Guang warned Yu Zhang again. Understood. Yu Zhang had a dead face and responded to Huo Guang's warning with a cold and emotionless voice. He seemed to be irritated by Huo Guang, but he could not vent his anger because of the safety of the tribesmen who stayed in the village. He could only swallow his anger and bury all the negative emotions deep in his heart. Seeing this, Huo Guang chuckled. He didn't care whether Yu Zhang was cutting him into pieces or cutting him into pieces in his heart. With the old, weak, women and children of the Huzi clan, they were not afraid of being stupid. If they didn't want the clan to be completely destroyed, they could only obey orders honestly. The other 2 clans that masterminded the coup were exhausted in the war. The Huzi clan would not be an exception. And even if Yu Zhang was really young, he is full of energy and has a stupid mind. With him, Oishi, and Maji, there is no need to worry about Yu Zhang, a rookie jonin, turning the tables. After all, Yu Zhang is just a 15-year-old young man who has been promoted to jonin for less than a year. Any one of the 3 of them can suppress this rookie. There were no more words or twists along the way. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the Kannabi Bridge smoothly. However, they did not say that they would be stationed directly around the Kannabi Bridge. That would be too conspicuous and would be used as a target by those enemies who sneaked in from the darkness at any time. After circling around the Kannabi Bridge, a cave in the dense forest about 2 kilometers southeast of the Kannabi Bridge was selected as a temporary station. Then, the mission of guarding the Kannabi Bridge officially kicked off. Chapter 4 Yellow Flash and his disciples. It would be great if we could completely bring the Land of the Grass Country under our control. Yu Zhang stood on a big mushroom and stamped his feet hard. The sufficient elasticity was like playing on a trampoline. To be honest, this mushroom under my feet can be sold for a lot of money in the Hidden Rock Village. Yes, a mushroom big enough for 3 or 5 adult men to stand on. In this dense forest, there are many mushrooms everywhere. Almost every tree has 5 or 7 mushrooms like an open umbrella growing on the trunk. Of course, the trees that make up the dense forest are all ridiculously tall. Trees of 30 or 40 meters are considered short here. They are small trees that have not grown up yet. Only towering trees of 70 or 80 meters or even 100 meters are considered big trees. Humans are just slightly larger bugs here. Indeed, this is a good piece of land. It just so happens that the people who occupy this land are a bunch of soft eggs. If there were no Konoha, we would have swallowed up the land of grass long ago. When it comes to Konoha, the face of the demon leech is full of indignation. Konoha. Yu Zhang smacked his lips. It is said that the land of fire is richer than that of the land of grass. If I have the chance, I really want to go and see it. Humph, those bastards of Konoha occupied the best land, but refused to share even a sip of soup with us. But since they won't give it to us, then we will take it ourselves. The demon leech looked fiercely towards the southeast, where the land of fire was located. Yu Zhang narrowed his eyes and did not respond. To gain benefits from Konoha. This is not something that can be done by talking. If it were before, he would not hesitate to think about how to earn enough benefits for the Rock Ninja and himself in this Third Ninja World War, but now he is thinking about what should be done to successfully allow the family to migrate away from the land of Earth. Whether to go to the land of water or not. We can talk about this later. And even if we really want to go to the land of water, according to the words of the great patriarch, it seems that we still have to rely on our own efforts to escape to the land of rivers first. If we can't withstand the pursuit of the Rock Ninja Umbu and fall before arriving at the land of rivers, then everything will be in vain. The most urgent task is how to get out of the Rock Ninja camp smoothly and safely. Also, he doesn't want to give up those clansmen who are left in the Hidden Rock Village. If it is possible, he wants to try to rescue those clansmen. Is there any way? Yu Zhang reached out and grasped the Eye of God hanging on his waist, trying to find a way to fulfill his wish, but unfortunately, the Eye of God is not an omnipotent wish-making machine. To be precise, it does not have consciousness. Judging from the results of the current exploration, the Eye of God is just a tool. Of course, this thing is definitely different from the general tools, but more magical things still need time to be explored bit by bit. Just then, something is happening. Yu Zhang suddenly raised his head. The Eye of God gave him a high affinity and dominance over the rock element, which greatly improved his perception. With the help of the rock element that is almost everywhere, he can sense the situation 1 kilometer away, and this is only his current limit. Right now, it is with this high perception that he sensed the approaching breath. What? The magic leech, who was standing on a big mushroom and looking into the distance, looked over in confusion. Yu Zhang, what did you find? A group of 4 people is a reinforced combat team. The standard combat team is 3 people, and 4 people are a reinforced combat team. This standard is common to the 5 major ninja villages. Are you sure? Do you think I need to joke? I am now thinking about making meritorious deeds to atone for my sins. And the enemy is rushing towards us. If nothing unexpected happens, we will meet soon. Mazai, what should we do? Engage? Or retreat? Yu Zhang cast his inquiring eyes on Mazai. Although everyone is a jonin, it is obvious that Yu Zhang, the cannon fodder, has the lowest status. Not only can Huo Guang, the captain, command him, but also Dashi and Mazai, who are theoretically at the same level as him, can command his actions in the absence of Huo Guang or with his acquiescence. For example, this time when he and Mazai teamed up to go out for reconnaissance, Huo Guang clearly said that Mazai would be in charge of the command. In response, Yu Zhang worked hard without complaint and looked like he had completely accepted his fate. Hide first. Mazai hesitated for a second. Decided to observe first. See if what Yu Zhang said was true. If it was true, you can see the situation first and then decide how to act. Anyway, even if something happens, you can leave Yu Zhang behind to cover the retreat. With your speed, evacuation is not a problem. Yu Zhang didn't say much, but hid behind the extremely thick tree trunk with light movements. At the same time, the magic leech also hid, trying its best to conceal its own breath, quietly waiting for the prey to take the bait. Only more than 10 seconds passed. Here it comes. Yu Zhang silently said. Slightly sticking his head out, you can already see the figures of a group of 4 people appearing in the distance. The one walking in front is a short man with white hair, followed by 2 short men with dark hair. Because the distance is too far, you can't see their appearance clearly, and you can't even tell whether they are male or female. The remaining 4th person has blonde hair and is quite tall. Even though he couldn't see the faces of the 4 people in the group. But with this combination, it was most likely that Yellow Flash and his disciples hadn't escaped. They're really here. Yu Zhang's heart suddenly tightened, but he didn't feel scared because of this. Instead, an unprecedented bold idea suddenly popped up. Maybe this is an opportunity? I didn't expect that Yu Zhang was a perception ninja. What a pity. Moj naturally saw the 4 figures, 1 tall and 3 short, at this time, and couldn't help but feel a little regretful in his heart. Perception ninjas are very rare in the Hidden Rock village. But there was no way. The sins committed by the Coral Branch clan were too serious and could never be forgiven. As Yu Zhang said, making meritorious deeds to atone for the sins. In fact, it was impossible. No matter how many meritorious deeds were made, the identity of the rebellious person could not be washed away. Death is the inevitable destination of the Coral Branch clan's senior ninjas. Exposed. Magic Leech found that the 4 people who were moving forward stopped, and the white-haired kid in the front made a stop gesture. This kid is quite capable. Could that be? When he saw the yellow-haired man walking behind the team, his eyes froze. Subconsciously, he thought of the notorious Konoha ninja, Yellow Flash. Shouldn't it be? From the formation of the 4 people, it is obvious that the white-haired kid walking in the front is the leader. If the yellow-haired man is the Yellow Flash, it makes no sense that he would be under the command of a kid. Let's test it first. The demon leech suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, raised his hand, and gestured to Yu Zhang, who was hiding behind another big tree not far away. That is the gesture of attack. Chapter 5 Strike First. Be careful, there are 2 enemies. Judging from the strength of chakra, they should all be Jonin. Namikaze Minato touched the ground with his right index finger and performed the perception ninjutsu. He not only sensed the number of enemies, but also accurately sensed the enemy's strength level. Beside him, the disciples who heard his words had different expressions. Heitake Kakashi's face was covered by a black mask, but his fearless indifference could be seen from his eyebrows. Uchiha Obito, who was wearing goggles, looked a little pale, and seemed to be under considerable pressure, and Nohara Rin, the medical ninja of the team, had a firm look in her eyes, and her expression was calmer than Uchiha Obito. As Yu Zhang judged, the 4 people in this group were Minato Namikaze and his 3 disciples. This time they came to the land of grass. Just to cut off the supply route of the rock ninja and destroy the important road of Kannabi Bridge. Kakashi, you come to support me, I will deal with these 2 enemies. Minato reached out and took out a special kunao shaped like a trident from the ninja bag, looked up and looked at the environment in front, and silently guessed in his heart how to deal with the opponent as quickly as possible. But, teacher, you should cover me. Kakashi did not intend to obey the order. Kakashi, you. Teacher, you said before that I am the captain today. Kakashi's attitude was very firm. He even brought up the identity of the captain of the Kakashi class given to him by Minato before. It was obvious that he had made up his mind to take action. It just so happens that I want to try the new ninjutsu that is still under development. Chidori. The moment the voice fell, a ball of dazzling lightning appeared in Kakashi's open right palm, and at the same time, a piercing noise like thousands of birds chirping together sounded. What ninjutsu is this? Obito looked astonished. This chakra's strength is amazing. Nohara-rin also widened her eyes in surprise. They all saw this new ninjutsu developed by Kakashi, Chidori, for the first time. Wait, Kakashi! Just when Kakashi was about to charge, Minato suddenly reached out to stop Kakashi. The number of enemies has increased, 10 more people, they should be shadow clones. It's okay, teacher, if you use Chidori, even groups of enemies can be knocked down in an instant, just like your nickname, Hi. Kakashi stopped talking halfway, raised his head, and looked forward with a stunned look. Not only him. Minato's eyes were full of confusion. I don't understand what happened. 2 seconds earlier, when Kakashi was about to charge, Magic Leech also gave Yu Zhang a gesture to order him to attack. Attack? Seeing the gesture made by Magic Leech, Yu Zhang's eyes were cold. This really treats me as cannon fodder. However, it's fine this way. Since he is really going to be used as cannon fodder, then, there is no need to have any psychological burden for his next actions. Yu Zhang quickly formed seals with his hands, and 10 shadow clones appeared around him. Then, the shadow clones formed seals one after another. Earth Escapee Rock Cannon. The 10 shadow clones opened their mouths in unison and spit out stones as big as date pits. Then, the stones grew rapidly in the process of shooting out, and when they flew in front of the Magic Leech, they had become the size of a lead ball. Yes. Yu Zhang's target of attack was not the Konoha ninjas below. It was his companion, the Magic Leech. Yu Zhang, are you crazy? Facing Yu Zhang's sneak attack without any signs. In a hurry, the Demon Leech kicked back with an incomprehensible roar, curled his legs and pressed them on his abdomen, put his hands side by side to protect his head and chest, and tried his best to curl up into a ball to reduce the force area of his body. Bang! 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 The stone the size of a lead ball hit the tree trunk, digging out a deep hole, and wood chips flew like rain. It must be said that the reaction of the Demon Leech is worthy of being a senior ninja. His hasty action helped him avoid most of the stone attacks. Only 2 stones hit him, hitting his right arm and left foot that protected his head and chest. Only the bones of the right arm and left foot were broken. However, such injuries are already considered serious injuries. With his right arm and left leg difficult to use, his fighting ability and mobility are almost gone. Yu Zhang! Are you crazy? Do you know what the hell you are doing? Hurting your companions. Do you want the blood of your Coral Branch clan to be completely destroyed? Can't. You cut off the bottom. The Demon Leech that fell on the tree branch didn't care that there were Konoha ninjas watching, and roared wildly under the stimulation of severe pain. Companion! Yu Zhang sneered. He immediately jumped in front of the Demon Leech, lowered his head and looked at this hideous and twisted companion. Demon Leech, are you kidding? Ask yourself, do you, Huguang, and Dashi really regard me as a companion? In your eyes, I am probably just a cannon fodder that can be abandoned at any time. Besides, even if I don't hurt you, the so-called companion, can the bloodline of the Coral Branch clan be passed on? Yu Zhang asked back. As soon as these words came out, the Demon Leech immediately understood that it was impossible for him to leave here alive today, and death was his only ending. Ha ha ha! That's right. You, the Koji clan, are doomed. You are all doomed no matter what. You, the traitors who betrayed the Tsuchikage and the village, are destined to die without a burial place. Since there was no possibility of survival, the Demon Leech was a bachelor. Instead of begging for mercy, he laughed wildly and cursed the Koji clan to follow in his footsteps. Traitor? Maybe. Yu Zhang shrugged nonchalantly. He didn't have much sense of belonging to the Hidden Rock village. Instead, the family environment was very warm and harmonious, and people enjoyed this atmosphere of love and affection. He looked at the demon leech with a ferocious smile and whispered, "But you are destined not to see the end of a traitor like me. And the future of my Koji clan. I don't need you, a dying person, to worry about it. Demon leech, goodbye." The moment the words fell, he threw a kunai with his hands, piercing the neck of the demon leech accurately, giving the defenseless companion a good death. Immediately, after confirming that the demon leech was completely dead, Yu Zhang stepped forward, picked up the body of the demon leech, and carried it on his shoulders. Killing the demon leech is not only to gain freedom of action, but also a token of surrender to contact the people of Konoha. Next, it's time to try to say hello to the yellow flash. Yu Zhang cast his eyes on the 4 masters and apprentices who were standing still and watching this internal fight. Chapter 6 Negotiation failed. How can we rescue those tribesmen who stayed in the Hidden Rock village? This question has been bothering Yu Zhang for the past few days. He racked his brains, but still couldn't think of any way to bring the more than 200 old, weak, women and children from the Hidden Rock village safely. It is true that after having the Eye of God, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. But it is still a long way to go before he can challenge a ninja village alone. However, when I saw the group of people led by Yellow Flash just now, an unprecedented bold idea came to my mind. If it is the famous Yellow Flash, with the Flying Thunder God technique that is the best in the ninja world, it should be possible to transfer the tribesmen from the Hidden Rock village safely and smoothly, right? Such an idea, to outsiders, is somewhat fanciful. To be precise, even Yu Zhang himself knows how outrageous this idea is. But there are so many absurd and outrageous things in this world. How do you know if it won't work if you don't try it? Maybe it will work? Even if it doesn't work, there's no loss, right? Nice to meet you, everyone from Konoha. Yu Zhang carried the corpse of the demon leech and stopped about 20 meters away from the 4 masters and apprentices opposite. Then, he introduced himself in a dignified manner. Let me introduce myself. My name is Koji Yu Zhang, I'm 15 years old, unmarried, and a jonin from the Hidden Rock village. However, this identity will soon become a thing of the past. Currently, our clan is preparing to move away from the Hidden Rock village. I happened to meet the famous Yellow Flash today, so I wanted to come over and try to see if I can make a deal with you. That's basically it. This operation. The 4 masters and apprentices were a little confused. The whole clan moved away from the Hidden Rock village? Is this kind of thing allowed? Also, a deal with yourself/teacher? What is this all about? It was really so absurd that it made people completely at a loss. The 4 masters and apprentices' minds were like a tangled mess, and they couldn't sort it out for a while. Koji. Finally, Minato's brain was quick and he was the first to react. He stared at Yu Zhang and asked, if I remember correctly, it was the Magic Flute clan. Our clan has such a nickname. Yu Zhang nodded. The so-called Magic Flute refers to the auditory illusion of the Koji clan. The clan members have been learning the flute since childhood, and can perform illusions through the sound of the flute. They are also well known in the ninja world, but this thing is not even a secret technique. It is because of the barrier of learning the flute since childhood that the Koji clan has such an auditory illusion inherited from the family, and has made a little name for itself. Unfortunately, this little fame is not enough to redeem the political mistakes made by the family, which made the 3rd generation of the family shadow network give them a break. They can only take risks and survive. What do you mean by moving the whole clan away from Iwagakure village? And make a deal with me? Have your clan committed a crime? Can't stay in Iwagakure village anymore? Minato asked. As expected of the Yellow Flash, your mind works very fast. Yu Zhang offered a cheap compliment without much emotion or skills, and then said frankly, "Not long ago, our clan participated in the coup to overthrow the third Tsuchikage, but the coup failed, and the family suffered a severe blow. If we don't move away quickly, it will probably not be long before the Magic Flute clan will be completely removed from the ninja world." Minato was stunned. Good guy. The coup failed, no wonder they said they wanted to move the whole clan away from Iwagakure village, they really have to run away. Not only him. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin also suddenly realized why the rock ninja suddenly started killing each other. They almost thought that Yu Zhang was a spy planted by the village in the rock ninja. Otherwise, they really couldn't understand why the rock ninja would kill each other. Now that it's clear, I felt relieved immediately. As for the deal, there are still many members of our Koji clan left in the rock village. It's difficult to rescue those members by our own strength, but if the famous Yellow Flash is willing to help, my members should have a great chance of escaping. Yu Zhang continued. Immediately, throwing the corpse on his shoulder to the ground, "Don't doubt whether I am lying or not. I killed my fellow villager with my own hands. I have no way back. Of course, this corpse is probably not enough as a reward for inviting the Yellow Flash. How about this? I can help you destroy the Kannabi bridge and completely cut off the supply route of the rock ninja. How about this condition?" After that, Yu Zhang stared at Minato with burning eyes, waiting for the famous Yellow Flash's answer. "Sorry." Minato shook his head slowly, "I can't help you." Beside him, Obito and Rin looked over in surprise, not understanding why they rejected the deal proposed by Koji Yu Zhang. In their opinion, this deal is really good. They came to the land of grass this time to destroy the Kannabi bridge. If there is help from the rock ninja insiders, wouldn't it be easy to complete the task? Kakashi frowned and did not express any opinion. Just waited patiently. Why refuse? Yu Zhang frowned slightly. Is it because the conditions I proposed are not good enough? Or, the conditions are very good, but the problem is, I don't trust you. The risk of doing business with someone who can even stab his own companions is too great. If you have nothing else to say, I won't kill you for your nonsense. Leave here quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Minato's attitude was very firm. Indeed, this is a good opportunity. If it is used well, it is indeed possible to deal a heavy blow to the rock ninja. But the problem is, why should he trust in rock ninja he met for the first time, just because the other party killed his so-called companion? Is he sure that the dead one is the ninja of the Koji clan, and the living one is a real rock ninja, and this so-called transaction is just a trap set for him? Besides, he was so busy with multiple tasks that he really had no time to move freely. The reason why he let this rock ninja go was because the person in front of him was most likely a shadow clone. The real body might be mixed in with the shadow clones behind, or it might be hidden underground. He sensed the same chakra fluctuations underground. In short, this guy is hard to kill. Even if he did it himself, he couldn't guarantee that he could kill this very cautious guy. His Flying Thunder God technique couldn't be said to go underground to chase the enemy. So, let's try to force this guy back with words first. It really doesn't work. Yu Zhang was not too disappointed. In fact, he had already prepared himself for the failure of the negotiation, because if it were him, he would not believe the one-sided words of someone he met for the first time, but as the saying goes, courtesy comes before force. Anyway, there is no loss in giving it a try. However, it is impossible to give up just like that. Since soft tactics don't work, then, use hard tactics. Chapter 7 Use Hard Tactics. The so-called hard tactics here, of course, does not mean to defeat Minato Namikaze. That's too arrogant. Yu Zhang knows his own limitations. It's already very good that he can protect himself in front of Minato Namikaze now. One day in the future, he may be able to face the Yellow Flash and win, but that is ultimately a matter of the future. People still have to live in the present. However, Even if he is not a match for Minato Namikaze now, he does not insist on defeating Minato Namikaze. You must know that Minato Namikaze himself is so powerful that it is difficult to find flaws. But his disciples are something he cannot defeat. Hidden external weakness. Yu Zhang quickly formed seals with both hands, ready to release ninjutsu. But, swoosh! The flying trident kunao brushed against Yu Zhang's hair. Then, Minato appeared beside Yu Zhang, and the trident kunao in his hand swept towards Yu Zhang's neck. With a bang, Yu Zhang, who had just completed the seal, disappeared, leaving only a cloud of chakra smoke that could not be dissipated in an instant. It's a shadow clone. Minato was not surprised, but looked up calmly. Yu Zhang's remaining 9 shadow clones had already come out in a line and rushed towards this side. In response, Minato clenched the trident kunao in his hand and prepared to attack. At this time, Kakashi said, "Teacher, let me do it." Kakashi. Minato looked at the disciple who appeared beside him. As promised before, I want to try out my newly developed ninjutsu. I thought I had no chance today, but unexpectedly the opportunity came again. Teacher, help me cover. The dazzling lightning in Kakashi's open right palm burst out again, like the chirping of thousands of birds echoing in the forest. Be careful! Minato warned. The next second, Kakashi rushed out like lightning, the lightning in his hand dragged on the ground, crushing the rock and soil under his feet like a dead tree, leaving a deep, smoke-filled gully where he passed, and in the blink of an eye, he met Yu Zhang's shadow clones head-on. Yu Zhang's shadow clones used the same trick again. Earth Escapee Rock Cannon Technique. The 9 shadow clones opened their mouths at the same time and spit out the stone bullets that grew in the wind at Kakashi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. One after another, the shuriken flew through the air and hit the 9 stone bullets the size of lead balls accurately. Although the mass of these shurikens was far less than that of stone bullets, and the impact force they carried was far less powerful than that of stone bullets, there was lightning lingering on these shurikens. The result of the collision between the shurikens and the stone bullets was that the shurikens were bounced away, and the stone bullets were also shattered by the lightning. Awesome! Yu Zhang exclaimed. It seems that the future 4th Hokage is not only famous for his flying thunder god technique, but also for the nature change of his lightning chakra, which has been refined to an extremely high level. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to shatter those solid stone bullets the size of lead balls. Just as he was marveling at Minato Namikaze's power, Kakashi, who was also using the lightning release technique to perfection, had already rushed to the front. The dazzling lightning in his right hand was an indestructible weapon, easily tearing apart Yu Zhang's shadow clone in the front, followed by the second, the third. Kakashi's charging speed was so fast, and the lightning release technique called Chidori was also sharp beyond imagination. When he came to Yu Zhang's shadow clones under the cover of Minato Namikaze, the shadow clones were too close to each other and couldn't react in time, but there was no need to react. They were all shadow clones anyway, so there would be no problem even if they were all blown up, and with the help of the sacrifice of the shadow clones, he found that Kakashi's movements during the charge were quite rigid. No matter what the shadow clones did, they just simply waved the lightning in their hands and stabbed forward. Of course, given that Kakashi's speed was so fast, even if they found that his movements were rigid and lacked changes, ordinary people couldn't take advantage of this defect, but Yu Zhang was a Jonin after all, and after having the Eye of God, he was not the last one among the Jonin. Yu Zhang's shadow clone, who fell at the back, leaned down and pulled out the long sword hanging on his waist. At the moment when Kakashi rushed in front of him, he timed it perfectly and swung his sword from bottom to top. As long as no one else interfered, this sword could definitely achieve a 1-for-1 exchange, using a shadow clone to exchange for Kakashi's life, but Yu Zhang knew very well that this kind of exchange would not work. Because the yellow flash was right here. Sure enough, at the moment when the blade tore Kakashi's clothes and cut the skin on Kakashi's left rib, Minato appeared beside Kakashi in less than a blink of an eye. He supported himself on the ground with his left hand, and wrapped his right hand around Kakashi's waist and abdomen, pulling Kakashi's body back. In another blink of an eye, the weak resistance on the blade suddenly disappeared, and the figures of Minato and Kakashi disappeared from his sight. If it weren't for the scarlet spot on the tip of the knife, I would have doubted whether everything just now was an illusion. So fast. Even though he had just witnessed the speed of Yellow Flash, Yu Zhang still felt that he was far behind. However, the failure to kill Kakashi did not make Yu Zhang feel even a little depressed. The reason why he risked staying to face Yellow Flash was not to kill Yellow Flash's disciples and thus forge an irreconcilable feud with the future fourth Hokage. His goal was to capture alive. And the target was not Kakashi. At the moment when Yu Zhang's shadow clone and Kakashi's duel attracted Minato, Yu Zhang's real body hiding underground was actually sneaking under the feet of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. At the moment when Minato left his two weak points, Yu Zhang, who seized this brief opportunity, broke out of the ground and stretched out his hand to grab Nohara Rin. When the dark palm was about to touch the girl's slender and tender neck, Yu Zhang caught a glimpse of flash from the corner of his eyes. His heart suddenly tightened. This is too fast. The next moment, the trident kunai wrapped in lightning stabbed straight at Yu Zhang's neck. Dang clang! Hi! Minato cried out in surprise. The trident kunai hit the dark neck, just like hitting a piece of iron that had been tempered 1,000 times. The kunai that could easily penetrate the rock failed to penetrate Yu Zhang's neck. To be precise, it didn't even leave a scar on Yu Zhang. The consequence of this unexpected failure was that Nohara Rin fell into Yu Zhang's control. Chapter 8 Not Hard. What a powerful hardening technique! Minato held the trident kunai and stared at Yu Zhang solemnly. The latter used his arm to tightly strangle Lin's neck and used the girl as a hostage to block him. Of course, this alone was not enough to restrain him and make it difficult for him to move. With his speed, it was not difficult to rescue the hostage. Although his kunai just now failed to penetrate Yu Zhang's neck, he still left a Flying Thunder God technique mark on Yu Zhang's neck in the first place. As long as he wanted, he could move to Yu Zhang's side at any time. The real obstacle was Yu Zhang's extremely high-level earth escape hardening technique. If he couldn't penetrate Yu Zhang's hardening technique, then it would be useless even if he moved to Yu Zhang's side. And the embarrassing thing was that, among the many ninjutsu he mastered, none of them was sure to break Yu Zhang's extremely high-level hardening technique. After all, the kunai attack just now used the nature change of the lightning escape chakra, and the restraint of lightning escape on earth escape failed to make any progress. It might take B-level or higher lightning escape techniques to penetrate Yu Zhang's hardening technique. Speaking of which, Kakashi's Chidori should be able to penetrate Yu Zhang's hardening technique. It seems that when I have time in the future, I have to integrate the property change into the Raise Non and develop a new, more lethal ninjutsu. As for now, I have to find a way to delay time. Earth escape, Earth Spear. Yu Zhang held the hostage and laughed softly. Even in the Hidden Rock Village, this is definitely the highest level of Earth escape hardening technique. If there is no high-level lightning escape technique, there is no way to penetrate my Earth Spear. Asshole, let go of Lin. At this time, Obito, who finally reacted, roared angrily. If Minato hadn't been quick-witted and grabbed Obito's collar, he would have almost rushed up to serve food to Yu Zhang. Lin? What a cute name! Yu Zhang did not let go of the girl in his arms, but tightened his arm that was as strong as an iron clamp, causing the girl to faint and temporarily lose the power to resist. It's easy for me to let her go. As long as Yellow Flash helps you rescue my people trapped in the Hidden Rock Village, I will naturally return Lin to you intact. Of course, the condition of helping you destroy the Kannabi bridge before still counts. After saying that, Yu Zhang stopped talking and waited for the response from the other side. At the same time, he was also prepared to welcome the Yellow Flash's surprise attack. He was much calmer in his heart at this time. At this time, Minato's most powerful attack method should be the original version of the Raise Non. Although the Raise Non is judged to be A-level, the Raise Non that has not yet added the property change wants to break his Earth Spear. I am afraid it is not enough. Otherwise, Minato would have already thrown a Raise Non at him, and there would be no need to confront him. Teacher. Obito turned his head and looked at Minato, his face agitated. However, just when he was about to say something, in order to complete the mission, even if it means sacrificing your companions, this is the rule of ninjas. Kakashi, who was bandaging himself, said the cold and inhumane words in a cold tone. Teacher, we still have a mission to complete. If we can't complete the mission, this war will continue, and more people will die in the future. Kakashi, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you know what you are talking about? Obito stared at Kakashi with disbelief like an enraged bull. I know. Kakashi replied calmly, I mean to continue the mission. What about Lin? What do you want Lin to do? The rock ninja on the opposite side intends to use Lin to coerce the teacher, so he will never hurt Lin, because hurting Lin will only make him lose the bargaining chip to coerce the teacher, therefore, Lin is safe in his hands for the time being. We can wait until the mission is over and then rescue Lin from his hands. This is just your speculation. That guy killed his companion without hesitation. Why do you think he won't hurt Lin? The mission is not important at all. The most important thing now is to rescue Lin. Yu Zhang looked at the two people who were arguing as if no one was around. For a moment, he was a little confused. These two guys don't take their enemy seriously at all. Is it because of the yellow flash around? Well, there is indeed a yellow flash, and he really doesn't have the confidence to say that he is using the same old trick to take down another hostage. I say, Uchiha's kid, let's cooperate. As long as you help me convince your teacher to help me rescue my people, I will help you destroy the Kannabi bridge and return your companions to you. Yu Zhang added fuel to the fire. Sure enough. The next second, the innocent boy with Bai Yueguang in his mind ignored his annoying enemy and turned around to look at Minato eagerly. But, hi! Minato, who had been silent and ignored the dispute between Kakashi and Obito, exhaled slowly and murmured, it's almost time. The moment the voice fell, I saw that. The corners of his eyes were stained with two orange-red eyeshadows, and the blue pupils turned yellow with a horizontal bar in the middle. At this moment, the aura on his body became distant and vast, as if it had merged with this vast forest. Fuck! Yu Zhang's pupils shrank sharply, and he couldn't help but swear in excitement. He wanted to punch himself twice. How could he forget that Minato also mastered the Sage mode? With the blessing of the Sage technique, his Earth Spear might not be able to withstand Minato's attack. Then, Sage technique Raise Non. Behind Yu Zhang, Namikaze Shui appeared silently, holding a high-density chakra sphere in his right hand, and heavily imprinted it on Yu Zhang's left shoulder. Bang! Yu Zhang staggered. The left arm that was wrapped around Nohara Rin's neck felt numb and loosened involuntarily, letting Nohara Rin out of his control. The next second, before he could recover and put Nohara Rin back under his control, he saw Minato reaching out to catch his disciple who fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple returned to the side of Kakashi and Obito. Rin! Obito shouted excitedly. Earth Escapee Earth Dragon Hidden Technique. Enduring the dull pain from his left shoulder, Yu Zhang plunged into the ground without looking back, diving like a groundhog. At the moment he dived into the ground, Minato's figure appeared again where Yu Zhang had just stood, and the Raise Non mixed with Fairy Chakra in his hand hit the ground heavily. Chapter 9 Double Megatama. A Euro Earth Escape? What a tricky guy! Minato Namikaze stared at the circular pit under his feet. In Sage mode, his already excellent perception was further enhanced, and he could clearly sense that Yu Zhang was escaping from underground. Unfortunately, He did not master 2 of the 7 chakra properties of fire, water, wind, thunder, earth, yin and yang. One of them is the nature of earth. In short, earth escape is a field he has never touched upon so far, and there is no earth escape technique among the many ninjutsu he has mastered. So, facing the current situation, there is really no way to deal with the escaped Yu Zhang. Even if he can use the Flying Thunder God technique mark to accurately locate Yu Zhang's position, the prerequisite for the use of the Flying Thunder God technique is that there is enough space around the technique mark to accommodate his body, otherwise, it cannot be used. Perhaps, when I have time in the future, I can develop the nature of earth. Ahem. Obito? The unconscious girl woke up to Obito's affectionate cry, and looked at Obito in front of her in a daze. I am still alive. Hi. Thank God, Lin, you finally woke up. How do you feel? Is there anything wrong? Do you want some water? Obito stared at the girl intently. Obito. Minato looked over. He sighed helplessly. Don't ask so many questions in one breath, let Lin slow down a little. Lin is a medical ninja, she can check herself. Oh. Obito responded dryly. Idiot. On the side. Kakashi whispered. But the distance was too close, so Minato, Lin and Obito still heard it. Kakashi, who are you calling an idiot? Obito yelled in anger. I didn't say any names, please don't take it for granted. Kakashi said indifferently. You. Kakashi, you. Obito was speechless and didn't know how to refute. Okay, Obito, Kakashi, stop arguing, I'm fine, can you tell me what's going on now, what's going on? Lin, who had finished her self-examination, spoke in time to help Obito out. Lin, you spoil him too much. Kakashi shook his head and said this sentence that he had said for who knows how many times. Haha. Is that so? Lin laughed dryly twice, looked at Minato hurriedly, and asked, Teacher, did you save me? And? Teacher, you look so amazing now. This is the first time I see you like this? Is this a powerful ninjutsu? At the end, he looked at Minato in the sage mode with great curiosity. Not only him. Hearing Lin's question, Kakashi and Obito also looked at Minato curiously. They all saw Minato in this posture for the first time and had never had the opportunity to see it before. This is a fairy technique. Minato took over the conversation very cooperatively. I learned it from Mayaboku Mountain. To be honest, I am not very good at fairy arts, because of some problems of my own. It takes a long time to condense fairy arts chakra when using fairy arts. During this period, I have to maintain the state of immobility. And I can't maintain this state for a long time. As he said, the orange-red eyeshadow around his eyes faded, and his pupils turned back to blue. He exhaled a long breath, looking very tired, speaking thanks to the IWA ninja named Koji Yuzhang who was overconfident in his hardening technique. It took a long time. Otherwise, I might not have had the chance to use the magic. Of course, that guy's hardening technique is really powerful. The magic technique Raise Non couldn't completely break his defense. Fortunately, I didn't aim at his neck, back, etc., otherwise, it is very likely that Yu Zhang would not be killed, and the opportunity to rescue Lin would be missed. Is that guy so powerful? Hearing Minato's high evaluation of Yu Zhang, Obito muttered. Of course he is powerful. How can a guy who can escape from the teacher's hands not be powerful? Kakashi said as he subconsciously reached out and pressed the bandaged wound. The pain suddenly increased. If it weren't for Minato's timely rescue, he might have been chopped down by the rock ninja, and not just suffered some flesh wounds. Although a large part of the reason was that his newly developed Chidori had a flaw. But he was able to find and seize his flaw in such a short time. Of course he was a powerful guy, not to mention that he captured Lin under the teacher's nose. Even if Lin was rescued by the teacher in the end, she escaped safely. With such skills, If it is not considered powerful, then the standard of power is too high. That's right. Hearing what Kakashi said, Obito did not contradict Kakashi this time, and rarely recognized Kakashi's judgment. He looked at Lin, whose face was still very haggard and there was a circle of bruises on her neck. He felt as if his heart was tightly strangled by someone. The heartache made him completely lose the desire to argue with Kakashi, and he just regretted his weakness and incompetence. Just now, he couldn't do anything. If the teacher hadn't been around, maybe Lin would. Thinking of that terrible possibility, an unprecedented sense of fear tightened his heart, making him almost breathless. Even his eyes couldn't help but feel a little stinging. Ah! Obito, your eyes! Lin shouted in surprise. Hearing the voice, Minato and Kakashi looked over at the same time. Hi! Oh! The reactions of the two were almost the same. Haha! Minato laughed, walked over and patted Obito on the shoulder, very impressive. He has double Megatama as soon as he opens his eyes. As far as I know, in your Uchiha clan, it seems that only the child named Shisui has double Megatama as soon as he opens his eyes in recent years. Kushina told him this news during a casual chat, and Kushina heard it from her best friend Uchiha Mikoto. Double Megatama. Obito blinked. Indeed. The vision has changed a little. He can see the chakra glow on the teacher, Kakashi, and Lin. This is something he has never seen before. At this time, Rin, with a smile on her face, took out a small mirror from her bag and held it in front of Obito. Then, the boy wearing goggles saw the pair of scarlet eyes with double Megatama. Chapter 10 Unyielding suddenly collapsed. The ground in the forest suddenly sank, and the grey rabbit that was grazing on the grass not far away suddenly ran away in shock. The next second, Yu Zhang poked his head out of the sunken hole. Looking around, after confirming that there was no danger around, he crawled out of the ground in a very embarrassed manner, and immediately summoned 2 shadow clones to guard him, and then sat down on the ground, took a deep breath, and breathed in the fresh air. Underground. It's still too cramped. Sage mode. Tisk. I was careless. I was so busy guarding against the Flying Thunder God technique that I forgot about the Sage mode. After his breathing gradually became stable, Yu Zhang finally had the energy to review the success and failure just now. He had captured Nohara Rin alive, but was defeated by Namikaze Minato. It was really a pity. However, think about it carefully. That was a yellow flash. Facing the new generation of Cloud Ninja, a combination, he defeated them, and killed the Rock Ninja with his own strength. There seemed to be no need for him to feel unwilling to escape from the hands of such a legendary figure. And, to be honest, even if he did remember that Minato Namikaze used the Sage mode in his previous life, that was during the 4th Ninja World War. Besides, the name of the Flying Thunder God technique is so big that people will unconsciously ignore other things. So, today's failure cannot be entirely blamed on his own negligence. Regret is the most useless behavior. What we need to consider now is what to do next. Yu Zhang muttered to himself, sorting out the complicated thoughts in his mind in this way. By the way, before that, he has to deal with the injury on his left shoulder. The slight pain from his shoulder reminded him that the power of the Sage technique Raise Non just now not only broke the defense of the Earth Spear, but also caused him some damage. Bang! A shadow clone disappeared. Then a detailed image of the wound emerged in his mind. It was a very regular round purple-red bruise. It didn't look very serious. He didn't know much about medical matters, and he didn't know anything about medical ninjutsu. However, as a qualified jonin, a battle-hardened combat expert, he can be sure that there is nothing wrong with his bones. As long as the bones are fine, it shouldn't be a big problem. This is the conclusion drawn from past experience. Of course, even if it is not a big problem, it is still necessary to apply medicine. Only by applying medicine can the wound heal faster and be prepared for the frequent battles that may break out next time. The ointment for injuries and the ration pills are both necessities for ninjas. With the help of the shadow clone, the ointment was evenly applied to the wound, and a cool feeling came, relieving the pain that was surging to the brain like a tide. When the ointment was applied, Yu Zhang reached out and touched the back of his neck. There was a spell mark that looked like a ghost painting. Flying Thunder God. Yu Zhang lowered his eyes, closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds, and decided not to care about this thing for the time being. This thing will not cause any harm to him for the time being. He doesn't believe that Namikaze Minato will risk stepping into a trap and appear behind him to reap his life. Of course, there is another reason that he has nothing good for the time being. Means to get rid of this thing. Can only keep this ritual mark for the time being. Next, we still have to keep an eye on Kakashi and the others. Their target should be Kannabi Bridge. Even if what happened today, the mission is the mission. They should not give up the mission because of such a small setback. The voice of talking to himself echoed in the forest. Yu Zhang finally began to concentrate on thinking about the next thing. From the information in the memory and the current situation, as long as Minato Namikaze and his disciples act separately according to the original plan, Kakashi and the others should still have a chance to take advantage of, and the fight with Minato Namikaze just now is not without any gains. At the very least, the battle with Minato Namikaze let Yu Zhang have a clearer understanding of his own strength. If there is no obstacle from Minato Namikaze, it should not be a big problem to deal with Kakashi and the other three. Even if Kakashi is not easy to deal with, Nohara Rin, a medical ninja, and Obito, who has not yet made his talents blossom, are really not difficult to deal with. Today's negotiation failed. A large part of the reason should be the wrong timing. The war between Konoha and Iwagakure was in full swing, and Minato Namikaze, a super useful tool man, naturally shouldered a major responsibility. No matter how much he loved his disciples, it was hard to say that he would abandon the mission and go to Iwagakure with him to save a group of completely unrelated people. But if it was another time, the possibility may not be so low. Maybe. Could you help destroy the Kannabi Bridge first? Yes. Yu Zhang still didn't give up this seemingly absurd idea. There was no other way. The Flying Thunder God technique was the only possibility he could think of to rescue the more than 200 tribesmen. Apart from that, he couldn't think of any other person or method that could do this. Give it a try. Yu Zhang thought about it seriously and felt that destroying the Kannabi Bridge was something he could do. But a demon leech's pledge of allegiance didn't seem to be enough to gain Minato Namikaze's trust. Then, just build another Kannabi Bridge. Anyway, even if he didn't mess around, the Kannabi Bridge couldn't escape the fate of being destroyed. Luck, rather than letting Yellow Flash and his disciples to brush up their reputation, it is better to use it as an advance payment for hiring Yellow Flash. Of course. In order to prevent Yellow Flash from turning his face and denying his promise after taking the benefits, we still have to take some insurance. I and Maji went out for reconnaissance and failed to return within the specified time. According to Huo Guang's style, he must bring Oishi with him to investigate. He will most likely investigate along the reconnaissance route of me and Maji. If Kakashi and the others go to Kannabi Bridge, there happens to be a long section of overlap. In other words, if nothing unexpected happens, Huo Guang and Oishi will most likely meet Kakashi and his three companions. And when these two groups meet, it is definitely impossible to say that they will not interfere with each other. As long as they meet, the battle is inevitable because their tasks are completely contradictory, protecting the Kannabi Bridge and destroying the Kannabi Bridge. In order to complete their respective tasks, they could only fight and kill by all means. Chapter 11. The next day, the day when fate turns. The next day, early morning. Breakfast was cold water and cold rice balls, which certainly didn't taste very good. Fortunately, the ninjas had strong endurance. No one complained about the tasteless breakfast. They all finished their meals as quickly as possible, and then packed their luggage to prepare for departure. By the way, Lin checked Kakashi's wound again, applied medicine again, and bandaged it. It's much better now, but it's better not to force yourself too much, otherwise the wound will split. Lin kept nagging while bandaging. In response, got it. Kakashi agreed dryly. When the bandaging was finished, Minato, who was watching, said, "Everyone check your equipment. If there is no problem, we will set off." Yes. The disciples responded in unison. All followed Minato's instructions and checked their ninja tool bags or backpacks again. After confirming that there was no problem, the 4 masters and apprentices headed northwest again. However, when they walked out of the dense forest and came to the endless bamboo forest, Minato stopped. "Kakashi, Obito, Rin. Next, we will separate here." When he said this, Minato's expression was very serious. His eyes swept over the disciples one by one. "The 2 enemies we encountered yesterday should be their reconnaissance troops. Although they broke out into internal strife and killed each other, there must be other enemies behind them, and that guy named Koji Yuzhang might also come back. To be honest, if there is a choice, he does not want Kakashi and his friends to carry out such a dangerous mission. Even if Kakashi is already a Jonin, and Obito opened the double Megatama Sharingan yesterday, but if it is the guy who escaped from his hands yesterday, Kakashi and his friends will most likely suffer if they encounter him again. It's a pity that he has no choice." Konoha first fought against the Sand Ninja, and then fought against the Cloud Ninja. While the war between the Grass Country and the Rock Ninja was in full swing, the Eastern Ninja forces, mainly composed of Uchiha and Hyuga clan ninjas, were also fighting hard with the Mist Ninjas. Now the village is really short of manpower. He himself was responsible for supporting the front battlefield, and the task of destroying the god of destruction Kyuubi Bridge could only fall on Kakashi and others. "Teacher, don't worry. I will protect Lin," Obito said seriously. From his eyes, you can see the boy's unquestionable determination, without any hesitation or fear as before. Rin blushed. For a moment, she was a little at a loss, and she didn't expect Obito to say such embarrassing words. "Captain, let's go." Obito turned to look at Kakashi again. Kakashi was shocked. Even though the mask covered most of his face, anyone could see that his face was absolutely full of shock. Did the sun rise from the west today? Obito, this stubborn donkey, actually called him captain? Could it be the end of the world? At this moment, his thoughts could not be controlled and scattered randomly. Lin was so surprised that she forgot to blush, and her originally large eyes were wide open. "I always feel that today's Obito is like a different person compared to yesterday's Obito. Obito, I understand your idea of a euro wanting to protect your companions, but if you are willing to hurt yourself for your companions, it will make your companions who care about you feel sad, so when protecting your companions, don't forget to protect yourself," Minato said softly. Obito lowered his eyes and said nothing. In response, Minato could only shake his head helplessly. It was true that Obito had grown up compared to before, but he was still a 13-year-old child after all. It's still too early to grow up and mature. Not only Obito, Kakashi is actually the same. He looks very mature, but he takes the rules of ninja as the principle of life. He is a stubborn child. Kakashi, you too, rules are important, but that's not everything. There are still many other things in this world that are worth cherishing. Also, don't forget to be flexible and act at the right time," Minato reminded Kakashi again. Then, Kakashi lowered his eyes like Obito and said nothing. It has to be said that these two enemies seem to be incompatible and will quarrel as soon as they meet, but sometimes they have a surprising tacit understanding. "Rin, come on." Finally, Minato gave encouragement to the only female disciple. Although Lin's fighting ability is undoubtedly the weakest in the team, in his opinion, Lin's mind is definitely more mature than Kakashi and Obito, and Lin is a medical ninja. Fighting is not his main responsibility, that is Kakashi and Obito's job. So, for Lin, he really doesn't have anything to remind him. I will try my best. Lin nodded energetically. Compared to the other two dumb boys who seemed to be dumb and didn't know how to answer, Minato smiled and shook his head. Then, clap his hands lightly. With a pop sound, he attracted the attention of the disciples to himself. Then, an order was given. Scatter. Instantly, the bamboo leaves piled on the ground floated high under the impact, and the four figures standing here all disappeared. The master and his apprentices split up and Minato rushed to the north. He wanted to go to the front line to support the Konoha ninjas who were resisting the attack of the rock ninjas. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, continued to advance to the northwest. Their destination was the strategic location of the Kannabi Bridge, the supply route of the rock ninjas. But, underground, they didn't notice that Yu Zhang followed closely behind the three of them. He didn't rush to attack Kakashi and the others, but waited patiently for the best opportunity. Without waiting too long, before leaving this vast bamboo forest, he sensed two other familiar chakra fluctuations. It was not others. It was the fire and the big stone. Finally here, Yu Zhang silently performed the Earth Dragon hiding technique, and easily bypassed Kakashi and his three companions who were unable to travel at full speed due to their vigilance, and rushed to the mirror-like lake ahead of them, and then, quietly lurked behind Huoguang and his companions. Huoguang and Dashi were completely unaware of Yu Zhang's arrival, and their attention was attracted by the Kakashi and his three companions who appeared in their field of vision. Of course, this does not mean that Huoguang and Dashi's vigilance and perception are very poor. But after obtaining the Eye of God, Yu Zhang not only learned the extremely difficult high-level earth escape technique such as Earth Spear that he had never been able to master before. At the same time, Yu Zhang's original earth escape technique has also been greatly improved. For example, the Earth Dragon hiding technique has been improved from the original entry level to the current peak. When he shuttles underground, the noise he makes is not even as loud as the sound of a wriggling earthworm. Unless it is a guy with excellent perception like Minato, or a professional perception ninja. Otherwise, even a Jonin can't find Yu Zhang approaching. Chapter 12 Killer Obito vs Kakashi Team. Listening to the sound of bamboo leaves rustling in the breeze, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin maintained the formation of a long snake formation and moved forward at a very steady speed, without the momentum of the surging momentum when they just separated from Minato teacher. Kakashi walked in the front. Obito was in the middle. Rin was at the end of the team. There is a reason for such a formation. Kakashi is in the front not only because he is the captain and needs to lead by example. This is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that he has a very keen sense of battle and can find the enemies ambushing in front in time. Before, he had noticed the Jade Zhang and the Demon Leech ambushing in the dark in advance. Obito in the middle needs to support Kakashi as soon as possible after contacting the enemy and try to eliminate the enemy as quickly as possible, while Rin, a medical ninja, is naturally placed at the back, farthest from the enemy. If you want to ask what the medical ninja should do if the enemy goes around to take Rin first. If the enemy can hide from Kakashi and Obito's perception and touch behind them, then it is useless to put Rin in the middle of the team. Because if you really encounter that kind of enemy, maintaining any formation is meaningless. Unfortunately, today, there happens to be such a stealth expert among the enemies they are about to encounter. When Kakashi and his group slowly stepped onto the mirror-like lake surface, Huoguang and Dashi, who were hiding behind the blue rock on the opposite side of the lake, were staring at the three people with scrutiny. I say, Maji and Yu Zhang didn't come back after they went out for reconnaissance yesterday. Could they have been killed by those little ghosts? Huoguang poked his head out from behind the blue rock, his face full of confusion and puzzlement. If Maji or Yu Zhang were acting alone, it is possible that they would capsize in the gutter. Faced with that situation, He would only wantonly laugh at his companion's weakness and incompetence. But the problem is that Maji and Yuzhang acted together. Even if Yuzhang, a jonin, was a little young, since he passed the village's assessment and became a jonin, he must have the corresponding strength. In addition, Maji, who is excellent in swordsmanship and quick in action. It doesn't make sense to say that he would be solved by 3 little devils from Konoha. You can't say. These 3 little devils are all jonins from Konoha, right? That would be too absurd. You can't guess the truth of this kind of thing. The truth is often beyond our imagination. Instead of wasting time guessing here, it's easier to ask them. Oishi finished the seal as he finished speaking. The next moment, under the gaze of the fire, Oishi's body became transparent, and the naked eye could no longer see Oishi's whereabouts. After all, the magic leech and Yuzhang are likely to be dead. I think there's nothing wrong with being careful. But, forget it, it's really annoying to guess, it's easier to just interrogate these little ghosts. However, the 3 little ghosts below seem to have something. Have you been discovered? The fire narrowed its eyes. Below, on the lake, Kakashi suddenly stopped and raised his right hand to gesture to Obito behind him. He sensed the breath of danger. The air was filled with a very faint human breath. In this sparsely populated place that has become a war zone, he didn't think it was just a coincidence that someone passed by. Seeing Kakashi's gesture, Obito's nerves instantly tensed up. Under the goggles, his eyes were stained with a touch of red, and the black double Megatama spun rapidly. Then, fire escape, great fireball technique. Obito decisively used the most classic fire escape technique towards the empty lake on the right. The blazing fireball passed over the lake at a high speed, and then there was a splash, as if something very heavy fell into the water. At the same time, swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, the bamboos that were cut so sharp that they could penetrate the body of a wild boar, fell towards Kakashi and the other 2 like a heavy rain from the sky. Water style, water array wall. Kakashi reacted very quickly. Even though Obito did not help him resist the enemy's first wave of attacks as agreed beforehand, thus giving him a chance to counter-attack, he still responded immediately, and his hands completed the 5 seals of Tiger Sizisi Tiger at the speed of pulling out an illusion. The originally calm water surface under his feet suddenly surged. The torrent rolled back from the bottom to the top, forming a flowing water wall, washing away all the extremely sharp bamboos that were cut. After all, no matter how sharp the bamboos were cut, they could not change their light nature and could not withstand the scouring of the flowing water wall. Obito, what's going on? Kakashi asked quickly. I saw chakra. Obito said briefly. But this was enough for Kakashi, who was known as a genius. An invisible enemy? That guy is probably still alive. The sound of falling into the water just now was probably because that guy hid in the water to avoid your attack. Your Sharingan can see him. Keep an eye on that guy. I'll deal with the other guy first. As he said, the water wall fell. What caught Kakashi's eyes were 2 slender snow-white blades extending from the backs of his hands. The fire that pounced on him like a winged crane. Kakashi reached out and pulled out the white fang short knife on his back without hesitation. He stepped up and jumped up, facing the fire head-on, and started an extremely dangerous hand-to-hand fight. In just a few breaths, a series of loud and harsh metal clanging sounds came from the air. Then, under the interference of gravity, the 2 people who could not fly had to choose to retreat at the same time. Kakashi fell back to the water surface, and Huguang stood on a rock in the lake. Daishi, what are you doing? Huguang's face was gloomy. It was not because he could not accept that he did not get any advantage from Kakashi, but because he was annoyed that Daishi could not capture the girl standing at the end of Kakashi's team under his cover, and he could not help but shout loudly. It's Sharingan! Daishi, who emerged from the water, also had a very ugly face. The fireball just now almost burned him to ashes. If he hadn't had an idea to disperse the chakra under his feet and sank into the water under the pull of gravity, I'm afraid he wouldn't have a chance to answer Huguang's question now. He didn't even dare to look at Obito's face at this moment, his eyes lingered on the part below Obito's neck. Uchiha. After hearing Oishi's answer, Huguang's face suddenly became ugly, as if he had stepped on dog shit and was covered in bird shit falling from the sky. Chapter 13 Secret Technique, Camouflage Hidden Technique. Chapter 13 Secret Technique, Camouflage Hidden Technique Invisibility. Secret Technique. Camouflage Hidden Technique. Yu Zhang, who was hiding in the dark, had an unusually bright look in his eyes. He stared at Oishi's figure and murmured, "It feels. It seems quite simple, Earth release chakra and Yang release chakra." Just now, he secretly watched Oishi perform a secret technique called Camouflage Hidden Technique. Then he saw through the mystery of Camouflage Hidden Technique. As far as Yu Zhang knows, the Camouflage Hidden Technique is a secret technique developed based on the secret technique called Dustless Missile mastered by the second-generation Tsuchikage with the nickname No One, and the developer is none other than the second-generation Tsuchikage himself. Unlike Dustless Missile, which can even hide its own chakra, making ordinary perception ninjas unable to detect the existence of the caster, the Camouflage Hidden Technique cannot hide its own chakra. It can be said that the camouflage hiding technique is a degraded version of the Dustless Miasma. The second-generation Tsuchikage's development of the camouflage hiding technique seems to be completely unnecessary, but the fact is that since the death of the second-generation Tsuchikage, no one has been able to master the secret technique of Dustless Miasma. Even the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki, who inherited the bloodline elimination of dust release, has not been able to learn the Dustless Miasma. On the contrary, the degraded version of the camouflage hiding technique has been mastered by a few lucky people. It must be said that the second-generation Tsuchikage is worthy of his other nickname of Wise General. If it were not for his unnecessary action, God knows how many years it would take for a genius who can master the Dustless Miasma to appear in the Hidden Rock Village. In comparison, this degraded version of the camouflage hiding technique has allowed the Hidden Rock ninjas to have several top assassins on the battlefield. In the past, Yu Zhang had also coveted this extremely practical secret technique that was not monopolized by a certain family but was in the hands of the Tsuchikage. But unfortunately, at that time, Yu Zhang lacked enough merit to ask the big-nosed Onaki to teach him the camouflage hiding technique. Moreover, although the Koji clan had not launched a coup at that time, due to the incompetence of the previous generation of clan leaders, the family failed to establish a deep friendship with Onaki, the third-generation Tsuchikage, and could not squeeze into the Tsuchikage building that was already full of vested interests. If not, the previous generation of clan leaders would not have taken the risk and tried to launch a coup to overthrow Onaki's rule and let the Koji clan join the real power class of the Iwagakure village. The topic has gone a bit far. Let's get back to the point. The camouflage hiding technique is a secret technique with Earth escape as the core, mixed with some of the mysteries of Yang escape. Perhaps it is precisely because the core of this secret technique is Earth escape. Yu Zhang saw through the mystery of the camouflage hiding technique, and felt that this secret technique seemed very simple. Coincidentally, his chakra nature is Earth, Yang, and Yin. Unlike the 5 major natures of fire, water, wind, thunder, and earth, which have mature training systems, the training systems of the 2 chakra natures of Yin and Yang are far less mature and complete than those of the 5 major natures. Yin escape is better, because the essence of Yin escape is the control and use of spiritual power, and there is also a very prosperous field of illusion. But Yang escape, it's difficult. Although the essence of Yang escape is the control and use of body energy, strictly speaking, in the system of ninjutsu and genjutsu, taijutsu is the private domain of Yang escape, but the problem is that taijutsu is a typical easy-to-learn and difficult-to-learn thing. There are few strong men who are really famous for the power of Yang escape in the ninja world. For example, the Cloud Ninjas have embarked on the road of using lightning escape chakra to train their bodies, and the Rock Ninjas are also focused on using Earth escape chakra to practice hardening techniques. As for Yang Duna Euro, Ida Euro trademark S really hard to figure it out. 99% of ninjas have practiced taijutsu for a lifetime, but they are not qualified to say that they have learned Yang Dun. Moreover, in the final analysis, the secrets of Yin Dun and Yang Dun are mostly mastered by the families that have inherited the secret technique. After all, the core of the secret technique is the two properties of Yin and Yang. To this day, many young ninjas don't a Euro trademark T even know the concept of Yin Dun and Yang Dun. Speaking of which, the Koji clan also has a secret technique inheritance, but unfortunately, their clan Euro trademark S secret technique is sound illusion, and illusiona Euro belongs to the field of Yin Dun. Logically speaking, Yu Zhang, who was born with the three chakra properties of earth, yang, and yin, should be a good hand at learning the family secret technique. However, Yu Zhang is really like a rolling pin blowing fire in the field of musica Euro. He knows nothing. Therefore, he failed to master the family secret technique a Euro magic flute technique Euro trademark, and could only work hard to study the earth escape technique. But today, he seemed to be about to master the first secret technique in his life. With both hands, he subconsciously imitated Oishia Euro trademark S seal. Speaking of which, unlike the 5 major escape techniques, the seals of secret techniques are as simple as possible. Many secret techniques even simply abandon seals. For example, the A Euro magic flute technique Euro trademark of the Koji clan does not have any seals at all, but instead has a high requirement for the skill of playing the flute. In short, Oishi had only made a Euro not yet a Euro trademark seal before, so even if Yu Zhang did not have the Sharinon, he could still perfectly copy Oishia Euro trademark S seal. At the same time, the chakra in his body was also mobilized. The earth escape chakra and the yang escape chakra were mixed in a fixed proportion and order, and then flowed along a specific meridian route. His figure slowly became transparent, and even the clothes on his body became transparent. But this didn't seem strange. When the Akimichi clan turned into giants, their clothes would become larger, so becoming transparent was not that difficult to accept. Interesting. Yu Zhang lowered his head. He could clearly sense that his hands were blocking his eyes. But what he saw was Qingjian under his feet. No, now is not the time to be happy, we must not forget the business. The sound of metal clanging on the lake startled him, and he quickly drew back his attention from the camouflage technique, raised his head and looked, and saw Huguang and Kakashi fighting hand to hand. Then, he heard the conversation between Huguang and Dashi. Sharinon. Yu Zhang raised his eyebrows. Good fellow. It is obvious that there is only one Uchiha here, which means Obito has opened his eyes? He immediately focused his attention on Obito and clearly sensed Obito's chakra fluctuations, which were much stronger than yesterday. Especially in the brain, the chakra was in a highly active state. He opened his eyes in advance. Yu Zhang exclaimed. Just now, because he was immersed in the camouflage technique, he ignored the conflict on the lake. He thought that this brief negligence might allow Huoguang and Dashi to succeed and snatch the chess piece that he had captured before, no Hara-rin. Unexpectedly, Obito actually opened his eyes. Whether Obito opened his eyes yesterday or today, in short, Obito himself became the biggest variable. His strength was greatly improved after opening his eyes in advance, and he and Kakashi were able to resist the combination of Huoguang and Dashi. Situation. Therefore, it fell into a stalemate. This is my chance. A gleam of light flashed in Yu Zhang's eyes. The current situation is really good for him, the yellow bird hiding behind the mantis and the cicada. Chapter 14 Yellow Bird. Great, so awesome. Lin's eyes widened. Looking at the backs of Kakashi and Obito, her heart couldn't help but beat violently. Especially Obito. The boy who was always injured in the memory broke out of the cocoon and showed a courageous and heroic side that had never been shown before. For no reason, she remembered the words that Obito said before to protect herself. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed, and it became more and more difficult to suppress the violent heartbeat. Pa! Pa! Lin reached out and slapped her cheek hard. She warned herself, now is not the time to think about it. What they need to do now is to help Kakashi and Obito deal with the enemies they encounter. Even if they can't help, they can't become a burden to Kakashi and Obito. Yesterday, Minato-sensei was there, so they finally escaped from danger safely. Today, but there is no Minato-sensei to help them. They need to be responsible for themselves. Are there only two enemies? Lin whispered to herself. At the same time, she reached out to take out a kunao from her ninja bag and held it in her hand, observing the surrounding situation, trying to find an opportunity to help Kakashi and Obito. Just then, "Don't worry, there are only two people, Huo Guang and Daishi." A familiar voice appeared from behind. "You?" Before Lin could react, the arm that seemed to be cast from molten iron wrapped around her and tightly strangled her neck. Although she couldn't see anything with her eyes, she could tell by touch that the person behind her was the IWA ninja who had captured her yesterday and escaped from Minato-sensei. Lin's mood instantly fell to the bottom. What? Is she tricked again? I had been paying attention to the water surface under my feet and alert to the surrounding environment. If someone approached, even if I didn't react in time, I shouldn't be able to notice it at all, right? It can't be a transparent person, right? She grabbed the arm that was strangling her neck with both hands, but all she saw in her field of vision was her own hands. Is he really a transparent person? At this time, suddenly, for some reason, the arm that was wrapped around her neck loosened a little, and the voice that was stuck in her throat burst out, "Obito! Kakashi! Be careful!" Unfortunately, Rin only had time to shout out the names of her teammates. The next second, the arm that seemed to be made of iron tightened again, blocking the rest of her words again. However, such a movement was enough to attract everyone's attention, whether it was Kakashi and Obito as teammates or Huguang and Daishi who acted as enemies. The four of them chose a conservative fighting strategy, thus shifting some of their attention to Nohara Rin. Seeing Rin being held hostage by the invisible man. Rin! Obito was shocked and angry. The double Magatama Sharingan clearly saw that there was a ball of high-intensity chakra behind Rin. He was extremely annoyed. I didn't expect these rock ninjas to be so. There is a third person, and he also has the secret technique that can make himself transparent. It's really hateful, hateful. Lin. Kakashi frowned. This situation. It's more serious than expected, these rock ninjas are really aggressive. However, the two people on the rock ninja side are also confused. What the hell? What's going on? Is that the camouflage hiding technique? As far as they know, there are only two people in the village who have mastered the camouflage hiding technique. In addition to Oishi, the other person is a member of the Umbu. Could it be that the Tsuchikage-sama sent the Umbu to help? However, just when both Konoha and the rock ninjas were in chaos. Crack! The crisp sound of broken bones echoed in the bamboo forest. Daishi looked down in astonishment, and saw the fist that was stained with blood, flesh, and broken bones, and was as black as coal that came out of his chest. Is this Earth Escape technique, Earth Spear? The high-level Earth Escape technique that is said to allow the body to bounce off everything like a diamond? This thought subconsciously emerged in his mind, and then he didn't have time to be angry or hate, and his consciousness collapsed. Coral Branch Jade Zhang. The firelight let out a shrill howl like a wounded wolf. At the same time when Daishi was attacked. He was also attacked suddenly from behind, but his vigilance and reaction speed were much higher than Daishi's, and in order to guard against Kakashi's super high-speed attack, he specially prepared the Earth Substitute technique to counter it. But this method was not used on Kakashi in time, and was consumed by the sudden attack. But thanks to this preparation, he did not die directly like Dashi, and not only did he save his life, but he also saw the true face of the attacker who pierced his earthen substitute. He had black hair and black eyes, handsome appearance, wearing a somewhat worn black combat uniform and dark purple vest, with a very conspicuous yellow gem hanging around his waist. This appearance. It was Huzi Yuzhang, who he had already determined to be dead. "You bastard, do you know what you are doing? Killing your companions, you. Huguang was so shocked that he didn't know what to say. In fact, there were too many questions circling in his mind. Huzi Yuzhang didn't die, so what about the demon leech? Is he dead or alive? And why did Huzi Yuzhang kill himself and Dashi? In addition, how did Huzi Yuzhang master the secret technique of camouflage and hiding? Just now, Huzi Yuzhang took advantage of their attention being attracted by No Hero Lin, used the camouflage technique to lurk behind them, and then used the high-level Earth Escape technique of Earth Escapee Earth Spear to kill them. If there was no camouflage technique, Yuzhang would never have been able to lurk behind them. And this secret technique is in the hands of Lord Tsuchikage. According to the rules set by Lord Tsuchikage, all ninjas who have been taught this secret technique will be recorded in the book. Huzi Yuzhang is obviously not on that list, otherwise it must have been recorded in the intelligence records about the Huzi clan that the Umbu gave them. If it was not taught by Lord Tsuchikage, then where did Huzi Yuzhang learn it from? Did someone teach it privately? But the problem is that there are only 2 people in the Iwaigakur village who master the camouflage hiding technique. Oishi couldn't have secretly taught Koji Yuzhang the camouflage hiding technique, so that means the person in the Umbu is related to Koji Yuzhang? Could it be that there is something wrong with the Umbu? Thinking about this, Huguang himself was actually a little scared by himself. "You two from Konoha, if you don't want your companions to die, cooperate with my shadow clone to kill that Afro." Yu Zhang completely ignored Huguang's question, but only lifted the camouflage hiding technique of his real body, and threatened Kakashi and Obito with no Hara-rin in his arms, "Hurry up, if you let that Afro get away, your companions will be dead." Chapter 15 Huguang swallowed by Huguang. Huguang fled towards the direction of Shinwubi Bridge with a gloomy face. Of course, he wanted to kill the damn traitor Huzi Yuzhang immediately, but his reason had not been destroyed by the anger. Now was not the time to entangle with the traitor Huzi Yuzhang. Escape. Survive. This is the most important thing. After all, even if he stayed and killed the traitor Huzi Yuzhang, he would never be able to escape alive from the hands of these little brats of Konoha. At that time, his mission would be completely failed, and he would not be able to pass on the important information that the traitor family of Huzi clan was connected with the Umbu. So, retreat is his only choice at the moment. Fire Escapee Phoenix Fairy Fire Technique. Balls of flames chased from behind like a torrential rain. Forcing the flames to change direction, using the towering bamboo that required people to hug to dodge the dense fire rain attack, the scorching fireball burned through the bamboo, leaving holes of different sizes on the bamboo that looked like they were eaten by insects. But unfortunately, it failed to hurt Huguang. Fortunately, Obito was not fighting alone. Although his Phoenix Fire technique failed to hurt Huguang, it successfully forced Huguang to change from running in a straight line to running sideways, and this was an opportunity. Earth Escape, Earth Flow Wall. Yu Zhang's shadow clone seized this opportunity. He completed the seal with the speed of a single man for 15 years, and raised a tall and majestic earth wall in front of him, which just blocked Huguang's escape path. Although climbing a wall is not difficult for a ninja, even a genin can easily jump to a tree more than 10 meters high. Not to mention Huguang, a powerful jonin. However, the problem is that although Huguang is a leader among jonins, the enemies he faces are not weaklings. Dang clang! The blades collided. Before Huguang climbed over the earth wall, Kakashi chased up like lightning, wielding the famous White Fang short sword, and launched a swift attack on Huguang. Although he failed to take off Huguang's head in a few rounds, he successfully tripped Huguang's footsteps. A few seconds later, Obito joined the battle holding a kunao. With the double Megatama Sharingan, he could not only see the swift movements of Kakashi and Huguang, but also improve his physical fitness to keep up with their movements. It must be said that the Uchiha clan is really gifted. It's like opening the eyes. Kids of Konoha, are your brains broken? When you fight with me and both of you are injured, not only will your companions' lives be in danger, but you will also be killed by that bastard Yu Zhang. Huguang roared in frustration, trying to shake the fighting will of the two Konoha kids. The two Konoha brats who didn't ask for anything changed sides and joined forces with him to counterattack Yu Zhang, the black-hearted bastard. If they could hesitate a little, it would be enough to give him a chance to escape from this dilemma of 1 against 2. IWA ninja, they are all enemies. Obito replied coldly. The kunao in his hand stabbed at the vital point of Huguang without hesitation. Normal people don't like to be coerced to do things. Although the brains of the Uchiha clan are mostly a little problematic and slightly different from normal people, but they are still similar in that they don't like to be coerced. However, the Uchiha clan is a clan that is obsessed with love. This definition of love is quite broad. The strong feelings for relatives, friends, lovers, families, villages, and all the things they cherish can be called love. For the ones they love in their hearts, they are often crazy to the point of not sacrificing everything. Obito is also Uchiha. His love is not surprising, but it is love in the conventional sense, but his obsession and madness for this love are worthy of his Uchiha surname. For the girl he loves, he forcibly suppressed the anger and displeasure in his heart, and tried his best to launch an endless attack on the fire. Letting you live will hinder the execution of the mission. And both sides will suffer? You are a bit arrogant. This is Kakashi's answer. Although his surname is not Uchiha. But since his father committed suicide, he has been obsessed with the rules of ninjas, and he will do anything to complete the mission. Like this situation now. Although he is very resistant to being threatened by Yu Zhang, the behavior of Huzi Yu Zhang killing the rock ninja named Dashi proves the partial truth of what he said yesterday. That is, the Huzi clan, or Huzi Yu Zhang himself and the rock ninja are no longer in the same camp. On the contrary, Huguang was a serious rock ninja. Even if it was just to destroy the Kannabi bridge without hindrance, he couldn't let Huguang, the rock ninja, escape. Otherwise, it was very likely that when they arrived at the Kannabi bridge, they would see a large number of rock ninjas waiting in a battle line. So, Kakashi chose to hold his nose and temporarily accept Yu Zhang's coercion. Prepared to get rid of Huguang first and then talk about other things. The famous White Fang short knife hit Huguang's vital points. Idiot! Are your two idiots' brains broken? Huguang was caught in a dilemma and was surrounded by danger. He was even more angry at the indifference of the two little ghosts, but unfortunately his anger could not make him explode, but the situation became more and more difficult as time went by. In just 2 or 3 minutes, he had more than a dozen wounds on his body. Although none of them were serious injuries. But it cannot be said that these wounds had no effect on him. In such a high-intensity fight, a small problem would be infinitely magnified and become a key issue that determines victory or defeat or even life and death. Besides, don't forget that in addition to Kakashi and Obito, there is also Yu Zhang's shadow clone lurking. Just when Huguang was forced back to the earth wall behind him by Kakashi's sword light, earth escapee rock pillar spear, Yu Zhang's shadow clone took action decisively. One by one, sharp rock spears made of rock and soil emerged from the earth wall, growing and expanding at a very fast speed, and in an instant they touched Huguang's back, which was close to him, and successfully tore his clothes and flesh, but before penetrating into his internal organs, Huguang used them in time. The earth substitute technique left a clay-made self to bear the fatal attack instead. The clay clone Huguang was pierced through the chest and abdomen by the rock spears, and then his body turned into soft mud and scattered. And Huguang's real body did not escape far. Substitution technique, like hardening technique, is a general term, a category that covers many kinds of ninjutsu. Earth substitute technique is just one kind of substitute technique, and it is considered a very advanced substitute technique. As long as there are rocks and soil nearby, it can basically be used. However, no matter how advanced the substitute technique is, their function is to transfer damage, so as to achieve the purpose of waiting for an opportunity to counterattack or escape, and it cannot directly help them stay away from the battlefield. In other words, Huo Guang's real body is still in this battlefield. What's more unfortunate is that there is an Uchiha among his opponents, and the double Magatama Sharingan sees through his chakra fluctuations and predicts the location where his real body will appear after he performs the substitute technique. And after predicting the location where his true body would appear, fire style, great fireball technique. A huge and fiery fireball spit out from Obito's mouth, and rushed straight to the predicted location, just in time to completely engulf the flames that escaped from the attack of Yu Zhang's shadow clone. Chapter 16 Magical Shackle Technique. Chapter 16 Magical Shackle Technique. The fiery fireball burned the flames to ashes, leaving only some residues that were not easy to burn, such as a few broken bones, and iron products such as blades and kunai that were melted and deformed. All these residues were piled up in the burnt black pit on the ground. Well done! Yu Zhang, who was holding Nohara Rin hostage, came over, looked at the ashes left in the pit, and smiled and praised Kakashi and Obito. At this point, the 3 members of the original death squad who went to Kannabi Bridge were all dead, leaving only Yu Zhang, the 4th person who joined temporarily. In contrast, Uchiha Obito, who should have fallen in this action, is still alive and kicking, staring at Yu Zhang with his double Magatama Sharingan full of murderous intent. I have killed that Afro, now, let Lin go immediately. Obito stared at Yu Zhang. If Lin was not still held hostage by Yu Zhang, he would have rushed up to fight Yu Zhang to the death. Let go of Lin? What are you talking about in your sleep? Yu Zhang looked at Obito with doubtful eyes, not afraid of the double Magatama Sharingan at all. If it was a 3 Magatama Sharingan, he probably wouldn't risk looking at it directly, but it was just a double Magatama. He was not afraid of the illusion of the double Magatama Sharingan. In fact, Obito did perform illusion at this moment. As a true Uchiha, even though his parents died early, he still accepted the training that an Uchiha should receive from the clan. He has learned fire escape technique, illusion technique, and Uchiha-style shuriken technique. However, many abilities need to open the eyes to truly master or exert their due power. Among them, illusion is the most typical example. Even though he had received a complete illusion education from his family, he had never used illusion in battle before. This was not because he lacked talent in illusion, but because Uchiha illusions were basically based on opening the Sharingan to truly master. 99% of Uchiha illusions are pupil-based illusions. This means that no matter how hard an unblinded Uchiha ninja studies the family illusion, as long as he does not open his eyes, he can only stay in the theoretical stage and cannot put the results of his study into practice. However, as long as he opens his eyes, all problems will be solved. This is the case with Obito. After opening his eyes, not only did his chakra quality and quantity improve dramatically, his physical fitness was also greatly enhanced, and he also mastered many methods that he had studied before but could not master because he did not open his eyes. Illusion is one of them. When dealing with Huo Guang before, Huo Guang had been very cautious and careful not to look at him, and had not found an opportunity to use illusion to control Huo Guang. But now, Yu Zhang actually looked at him without any defense, so Obito did not hesitate to use Magica Jail Hang technique. This is a kind of immobilization technique. It can pull the enemy into the illusion space, and insert huge iron nails into the enemy's body, so as to fix the enemy, so that his mental consciousness is trapped in the illusion space and difficult to break free, and the real body will also fall into a state of being unable to move independently. At this moment, in this illusion space with no sky and no earth, where there is only endless dark red, Obito and Yu Zhang stand opposite each other. And 2 huge iron nails are inserted into Yu Zhang's body, piercing his left chest and right ribs respectively. Uchiha's illusion? No need to make a seal, just one look will make you fall, it's really terrible. Yu Zhang looked down at the 2 iron nails nailed on his consciousness body. These iron nails brought him real pain. Fortunately, the reason why the consciousness body is called a consciousness body is because it is essentially just a group of consciousness. This humanoid posture is just a natural projection of the mental consciousness on the appearance of the body. There is no so-called vital point of the body. It is not important where the iron nails are nailed, but the number of iron nails, because the number represents the strength of the shackle technique. 2 iron nails. It is already a good level in the Uchiha clan. Even for the Uchiha who opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, there are many people who can only use the shackle technique with the strength of 2 iron nails. The strength of 3 iron nails is also the level of an absolute master in the Uchiha clan. As for 4 iron nails, there are very few people in the Uchiha clan who can achieve this level. So, Obito is a genius. Apart from anything else, at least his talent in the field of illusion is obviously very high. This is the bitter fruit of your underestimation of the Uchiha, et. Obito looked at the dark palm that suddenly grasped his kunao in astonishment, and looked at the man who should have been restrained by his shackle technique, but in fact seemed to be completely unaffected by his shackle technique and blocked his surprise attack. Look down on Uchiha? How dare I look down on Uchiha? In this world where bloodline is supreme, who dares to look down on you Uchiha? It's just, the double Magatama Sharingan can't represent Uchiha. If you want to teach people a lesson on behalf of Uchiha, wait until you open the main Jikaya. Yu Zhang's right hand suddenly exerted force, and his palm, as hard as diamond, easily crushed the kunao forged from top-grade steel, and swept Obito away like sweeping garbage, rolling in the bamboo leaves on the ground. At the same time, he raised his left foot and kicked it diagonally backward, meeting the attacking snow-white knife light. The short knife shining with white light cut through the sole of Yu Zhang's shoe, but failed to cut off Yu Zhang's dark sole. Instead, Kakashi, who launched a surprise attack, was kicked away by the powerful force transmitted from the white fang short knife, and hit a giant bamboo behind him heavily. Ahem! Obito turned over and stood firm, coughed twice, and then adjusted his disordered breathing. He raised his head. He stared at Yu Zhang with a very serious look. This time, he did not use illusion again. If the shackle technique just now failed to control Yu Zhang, then, the other illusions he mastered would most likely be ineffective, because none of the illusions he learned was superior to the shackle technique in essence, but they were different in the effects they played. Without a breakthrough improvement in his pupil power, and before he learned higher-level pupil technique illusions, it was impossible to say that he relied on illusions to have any effect on Yu Zhang, the hateful enemy. How did you break my shackle technique? Even though he knew that the possibility of getting an answer was slim, Obito still couldn't help asking this question. Chapter 17 Illusions are useless. How to break the shackle technique. After repeating Obito's question, Yu Zhang laughed softly. He did not answer the question directly, but asked Obito in return, Uchiha boy, what do you think is the essence of illusion? The essence of illusion? Obito frowned slightly. As an Uchiha who has received a complete education, he certainly knows what the essence of illusion is. Isn't the essence of illusion spiritual energy? What's there to say about this? Not only Uchiha. In fact, as long as students who graduated from ninja schools have listened carefully and studied, they also understand that illusions are the use of spiritual power. So, in Obito's view, there is really nothing to say about this thing. What's there to say? Yu Zhang's smile became brighter and brighter. Although you are a genius, you are indeed a fool. Since you know that the essence of illusion is spiritual energy, then the battle of illusion is nothing more than the collision of spiritual energy. I can break your shackle technique because my spiritual energy is stronger. This is not a lie, but it can only be said to be incomplete. Indeed, the battle of illusion is the collision of spiritual energy, but this collision is the same as the confrontation of physical skills and ninjutsu in a sense. Not only the strength will affect the final victory or defeat, but the level of skills can also interfere with the direction of the final result. The reason why the illusions of the Uchiha family are so terrible is that, first, the power of the Sharingan is very high. When the amount of spiritual energy is almost the same, the Uchiha is undoubtedly stronger. Second, the ninjas of the Uchiha family are born with a high reserve of spiritual energy. After opening the Sharingan, the quality and quantity of spiritual energy will be greatly improved. It is not rare to surpass the Uchiha in terms of spiritual energy reserves. Third, the I-type illusions of the Uchiha family are undoubtedly first class in terms of skills. Under the polishing of the geniuses of the Uchiha family for thousands of years, the illusions that can be passed down to this day are all the best of the best without exception. Because of this, there is a saying that facing an Uchiha with his eyes opened, at least two strong men of the same level are needed to try to fight him. This saying is to confirm that most ninjas in the ninja world cannot withstand the illusions of the Uchiha, and they can't break free from the shackles of the Uchiha illusions by themselves, and they need their companions to lend a hand. The reason why Yu Zhang was able to break Obito's shackle technique is quite complicated. The reason is that the Huzi clan, which is known as the Magic Flute, is also an expert in illusion. In this world where bloodline is supreme, through the efforts of generations, the members of the Huzi clan are born with very strong spiritual energy. In addition, they have been cultivated and trained since childhood, so they have a high resistance to illusion. The second reason is that Yu Zhang, the time traveler, is born with a strong spiritual energy far beyond that of his clan members. If he had not lacked talent in the field of music, he would never have been able to master the magic flute technique passed down from his family, and he would not have been promoted to a jonin at the age of 15. Fortunately, although he could not use this strong spiritual energy to attack the enemy, he was able to use it to break the enemy's illusion. Speaking of which, the Huzi clan is really good. Even if Yu Zhang failed to practice the magic flute technique passed down from his family, he was not abandoned. There were indeed a few immature children who laughed at him, but these children were beaten up by their parents without exception, and they came to Yu Zhang to apologize the next day. Most of the clan members showed more pity for the fall of Yu Zhang, the genius. His treatment in the clan did not drop drastically because of his failure. Instead, after he said that he was going to concentrate on studying the earth escape technique in the future, he was provided with many earth escape techniques practiced by his predecessors. It was the warm and united atmosphere of the Koji clan that made Yu Zhang always think about rescuing those clan members who stayed in the Hidden Rock village. The topic has gone a little far. In short, it was based on the above two reasons that Yu Zhang was very confident to face Obito's double Megatama Sharingan. However, after colliding with Obito's Jaghang technique, the Eye of God gave Yu Zhang unexpected help. While being dragged into the illusion space by the Jaghang technique, he suddenly found that he could continue to observe everything in the outside world with the help of the Eye of God. It is not quite accurate to say so. To be precise, the Eye of God does not have the ability to see, but it gives his eyes the power of seeing. The window he uses to observe the world is still his usual eyes, but, at the moment when his consciousness was dragged into the illusion space, he saw the scenery he had never seen before. He saw the chakra flowing in Obito's body. He saw the fresh breath wandering among the grass and trees. He saw the majestic energy surging in the earth. It is precisely because of the existence of this transcendent vision that Obito's shackle technique did not play any effect at all, because illusion is to interfere with the opponent's five senses with chakra, disrupt the opponent's chakra, make it fall into illusion, and thus lose control of the body. In short, if the target is not in an illusion, then the illusion is meaningless at all, because if the consciousness is not in an illusion, then there is no situation of losing control of the body. Therefore, Obito's illusion did not have any effect on Yu Zhang from beginning to end, and the actions of Obito and Kakashi could not be said to be hidden from Yu Zhang. Okay, stop talking about these irrelevant gossips. Now the war between Konoha and Iwagakure is at a white-hot stage. There is no extra time to waste. White Fang's son, Uchiha's brat, let's talk about cooperation. Yu Zhang held Lin hostage, his eyes wandering on Kakashi and Obito. If you doubted me yesterday, it would be understandable, but now, you should not doubt my determination to deal with Iwagakure, right? Obito and Kakashi, who regrouped, stared at Yu Zhang without saying a word. But silence itself is an answer. At this point, there is really no need to doubt whether the man in front of him really betrayed Iwagakure. The only problem is that betraying Iwagakure does not mean that he is standing in the same trench with Konoha. Dealing with such a traitor really requires careful consideration. To show my sincerity, I will help you destroy the Kannabi bridge first, and in exchange, you need to convince your teacher Yellow Flash to go to Iwagakure with me to rescue people. Before rescuing my people, I will take good care of your companions. Chapter 18 Sumashi, Save me. This is impossible. Obito loudly rejected. We can discuss whether to cooperate, but I will never agree to hand over Lin's safety to you. His scarlet eyes almost spit out flames, that is, the previous rescue operation failed, and now he is not sure to rescue Lin, so he barely restrained the urge to take action. But even so, after hearing what Yu Zhang said, he still couldn't accept that Lin was held hostage by Yu Zhang. Uchiha brats, I'm not negotiating with you. What I said just now is to inform you that whether you are willing or not, if you don't want your companions to get into trouble, just make this deal with me honestly, otherwise, the useless chips will only end up being destroyed. Yu Zhang slowly threatened. He was not afraid that the two boys opposite him would break the jar and throw it away. After all, Kakashi didn't say it, Obito was a ruthless man who would turn the world upside down for Lin. In the eyes of this Uchiha obsessed with love, even the whole world is not as good as their love. For their love, even if it means backstabbing his mentor, slaughtering his relatives, or even destroying the world, he will not hesitate. As long as he can control Lin, then it is equivalent to controlling Uchiha Obito in his hands. At the same time, there is a possibility of contacting Namikaze Minato again and continuing negotiations. Obito gritted his teeth, wishing he could pounce on Yu Zhang and tear off his flesh and blood. But there is no way. Looking at Lin being held hostage by Yu Zhang, he did not dare to act impulsively, for fear that the rescue would fail again and really anger Yu Zhang. If something unthinkable happened at that time, I dare not think about it, I really dare not think about it. I only think about such a future for a moment, and I feel like my heart is burning and I am in agony. Just then, we can't make decisions for the teacher, Kakashi said coldly. Besides, Obito and I are just ordinary ninjas in the village. We can't bear the crime of colluding with the rock ninja. Let's not talk about cooperation anymore. Are the son of White Fang and the Uchiha kid just ordinary ninjas? Konoha is really scary. Yu Zhang laughed softly, but then said, but I understand what you mean. Cooperation is just a name after all. I have never planned to sign a written contract with you. All I want from beginning to end is to rescue my people. Obito, we should continue our mission. Kakashi turned his eyes to his companions. But Lin is safe for now. The most urgent thing is to complete our mission. Only when we complete the mission and end the war with the rock ninja, the teacher can come to help. Although it is very unpleasant to say this, Obito, we must admit that we can't deal with this guy by just the two of us. Kakashi did not hide his malice towards Yu Zhang when he said this. Yu Zhang didn't care about this. From the moment he decided to use tough measures, he didn't expect to have a good relationship with these people in Konoha. As long as he could achieve his goal, then, even if Kakashi and Obito hated him, what would it matter? Anyway, his future destination is not in Konoha. I know. Obito said with gritted teeth. As Kakashi said, it is impossible for the two of them to rescue Lin from Yu Zhang. In this case, if they don't want Lin to be hurt, they have no choice but to accept Yu Zhang's coercion. It would be a relief for Kakashi to accept Yu Zhang's coercion. Otherwise, if Kakashi firmly refuses Yu Zhang's coercion, that would be a real headache. Since you all have no opinions, then I will tell you about the defense situation near the Kannabi bridge. Next, Yu Zhang spilled all the information he knew about the defense situation of the Kannabi bridge. After a heated debate, the four agreed on an action plan. Then, go straight into action. Yu Zhang carried the captive Nohara Rin and fled towards the Kannabi bridge under the pursuit of Kakashi and Obito, because the patrol team led by Huo Guang had only Yu Zhang as the survivor, and the rock ninjas had not received the news that the patrol team had suffered a near-destructive blow. Their journey to the Kannabi bridge was smooth and unimpeded. Until, when they were less than 3 kilometers away from the Kannabi bridge, they encountered a 12-member rock ninja joint action team. The leader was a special jonin named Tsumashi. A very serious and confident man. Tsumashi, save me! When Yu Zhang saw such a large number of rock ninjas, his pupils shrank suddenly, and then his face immediately showed a look of surprise as if he saw a savior, and he shouted for help, "I am being chased by Konoha's ninjas, save me quickly!" Koji Yu Zhang. Tsumashi also recognized Yu Zhang. Although everyone is not familiar with each other, there are only so many jonin of the rock ninja army stationed in the land of grass. Even if they are not familiar with each other, it does not prevent me from writing down some basic information, not to mention that the only 4 jonin of the Koji clan are now famous, it is hard not to know them. Besides, this time he was ordered to support the jonin team led by Huo Guang, and he knew that Koji Yu Zhang was a member of Huo Guang's jonin team. However, at the moment, he only saw Koji Yu Zhang. But Huo Guang, Dashi, and Maji were not seen. Where is Huo Guang? Where are Dashi and Maji? Why are you alone? Suma Shi frowned and asked. Dead, all dead. The demon leech was killed by the yellow flash of Konoha. Huo Guang and Daishi died in the hands of the 2 Konoha ninjas who were chasing me. You can interrogate this Konoha ninja I captured later, Tsumashi. The most urgent thing is to deal with the pursuers behind me. Yu Zhang carried Nohara Lin and stopped more than 10 meters away from Tsumashi. He did not get too close, but moved around to the back of Tsumashi and his group. Dead. Tsumashi was shocked. This is completely different from what he expected. Huo Guang, Dashi, and Mazai are all dead, so who is he coming to support? To support Huzi Yu Zhang, the cannon fodder? Wait. Why are Huo Guang and the others dead, but Huzi Yu Zhang, the cannon fodder who should be consumed first, is still alive? Is there something behind this? Chapter 19 Collective Ninjutsu. There was no extra time for Tsumashi to think about whether there was any problem with the current situation of the Firelight Squad. To be honest, he was just a little curious about what kind of situation the Firelight team encountered, so that only Koji Yu Zhang survived in the end, and he did not consider the possibility that Koji Yu Zhang betrayed him. In the final analysis, even though the Koji clan was regarded as traitors by the die-hard supporters of the third Tsuchikage, in fact, few people thought that the Koji clan ninjas really dared to be traitors, because these days, if the Koji clan stayed in the village, they still had the hope of being reborn one day in the future, but if they really became traitors, then the Koji clan will really be expelled from the ninja world. The other 2 clans that participated in the coup chose to accept their fate, and all the ninjas in the clan died on the battlefield. Only women and girls were left in the village. In the future, whether these 2 clans can be reborn depends on whether these women can survive in the Hidden Rock village after losing the protection of the clan ninjas and find good enough sons-in-law. At the same time, it depends on whether the Tsuchikage will allow the names of these 2 clans to appear in the village again. In short, although the hope of rebirth is slim, it is better than complete despair. To be honest, such views and perceptions are not wrong. After all, these ninja world wars have made all knowledgeable people realize that ninja families must rely on ninja villages to have a long-term inheritance. Without the protection of ninja villages, even the Uchiha clan would find it difficult to survive on their own. However, in this era, not many people still remember that the Koji clan was not rooted in the mountains of the land of Earth for generations. They came from the sea, but at the end of the Warring States period, they left the vast ocean by accident and came to these mountains. Land, joined the Hidden Rock village. What is even more unexpected is that the Koji clan still has ties with its old allies on the sea. And what is even more unimaginable is that the Koji clan is really crazy enough to completely betray the Hidden Rock ninja and return to their old homeland. In short, because of the lack of in-depth understanding of the Koji clan, no Hidden Rock ninja really thinks that the Koji clan dares to say that they betrayed the village, and Tsumashi is no exception. And just as they were talking, behind, the figures of Kakashi and Obito galloping appeared in the sight of the Hidden Rock ninjas. Two brats. Tsumashi raised his eyebrows. Don't be careless, Huguang and Daishi capsized because they underestimated those two brats. One of the two brats should be the son of Konoha White Fang, and the other is an open-eyed Uchiha. They are not easy to deal with. Yu Zhang, who had already circled behind more than a dozen rock ninjas, spoke quickly. White Fang's son. Uchiha with open eyes. Hearing the information provided by Yu Zhang, Suma Ji's expression became very solemn. Whether it is White Fang's son or Uchiha with open eyes, they are both worth his vigilance. After all, although he has a large number of people, there are only 3 special jonins in the joint force he leads, including him, and the remaining 9 are all Chunin. Facing the enemy who can kill Huoguang and Dashi, 2 jonins, and chase Yu Zhang, you can't be careless. Of course, you can't be careless. If the fight really started, he was confident that he would win. Although the individual strength of the special jonin was not as strong as that of the jonin, the reason why the special jonin was that they were good at and proficient in special skills. Because of the difference in skills, the strength of the special jonin was also uneven. For example, the special jonin who was good at education and the special jonin who was good at assassination. Their combat effectiveness was naturally completely different. And Tsumashi, the special skill he was good at was gathering people. Do it! Just when Kakashi and Obito rushed over and saw that there was only a distance of more than 20 meters left, Tsumashi shouted loudly. The next moment, including himself, the 12 rock ninjas formed seals in unison and slapped their right hands on the ground in unison, earth escapee splitting earth palm. 12 people joined forces to perform the same earth escape technique. And it was not a simple superposition, but a mutual amplification, doubling the destructive power of this earth escape technique. In just a moment, the ground beneath their feet was shaken by human power, and the ground in front of the rock ninjas broke, as dense as a spider web, and the cracks that seemed to be bottomless like an abyss spread rapidly, easily destroying most of the footholds in front. This destructive power. To be honest, even if the rock village is proficient in, there are only a few jonins who can do this level of earth escape technique. This is gathering people. Gathering the power of everyone to release a powerful ninjutsu, doing things that ordinary jonin may not be able to do. Although he failed to directly solve the 2 Konoha kids who were chasing Yu Zhang, he also successfully blocked their progress and forced them to disperse. Then, earth escape technique, earth and stone dragon. Tsumashi led his subordinates behind him to form seals again and performed another offensive earth escape technique. The earth and stones on the ground gathered together to form a giant dragon with a prominent head and horns, and crushed towards Obito with an overwhelming force. The power was so great, invincible. It's just that. Earth escape technique, earth flow wall. In front of Obito, a majestic and tall rock wall suddenly rose up, blocking the powerful earth dragon for a second, giving Obito a chance to retreat and avoid it, narrowly avoiding the earth dragon's rampage. What's going on? Suma was shocked and angry. Just now, he saw clearly that the earth flow wall technique was definitely not released by the 2 Konoha brats who couldn't stand firmly, but someone else released this defensive earth escape technique, and the source of the chakra fluctuations that released this earth escape technique seemed to be on his side? Suma looked back. He saw Yu Zhang, who was making seals at a very fast speed. Such a complex seal. It is most likely a powerful offensive ninjutsu. A bad premonition surged into his heart, but before he could react and respond, Yu Zhang had already completed the seal. Earth Escapee Turbo Spear. The next second, a thick, sharp stone spear emerged from the ground below, stabbing the rock ninjas who were releasing ninjutsu together and had almost no defense against the rear. In this round of attack, 7 of the 12 rock ninjas died on the spot and 3 were seriously injured. Only Sumashi and another special jonin were lucky and only suffered minor injuries. Chapter 20 The Collapse of the Kannabi Bridge. Koji Yu Zhang, you bastard, do you know what you are doing? Dare to betray the village, and all of you, the Koji clan, regardless of gender, age, will die without a burial place. Sumashi pressed the wound on the outside of his thigh, standing in the dense forest of rock spears, staring at Yu Zhang, who suddenly stabbed them in the back with his eyes full of hatred. If looks could kill, Yu Zhang would have been riddled with holes by now. Sumashi, why are you the same as Maji and Huguang, saying the same nonsense over and over again? Don't you have anything else to say? Yu Zhang sighed, looking helpless, and then said, although I am a little tired of saying this, but I still want to tell you. Even if I don't become a traitor, will the village let our Koji clan go? He sneered and continued, according to the rules of our Uegakur village, when all the ninjas of the Koji family are killed in battle, the female clan members who remain in the village will become reproductive tools of other families, and the young and old male clan members will also die in the future. It won't be long before the Koji clan will be completely removed from the Uegakur village. Such a future. Am I right? So what? That's just the fate of a traitor. Sumashi roared with a fierce look. Hehe, that's right, but since we are all going to die, then instead of waiting to die, I would rather betray to the end. Yu Zhang also responded coldly. It doesn't matter if it's right or wrong. Yu Zhang doesn't care, he just doesn't want to die, and doesn't want to throw away this hard-earned second life journey so easily, so, whoever wants him dead, he will kill him, this is the truth he believes in now. You must not die well. You, the Koji clan, must not. Crack. The sound of the broken ribs is so crisp. The pitch-black fist pierced through Sumashi's chest. Behind Sumashi was Yu Zhang's shadow clone, who was lurking in the past using the camouflage technique. When he punched Sumashi, he lifted the camouflage technique. Unfortunately, Sumashi's attention was mainly focused on Yu Zhang's real body in front of him, and the rest of his attention was on the 2 little ghosts of Konoha. In any case, he did not expect that the fatal blow to him came from the enemy who mastered the art of camouflage and hiding. The result of being shot through the chest is needless to say. Let this brave and combative, 26-year-old rock ninja embark on the end of his life. Another special jonin, who was also young, was horrified and wanted to escape at all costs, but unfortunately Kakashi and Obito blocked the way. The 2 of them joined forces and easily defeated the last person of the joint action team, who was ordered to support the Firelight team without much effort. After the battlefield was quickly cleaned up. The group set out again, walked the last 3 kilometers, and came to the bridge called Kannabi Bridge across the canyon. You can start now. Yu Zhang stood at the bridge head, looked at the bridge that was about to be destroyed, and then cast his eyes on Kakashi and Obito. It's not that I have to help destroy this bridge that will not resist, right? Humph. Just watch. Kakashi snorted coldly, and took out several sealing scrolls with quick movements, from which he took out an astonishing number of detonating tags. There is nothing much to say about what happened next. Kakashi and Obito jumped up and down like monkeys, pasted psoriasis-like detonating tags all over the Kannabi bridge, and then detonated them, accompanied by a loud boom and billowing black smoke rising into the sky. The huge Kannabi bridge collapsed and fell. the supply line of the rock ninja was broken. On the bridge, Heitake Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Rin, who was held hostage by Yu Zhang, witnessed this scene together. Come! Already heading towards a new direction. At the same time, the front-line battlefield where Konoha and Iwagakure confronted each other, the scenery of the past with the wind blowing the grass has disappeared, and the two groups of ninjas from Konoha village and Iwagakure village launched a fierce offensive and defensive battle on this field. In order to kill all the enemies on the opposite side, they exhausted all means and displayed powerful ninjutsu. While the topography here was constantly distorted, one after another, ninjas fell to the ground under the harvest of sickles like wheat in the harvest season. Damn it, I can't hold on. The attack of this group of Iwagakure is too fierce. Behind the raised mound, the remaining 4 Konoha ninjas were pressed down by the rocks that fell like a rainstorm and couldn't raise their heads. Hold on, Minato will definitely come. The commander, Miyaken Yejuan, looked heavy-hearted, but he still spoke to cheer up the remaining 3 subordinates. Master Yejuan, how can we hold on in this situation? The young subordinate was pale, and his eyes were full of despair. Before he could finish his words, Miyaken Yejuan suddenly sensed the chakra fluctuations that appeared behind him. He turned his head and looked over. When he saw the appearance of the person coming, his face immediately showed an expression of being saved. He said excitedly, Minato, you are finally here. That's right. The one who hurried to the front battlefield was none other than Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato. Senior Yejuan, what's the situation now? Minato didn't waste time on greetings and asked straight to the point. The enemy should have about 50 people at present. In comparison, there are only 4 of us left on our side. Maimura Yejuan looked ashamed. As a commander, he was to blame for the battle. Although the root cause was that Konoha was outnumbered from the beginning. Although Maimura Yejuan was a jonin, he was not a genius who could turn the tide of the battle by himself. It was inevitable that the battle would turn out like this. It was better to say that he could hold on until Minato arrived. His command ability was quite excellent. Senior Yejuan, please help throw these kunai to the enemy, and leave the rest to me. Minato took down 2 scrolls and spread them out to summon 2 rows of densely placed trident kunai. There were exactly the same spell marks on the handles of these kunai. What a joke! Just you alone. Stop talking nonsense, and do what Minato says. Maimura Yejuan showed the majesty of a commander at the right time, and forcibly suppressed the young and somewhat rebellious subordinates. He said sternly, everyone, open your eyes and watch how our Konoha's Yellow Flash fights. Remember not to blink, the battle is over in a moment, if you blink, you will miss it. A few seconds later, the battle was over. More than 50 Iwagakure ninjas on the front line were wiped out. Chapter 21 The Disappeared Ninjas of the Koji Clan. The Land of Grass, North. A village that has become the base of the Iwagakure ninja army. In the center of the village, a mansion that looks quite luxurious. It seems to be the residence of the village chief in the past. However, the original residents had fled long before the Iwagakure ninjas arrived. The Iwagakure ninja army requisitioned the mansion without hesitation and set up the highest command post on the front line here. In the tea room of the mansion, the news just came that the troops led by the dead man in the east were wiped out. The man who spoke was a very old-looking man. His name was Huang Tu, and he was the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Although he was only 27 years old, he was already the highest commander of the Rock Ninja Army's frontline troops in the Land of Grass. Speaking of which, the 27-year-old Huang Tu didn't look very young. I don't know if it was because he was born with a rather ugly appearance, or because of too much pressure. In short, he had deep wrinkles on his forehead, dark circles and eye bags, and a scruffy beard on his chin. It can be seen that he hadn't trimmed it for several days. How could it be? Didn't that guy Dong Siren say that he was about to break through Konoha's defense line? How come, a euro? The person who answered the question was also a rock ninja who was about the same age as Huang Tu, but unlike Huang Tu, he did not have a beard, but only painted 2 long lines of eyeshadow under his eyes. His name is Wen Yat. He is a good player among Huang Tu's generation. If Huo Guang and Da Shi are considered middle class, then Wen Yat is definitely an upper class player, and his sexiness is also very good. He is steady, reliable, and has good leadership, so he was chosen by the third Tsuchikage as Huang Tu's deputy. At this moment, when he heard what Huang Tu said, he was shocked. After the initial shock, he hurriedly asked, "Has Konoha's reinforcements arrived? Have you found out how many people have arrived? I'll go organize them now, but I just checked the warehouse, and there are not enough kunao and shurikens. I have to urge the village to send them over quickly." Ninja fighting does not mean that they use ninjutsu to attack each other all the time. In fact, due to the limitation of chakra, ninjutsu is often reserved for the final word. Except for those who are born with chakra, most ninjas rely on physical combat, whether fighting or fighting, and long-range attacks rely on throwing kunao and shuriken. Therefore, ninjas also rely heavily on logistics when fighting. If the logistics can't keep up, then the frontline ninjas won't even have enough kunao and shuriken, and what's the point of fighting? That's why the attacking rock ninjas value the supply routes behind their own backs so much. However, there's no need to work hard. Huang Tu shook his head with a gloomy face. What do you mean? Wen Yat, who was calculating how many people he needed to mobilize to continue the frontline offensive, frowned and realized something was wrong. At this time, he looked at Huang Tu carefully and found that Huang Tu's face was quite bad, as ugly as when his mother passed away a few years ago. From the traces left on the front battlefield, it should be Konoha's Yellow Flash who annihilated the East Dead people. Yellow Flash? Wen Yi raised his eyebrows. This is indeed a headache. Although the Yellow Flash is a person, this kind of top powerhouse plays one against many, just like the previous third-generation Raikage fought against the Rock Ninja army of up to 10,000 in order to cover the retreat of the new generation of Cloud Ninja, and it took 3 days and 3 nights to kill the third-generation Raikage. And Konoha's Yellow Flash. Although he is young, there is no doubt that he is a top powerhouse who can fight against many like the third-generation Raikage. Meeting this kind of enemy is the most headache for these commanders. Before he could think of a way to deal with the threat of the Yellow Flash, he heard Huang Tu say again, "I called you here not only because of the above matter, but I just received a letter from the back. The Shinwubi Bridge was blown down." What? Wen Ya felt as if he had been hit by a club, and his head was buzzing. The Shinwubi Bridge was blown down? Then, what's the point of fighting? The supplies in the temporary warehouse are enough to fight 2 major battles. At this time, he finally understood what Huang Tu meant by no need to work hard. The supply line was cut off. There was really no need to work hard. There was no way to fight at all. If they continued to fight, they would definitely suffer. It's better to stop the loss as soon as possible. So, Huguang and the others. All the news has been cut off, and something must have happened. Then, what should we do next? Wen Ya looked at Huang Tu. Although he knew very well that there were no extra options to choose from, Huang Tu was the supreme commander, and Huang Tu had to make the final decision on such important matters. Hearing Wen Ya's question, Huang Tu frowned and said nothing. Just at this moment, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door, and as soon as the person entered the yard, he shouted loudly, "Lord Huang Tu, something happened." This voice made Huang Tu, who was worried, feel a sudden shock in his heart. He didn't even ask what happened, and his mood couldn't stop falling. After all, he knew it was definitely not a good thing after hearing that voice. "Gayan, why are you so flustered? Tell me what happened slowly." Wen Ya walked to the door, stretched out his hand to open the door, and looked at the young rock ninja named Gayan who rushed over and asked, "Master Wen Ya, Master Huang Tu." Seeing Wen Ya and Huang Tu standing in the room, Gayan seemed to have found his backbone. His panic calmed down a little, and he said, "It's the Huzi clan. All the people in the Huzi clan are gone." "What did you say?" Huang Tu strode out. He stared at Gayan and asked, "The people of the Koji clan are missing? What does that mean? So many people, can they be lost?" "Lord Huangtu, they really can't be found. At first, the Koji clan's Chunin on duty didn't show up, and we thought there was a delay, so we sent people to look for them. As a result, the people who went said that they couldn't find anyone. Not only the missing Chunin, but also the rest of the Koji clan were missing." Hearing this, Huangtu frowned and asked directly, "Did you ask the perception ninja to search?" "We did, and we couldn't sense the chakra of any Koji clan member around the station." "Did you ask the sentry?" "We asked, and they said everything is normal." Huangtu suddenly fell silent with an ugly face. "Huangtu, send someone to report to the village." Wen Ya sighed softly at this time. "Whether it is the situation we are facing now, or the suspected defection of the Huzi clan, everything must be reported to the Tsuchikage-sama as soon as possible." Chapter 22 Negotiation Successful. Time goes forward a little bit, and after destroying the Kannabi bridge, Yu Zhang immediately carried Nohara Rin and moved towards the Rock Ninja Army's base camp in the Land of Grass, while Kakashi and Obito could only follow Yu Zhang not far away. It's not that they are really willing to work for Yu Zhang, but they are trying to find Yu Zhang's flaws and rescue Rin directly. Of course, if there is really no opportunity, then they can only wait for the teacher to come and negotiate. Anyway, Obito will never abandon Rin, and Kakashi's words. In view of the fact that their mission has been completed, they did not recite the ninja rules again, but followed Yu Zhang with Obito. Then, when they were still 6 or 7 kilometers away from the Rock Ninja Army's base camp, "Teacher!" Obito's joyful shout came from behind. At the same time, Yu Zhang also sensed the chakra fluctuations that were not familiar, but not unfamiliar. He stopped immediately and looked back. "See you again, Mr. Yellow Flash of Konoha." Yu Zhang waved to Minato Namikaze, who appeared beside Kakashi and Obito, and greeted loudly, with a little joy on his face, as if he had forgotten that he was carrying Minato Namikaze's disciple as a prisoner on his shoulders. Minato stood on the treetop, his eyes swept around, and took in the surrounding scenery at the first time, the gloomy forest, the 2 gloomy disciples, and the young Uegaku carrying his other disciple with a smile on his face. Then he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, Kakashi and the others were no match for the Uegaku in front after all. It's a pity that I hurried, but I still couldn't catch up. But fortunately, the disciples are still alive, and they all look intact, without missing any limbs. Even if Rin was captured again, at least she doesn't look serious. Kakashi, Obito, where is this place? How did you complete your mission? While asking, I was thinking whether to save Lin first, or to destroy the Kannabi bridge first. Alas! It's another difficult choice, and to be honest, the latter task is probably not difficult, but the former. I'm not sure. In order to save Lin before, I had already used the Sage mode as a trump card. This time, the opponent must be prepared, and it is unlikely to repeat the trick. Speaking of which, the mark of the technique he left on the opponent can no longer be sensed, and I don't know what means he used to get rid of it. However, that thing is just difficult to remove, not really impossible to clean. As long as if the carrier of the ritual mark is destroyed, the ritual mark will naturally dissipate. For example, if the ritual mark is left on a person, it is enough to make a wound to destroy the integrity of the ritual mark. If it is more delicate, just peel off the surrounding skin. In fact, Yu Zhang also destroyed the ritual mark on the back of his neck in this way. At first, he really didn't think of this. Later, when he was cleaning up Dashi's body, he reacted and used a kunao to cut a few cuts, making the ritual mark fragmented. Teacher, the Kannabi bridge has been destroyed. Now, Kakashi hesitated, not knowing how to explain the current situation. The mission has been completed? In this case, there is no need to be distracted. Minato's eyes went to the young man standing upright in front of him. Without having to make difficult choices, he could focus all his energy on how to rescue Rin. At this time, Obito suddenly said, "Teacher, we were able to destroy the Kannabi bridge thanks to that guy's help." Obito. Minato looked at the disciple next to him in surprise. What does this mean? Teacher, Rin's safety is more important than anything else. Obito raised his head and met Minato's sight. Minato frowned slightly. Teacher, almost 90% of the rock ninjas killed by that guy along the way were killed by that guy. That guy has almost a dozen dead rock ninjas under his command. Kakashi also lowered his eyes at this time and spoke up. Minato blinked his eyes and his eyes wandered around the two disciples for a few times. After confirming that the two disciples were not under the illusion, he looked at the young rock ninja who was carrying Lin again and said, "Koji Yuzhang, right? Judging from your posture, are you still going to continue the previous deal with me?" "That's right." Yuzhang nodded without hesitation. Then, he stared at Minato silently again. "As long as I help you rescue your people, will you release my students?" Seeing that Yuzhang was unwilling to talk more, Minato took the initiative to ask. "That's right." Yuzhang was still very frugal with words. Anyway, to be honest, there was nothing much to say. Everything that should be said had already been said, and the promised reward for helping to destroy the Kannabi bridge has also been paid. Now it depends on what Yellow Flash decides. If he admits this deal, it would be the best. If he doesn't admit it, then he will cut the knife across Lin's neck and they will be separated. It is true that he wants to save the people in the village, but he is not selfless enough to do it at all costs. Just trying his best is enough. In the end, he still cherishes his life more. "Hey! What are you going to do?" Minato first exhaled heavily, and then asked directly. This is equivalent to agreeing to the deal proposed by Yu Zhang. Although he had refused firmly before, times have changed. Nothing can remain unchanged after years. He refused to trade with Yu Zhang because he didn't know Yu Zhang's background at that time, and he was shouldering a heavy responsibility. He really didn't have the extra energy to think about the deal proposed by Yu Zhang. And now, the mission is completed. The offensive of the frontline troops of the Rock Ninja was defeated, and the hub of the supply line, the Kannabi Bridge, was destroyed. If there is no accident, the Rock Ninja should not be able to continue this war that is destined to have no chance of winning. They have lost the ability to continue the war. However, in order to promote the end of this war faster, ensure that there will be no repetitions, and let Konoha have more initiative in the next armistice negotiations, helping the Koji clan complete the defection plan is definitely a very useful bargaining chip. Besides, he can't ignore Lin. Not to mention that he himself would never give up his students like this. If Rin really had any mishap, Obito would probably go crazy with her. So, for the sake of the village, for the sake of these children who represent the future of the village, he naturally had to make a different decision than before. And taking a step back. Even if this deal fell through and something unexpected happened in the middle, how bad could the final result be? It's impossible to go to war with Konoha again just because of the Hidden Rock Village? That's impossible. It's better to say that when that time comes, the most important thing for the Hidden Rock Village is to execute its own traitors, otherwise, the face of the Hidden Rock Ninja will fall to the ground and can't be picked up. So, it really makes no sense to refuse this low-risk, high-return deal today. After a quick calculation in his mind, Minato was not vague at all and made up his mind. He looked at Yu Zhang and added, "You proposed such a deal yesterday. I think you should have a plan on how to rescue your people." Chapter 23 Conspiracy. It's very simple. Give me one of your kunao with the technique mark of Flying Thunder God technique. Yu Zhang replied, with a smile on his face that he had restrained before. Minato didn't ask Yu Zhang what he wanted his kunao for, but simply reached out and took out a trident kunao from his ninja bag, threw it out and nailed it on the tree trunk that was a little distance away from where Yu Zhang was standing. This move was considered a gesture of goodwill, indicating that he was not going to give Yu Zhang a sudden and ruthless blow. Of course. The reason for this is that Yu Zhang's own conditions are strong enough. If Minato was sure enough to get Lin back from Yu Zhang safely, then there would be no deal at all. Yu Zhang would most likely not even have a chance to speak. But Yu Zhang was so capable that Minato was not sure enough to save her. In this case, he could only try a gentle approach. Glancing at the trident kunao nailed to the tree, Yu Zhang immediately formed a seal and summoned a shadow clone. Then, the shadow clone walked over, pulled the trident kunao off the tree trunk, put it in his arms, and then formed a seal to use the Earth Dragon hidden technique to drill into the ground, and then rushed to the Iwagakure garrison 6 or 7 kilometers away. Sir Yellow Flash, my shadow clone will take your kunao to the Rock Ninja's base camp in the Land of Grass. When my shadow clone sends a message back later, you can use your Flying Thunder God technique to help bring out my tribesmen trapped in the base camp. Yu Zhang started to explain. It's a very simple plan. It's not complicated. There's no need to worry about any traps. At least Minato is not afraid of traps waiting for him. He said directly, as long as the distance is not too far, I will bring you as many people as you want. Also, just call my name, no need to be so difficult to pronounce. Hearing this, Yu Zhang raised his eyebrows. What if the distance is far? The distance is far, it depends on how far it is. Minato said slowly. From the hidden rock village to here. Yu Zhang looked at Minato with burning eyes. Is this distance okay? If the number of trips is small, there will be no problem. Minato secretly estimated in his mind and gave an answer. He met Yu Zhang's gaze and said frankly, I'm not afraid to tell you that the longer the distance of the Flying Thunder God technique moves, the greater the mass of the object being moved, and the more chakra is consumed. From the Land of Grass to the Hidden Rock Village, it's really far. My chakra may not be able to hold up. Although the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth are adjacent. But the territory of the Land of Earth is vast, and the Hidden Rock Village is located in the heart of the Land of Earth, not close to the Land of Grass. That is why the Hidden Rock ninjas on the front line of the Land of Grass attach so much importance to the supply line in the rear. If the supply is cut off, the front line will be unable to fight. Is that so? Yu Zhang frowned slightly. There are still more than 200 elderly, weak, women and children in the Hidden Rock village of their Coral Branch clan. According to what Minato said, it may be difficult to transfer all these clansmen out. Wait, if it is just a problem of chakra, there is no way. Senior Huang. Minato. Yu Zhang changed his words in time and changed his address. If the information I have is correct, your previous move is called Sage Mode, right? Hi. While Yu Zhang's real body was arguing with Minato, his shadow clone had sneaked into the Iwagakure's base from underground, and was not discovered by anyone in the middle of the way. There was nothing strange about it. Those sentries can prevent foreign enemies, but how can they prevent their own people? Like in the future, the rebel ninjas of Konoha will return to the village just like visiting their mother's home, coming and going freely, and they can't be prevented at all. Yu Zhang turned left and right along the way, avoiding all the sentries, and smoothly came to the corner of the village under the house occupied by the Koji clan, and then slowly poked his head out of the yard like a groundhog. Who is it? A sharp shout came from the house. Huzi Das Han, who was thinking about the plan of defection, immediately tensed up his nerves, and his right hand subconsciously reached into the ninja bag hanging on his waist. Chief, it's me, Yu Zhang. Before the fierce attack, which attracted the attention of outsiders, Yu Zhang spoke in time to interrupt Huzi Das Han's action, but the shuriken caught in his fingers was not thrown out, but it was not taken back either. Huzi Das Han just held the shuriken and strode out of the house, standing on the veranda, looking at Yu Zhang, who was slowly crawling out of the soil. Yu Zhang? Is it really you? Who else but me? Yu Zhang crawled out and stood in the courtyard, but let me make it clear first, I am just a shadow clone, my real body is still 7 kilometers away from the base, I came here to report the news. Chief, you quickly gather the tribesmen to get ready, we will leave here immediately. What the hell? Das Han was a little confused. Oh. Do I really have to explain it from the beginning? Then. Chief, are Sanashuk and Yuzuk here? If they are, call them over, so that you don't have to say the same thing twice, which is a waste of time. Speak of the devil and he will appear. Just talking. Chief, what happened? Yuzuk climbed over the wall and saw Yu Zhang standing in the yard as soon as he landed. He was surprised and said, Hi? Yu Zhang, you're back? Did you complete the mission? Done. Yu Zhang smiled, it's over. Ah. Yuzuk blinked in confusion. Okay, Yuzuk, stop talking nonsense and go find Sanashuk. Remember not to tell anyone about Yu Zhang's return. Although he was still confused, Das Han decisively issued an order to gather the last Jonin of the family according to Yu Zhang's words. I'll go right away. Yuzu agreed. He gave Yu Zhang a look to talk later, and then quickly climbed over the wall. Yu Zhang, come in. Das Han turned around and called Yu Zhang to go into the house. Seeing this, Yu Zhang followed Das Han into the house. Everyone sat down silently, waiting for Yuzu and King Zisuk. Not long after, Yuzu and King Zisuk pushed the door open. King Zisuk, set up the barrier. Looking at King Zisuk who walked in, Das Han ordered directly. King Zisuk was not vague either. He formed seals with his hands and immediately released a perception barrier to prevent eavesdropping. It can not only block the sound from being transmitted to the outside of the barrier, but also sense when someone steps into the barrier. When the barrier is laid, Das Han stared at Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang, tell me in detail now. Chapter 24. The solution is here. Let me think about where to start. Under the gaze of Dazen, Sanashuk and Yuzuk, Yu Zhang pondered for 2 seconds without panic, tapped the table with his fingers, and said, let me tell you 2 pieces of news first. No one said anything. Even Sanashuk, who talked the most and had the most poisonous tongue, resisted the urge to scold others and waited to see what Yu Zhang could say. First of all, the offensive of the Rock Ninja front was frustrated. Konoha's yellow flash interrupted the offensive of the Rock Ninja by itself. Yu Zhang didn't know what the battle on the front line was like, but the appearance of Minato Namikaze next to his disciples was enough to show that the battle on the front line had come to an end. It must be that the Rock Ninja side suffered a great defeat. Second, I and the Konoha ninjas have destroyed the Kannabi bridge together, and the supply line of the Iwagakure ninjas has been cut off. If nothing unexpected happens, the war between Konoha and Iwagakure ninjas can be said to be over. Yu Zhang said calmly, which shocked the audience. Yu Zhang, you kid are not fooling people. Sanashuk couldn't help but ask first. When have I ever lied? Yu Zhang asked back. Well, you haven't lied, but what you said, the front line lost to the yellow flash, which sounds quite reliable. What do you think when you and the Konoha ninjas destroyed the Kannabi bridge together? If you didn't lie, are you planning to kill us? King Zisuk glared at Yu Zhang. If what Yu Zhang said was true, once the fact that Yu Zhang and the Konoha ninjas destroyed the Kannabi bridge together was exposed, it would not only be Yu Zhang who would be finished, but the entire Koji clan would probably be wiped out. What are you afraid of? Didn't you decide to leave the Hidden Rock Village? Yu Zhang calmly retorted, as long as we leave the Hidden Rock Village and go to the Land of Water, can the Hidden Rock Ninjas go all the way to the Hidden Mist Village to avenge our Koji clan? Besides, it's too late to say such things now. I not only helped the Konoha ninjas destroy the Kannabi bridge, but also killed more than a dozen Iwagakure ninjas such as Huguang, Daishi, Maji, and Sumashi. Sanashuk took a breath. His eyes changed when he looked at Yu Zhang. Damn it! Why didn't I realize that Yu Zhang was so cruel before? Although they did make up their minds to leave the Iwagakur village, it's not easy for them to kill their former companions without mercy. To be honest, this is not an easy task. Ninjas are not emotionless wood, nor are they cold-killing weapons. It's really cruel for Yu Zhang to say so lightly that he killed more than a dozen of his former companions. Killing is a small matter. Das Han spoke slowly. He is 65 years old this year. He has witnessed the madness and chaos of the late Warring States period. He has personally experienced the bloody storms of the First and Second Ninja World Wars. About 90% of his heart has been tempered to be as hard and cold as iron. And the remaining 1/10 of softness is reserved for the blood-related clansmen. He does not think there is any problem with Yu Zhang's cruelty. Instead, he thinks that he has a promising future and is a material for doing great things. The only flaw is that he did not grasp the timing very well, which made the time for them to prepare for the escape very urgent. The key point is that we must leave before the rock ninja finds out what Yu Zhang did. Das Han's eyebrows were knitted into a river shape. Without a legitimate reason, the ninjas of their Koji clan would never leave this base. If the war between the rock ninja and Konoha is really over, maybe we can find an opportunity on the way back to the hidden rock village. He stopped talking halfway, because it was easy to say, but it was extremely difficult to do. If the operation is not done properly, it is possible that the last seeds of the Koji clan will be completely destroyed. Where do so many opportunities come from? If opportunities are so easy to find, we would have eaten fish in the land of water by now, and there would be no need to eat dry food every day in this broken place. Without any surprise, Sanashuk's poisonous tongue flew up and down, spitting venom wantonly. At this time, Yu Zhang, do you have any ideas? Yuzu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly asked. As Yu Zhang's cousin, he and Yu Zhang were only 1 year apart in age, and they had grown up together. Compared to Das Han and King Zisuk, who had limited contact with each other in the past, Yuzu was very familiar with Yu Zhang, and he could see that Yu Zhang seemed to be confident. Hearing Yuzu's words, Das Han's brows relaxed, King Zisuk's mouth closed, and the two of them turned their eyes to Yu Zhang at the same time. Pa! Yu Zhang took out the trident kunao and slapped it on the tatami, then said, "Here's the solution." Following Yu Zhang's finger, Daisen, Sanashuk and Yuzuk all looked over, and after a second they all turned their puzzled eyes to Yu Zhang. They didn't see the details of this kunao with a strange shape and quite complicated spell runes on it. This is not surprising. Although Konoha's yellow flash has already gained a great reputation, even the top leaders of the rock ninja were forced to issue an order that anyone who encounters Konoha's yellow flash can immediately abandon the mission and run away without being punished in order to reduce casualties. But no matter what, it is not possible to say that they know everything about the yellow flash. Besides, there are only a handful of ninjas who can escape unscathed after encountering the yellow flash. It will take some time for the relevant information about the yellow flash to spread thoroughly. What does this mean? Yuzuk asked on behalf of Daisen and Sanashuk. Yu Zhang, don't keep us in suspense, just tell us. What is this weird-looking kunao for? These are the coordinates. Coordinates? Yes, the coordinates for performing the space-time technique. Yu Zhang didn't waste any more time. Although this shadow clone still had a lot of chakra, as long as it didn't encounter an external force of a certain intensity, it wouldn't disappear. But time was indeed precious, so it was better to explain it as soon as possible. This is the yellow flash's specialist. The kunao he used, he can rely on this thing to appear here directly. As soon as the words came out, everyone was shocked. Sanashuk and Yuzuk rushed out and hid in the corner of the room. Even Das Han, an old man who had experienced many battles, clenched the kunao he took out from his sleeve and took a fighting stance. Chapter 25 Expanding the Family. Looking at the performance of Das Han clan leader, Sanashuk and Yuzuk, Yu Zhang couldn't help laughing. The reputation of the yellow flash was really powerful, but his smile immediately annoyed Sanashuk, who immediately started to scold, "Yu Zhang, you conscienceless bastard, are you going to give our 3 heads as a gift to the yellow flash? Who are you scolding for being conscienceless?" Yu Zhang was not polite and immediately retorted, "I have racked my brains these days to find a way to get everyone to leave the Hidden Rock village together. I risked my head to get in touch with Yellow Flash, and I used all means to make Yellow Flash agree to help save people. How come you are heartless?" "Huh? Save people?" Sanashuk was stunned. Head. It took a while for him to figure it out. On the contrary, the 65-year-old old man, Koji Daisen, reacted immediately and looked at Yu Zhang with incredible eyes. "Yu Zhang, are you saying that you persuaded Yellow Flash to agree to help save people?" "Yes." Yu Zhang nodded. "Yu Zhang, are you sure you are not kidding?" Sanashuk came to his senses at this time and couldn't help asking again. "It's the same sentence as before, Sanashuk, do you think I'm the kind of person who talks nonsense?" Just like before, Yu Zhang threw a rhetorical question to Qingzhija. Qingzhija opened his mouth, but had nothing to say. "How did you do it?" Dashan asked. "I helped the disciples of Yellow Flash to destroy the Kannabi bridge. Of course, the most important thing is that I captured one of Yellow Flash's disciples, and I fought with Yellow Flash yesterday, and he couldn't do anything to me." When he said this, Yu Zhang couldn't help but reveal a bit of pride on his face. No matter what, escaped from Yellow Flash's hands unscathed, this is a pretty remarkable record, enough to show off to others. "Really?" Yuzuk widened his eyes. Is it a soil spear?" Dashan remembered the top hardening technique that Yu Zhang showed him when Huguang came to him a few days ago. As expected, the old man is still the best. "You are right, the speed of the Yellow Flash is indeed as fast as the Flash, but his attack is not enough to penetrate my defense. So, I survived by luck." Yu Zhang did not hide anything and explained frankly what he relied on to survive. Finally, he said, "But I estimate that after the Yellow Flash, there is a high probability that I will find a way to make up for the problem of insufficient attack power. If you are unlucky enough to encounter the Yellow Flash on the battlefield in the future, it is best to get underground and escape as soon as possible, and don't think about using hardening to resist." "You are talking nonsense. I am a medical ninja, and fighting and killing is not my job," Sanashuk muttered. Yuzuk also looked at Yu Zhang with resentment, muttering, "Yu Zhang, you said this as if Earth Spear is easy to practice. He was born with dual chakras of earth and wind. In addition to the secret techniques passed down in his family, he also had a high level of attainment in earth escape techniques. He studied and researched Earth Spear, the top earth escape technique among the many ninjutsu mastered by his family. Unfortunately, the difficulty of practicing this top earth escape technique is extremely high. Even though Yuzuk is a true genius, he failed to master this top earth escape technique and had to give up after wasting a lot of time. Yu Zhang, are you sure that the Yellow Flash of Konoha will really work?" Dashan did not talk about the earth spear like Sanashuk and Yuzuk did. Although he was the one who started it at first, his attention was always focused on the escape of the whole family. "I dare not pat my chest and say that there will be no problem." Yu Zhang shook his head and said in a deep voice, "I can only say that if Yellow Flash intends to play dirty, then I will kill his apprentice at the first opportunity, and then, run away, survive, expand the family, and wait for a chance to take revenge in the future." "Hiss! Yu Zhang, you kid!" Qingzhija hissed twice, looked at Yu Zhang, not knowing what to say. However, haha! Not bad! Dashan laughed and praised Yu Zhang loudly, "You're right, that's how it should be done. Although I hope that Qingzhija, Yusuk and Yu Zhang can all survive as much as possible, if only one person survives in the end, you can't despair. You must do as Yu Zhang said, expand our Huzi clan, take revenge when there is a chance, and if there is no chance, then have more children and find a chance later." Sanashuk and Yuzuk's face twitched, and they had nothing to say except nodding. Yu Zhang, if you have this kind of awareness, I will be relieved. There is nothing to be afraid of even if you die now. Das Han said with a smile, and the sadness on his face was completely dissipated at this moment. Don't say that, clan leader. Yu Zhang waved his hands repeatedly, you can't die now, we young people can't fight with the Mist Ninja. There is no connection. If you die now, the Mist Ninja may go back on their word. Even if you want to die, you have to wait until we have established a firm foothold in the hidden mist village. Das Han's eyes widened, and he was speechless with Yu Zhang's words. Damn it! It turns out that he doesn't even dare to die now. It's really not easy for this person to live in the world. Okay, Yu Zhang, stop talking nonsense. Now tell me your plan carefully. What are you going to do? You went to such great lengths to connect with Konoha's yellow flash. It shouldn't be just to rescue the dozen of us, right? Das Han forced the topic back. The dozen people he mentioned refer to the ninjas of the Koji clan who are currently in the base camp of the Rock Ninja Army in the Land of Grass. In addition to the Jonins present, the Koji clan currently has 6 Chunins and 2 Genins still alive. All these people, including Yu Zhang, only have 12 people left. This is just the first step. In front of Das Han, Sanashuk and Yuzuk, Yu Zhang did not hide anything and said what he was thinking. When the clan leaders are out of danger, I plan to go with Yellow Flash to bring all the clan members in the village out. Is this possible? Yuzuk cried out. If Konoha's Yellow Flash is willing to cooperate, some people should be rescued, but to rescue all the clan members left in the village, I'm afraid the second generation Hokage must be alive. I'm afraid that Yellow Flash's chakra can't withstand such a large consumption. Das Han, who had seen the style of the second-generation Hokage of Konoha in the past, did not doubt the power of the Flying Thunder God technique, but felt that the yellow flash of Konoha might not have as much chakra as the second-generation Hokage who had died. The Senju clan and the Uzumaki clan were both famous perpetual motion machines. And the yellow flash, it seems that his real name is Minato Namikaze. To be honest, as soon as you hear the name, you know that it is likely that he is a genius who has mutated among the civilians. If he has not inherited those long-standing bloodlines, he will never be able to compare with the second-generation Hokage who was once known as the fastest in the ninja world. Chapter 26 Let's do it. Chakra should not be a problem. Yellow Flash is the apprentice of Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, and has learned Jiraiya's Sage Mode. Clan leader, you should know this thing, right? Yu Zhang looked at Das Han. Sage Mode? He even mastered this. Phew. As expected of the Yellow Flash, as expected of the most popular genius in Konoha. Das Han exhaled heavily. He is already 65 years old this year and is well informed. The Sage Mode may be confusing to Sanashuk and Yuzuk, but he knows a lot about it. After all, Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas, is the most famous user of the Sage Mode in this era. But in the past, when it comes to the Sage Mode, the first person that comes to mind is the man who single-handedly pacified the Warring States period, Hashirama Senju. At that time, Hashirama Senju swept the entire ninja world with unparalleled force, so that the masters who were or were not cut by Hashirama Senju were secretly studying Hashirama Senju's physical skills, illusions, ninjutsu, wood release, and the bloodline limit, as well as the Sage Mode that can greatly improve combat power. Then everyone discovered that the Sage Mode was a thing. It is different from the wood release bloodline Genkai, and is not unique to the Senju clan. There are no official history books in the ninja world, but those long-standing families still have diaries and other things left by their ancestors, from which many records about the Sage Mode can be found. Although the Koji clan is not a long-standing family like the Uchiha and Hyuga clan, it can trace back more than 200 years of history, and the clan also has some things. Besides, Das Han himself witnessed the domineering Senju Hashirama with his own eyes, and also fought with the 3 ninjas in the Second Ninja World War. According to his understanding, This so-called Sage Mode can not only comprehensively enhance the caster's ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu power, but also allow the caster to have almost inexhaustible chakra. Therefore, if the Yellow Flash mastered the Sage Mode, it is really possible to rescue all the clan members left in the Hidden Rock Village. Patriarch, do you have any other questions? Yu Zhang asked. Then let's do it. After a few seconds of silence, Hazi Dashan made the decision. Really? Isn't it too hasty? We haven't prepared anything. King Zisuk frowned. How else should we prepare? Are you going to make a plan that even calculates the number of steps? It's okay for me to say that we are not prepared. If we are not prepared, we don't have to worry about leaking the news. In a short time, the rock ninja may not be able to react to what happened. Dashan was determined at this time and was ready to seize the opportunity provided by Yu Zhang. As he said, he glanced at King Zisuk again. As for the danger, what we are doing is risking our lives. If we die, it only means that we have no life to live. Besides, do you have any safer and more feasible way? Tisk. King Zisuk was shocked. If there was a way, I would have said it long ago. Yu Zhang, tell me, what should we do specifically? Seeing that Sanashuk was silent and Yuzuk was sitting there obediently, Dashan stopped talking and continued to ask Yu Zhang. Bring all the clan members here, and then I will take the initiative to remove the shadow clone technique and pass the information to the main body. If nothing unexpected happens, the yellow flash of Konoha will appear soon. At that time, I may take you away according to the deal, but I may also take you as hostages to exchange with me. Yu Zhang was very frank and clearly stated the risks. And said, as I said before, if the yellow flash takes you as hostages, I will kill his apprentice at the first time, and exchanging hostages is absolutely impossible. In short, clan leader, Sanashuk, Yuzuk, you must also be prepared to be forced to break through this station. Let's do it. Dashan nodded. Sanashuk and Yuzuk didn't say anything. Yuzuk, go find someone quickly, find Mai, Yukimaru and the others, hurry up, don't delay. Daisen gave the order. I know. Yuzuk immediately took action. Sanashuk didn't get up, he wanted to stay to maintain the barrier, and if Daisen, the clan leader, went out to find someone, it would make too much noise, which might attract the attention of those who were interested. After all, it was Yuzuk who was suitable to be sent out to run errands, and the rest of the people stayed in the house without moving. I don't know whether to say it's good or bad. In short, too many people in the Koji clan have died, and there are only a dozen people alive. Apart from the people present, the remaining clan members are less than 2 palms, and it is not difficult to gather them together. Not long after, Yuzuk rushed back. He came back with the 6 surviving Chinins and 2 Genins of the Koji clan. Yu Zhang, everyone is here. Dashan glanced at the clan members kneeling on the corridor, confirmed that no one was left out, and said to Yu Zhang. The Chinins and Genins of the Koji clan all stared blankly, not knowing what the clan leader and the clan Jonin were doing. However, for family ninjas like them, the interests of the family are obviously higher than the village. The reason why they were not told about the escape from the Hidden Rock Village was not because they did not trust their loyalty to the family, but just to keep it secret. Prevent someone from reading these messages from their brains. So, until now, these Chinins and Genins under the age of 20 have never heard of the family leaving the Hidden Rock Village. Clan leader, if there are no more problems, I will cancel the shadow clone technique. Yu Zhang asked again. Do it. Dashan nodded solemnly. Sanashuk and Yuzuk also held their breath and said nothing. Yu Zhang stopped talking when he saw this. He immediately formed seals with his hands and released the shadow clone technique. With a bang sound, white chakra smoke rose up, and Yu Zhang's figure disappeared from everyone's sight. The tribesmen kneeling on the veranda suddenly had a small commotion. But the next second, quiet. Dashan shouted in a deep voice, majestic like an old lion. All the tribesmen were shocked immediately. Listen to me, no matter what you see next, you must shut your mouth and follow my orders. Whoever dares to disobey. Dashan did not say what the consequences of disobeying orders were, but as long as anyone touched those murderous eyes, they would understand that the end of disobeying orders would definitely not be wonderful. Everyone waited quietly. Until a figure as fast as a flash of light suddenly appeared in the room. Chapter 27. Come on! Yellow Flash. Dashan stared at the yellow-haired, blue-eyed Konoha ninja who suddenly appeared in the room. His muscles tensed unconsciously, but he immediately controlled the fighting instinct that he had spent decades honing and asked in a deep voice, "Are you Yellow Flash?" Konoha ninja, Namikaze Minato. Minato stood on the tatame, first looking around to collect the surrounding situation, and when he heard Dashan's voice, he looked in the direction of the voice and introduced himself. Moreover, he looked at Dashan and said, "You must be the chief of the Koji clan, Mr. Koji Dashan." "I am Koji Dashan." Dashan replied in a straight voice, and then asked directly, "Yellow Flash, what are you doing here? Are you going to use us to exchange for your disciples? Or, to fulfill the deal with Yu Zhang? The war is about to end, and there is no need to kill any more. As for exchanging you for my students, the risk is too high. I don't want to see my students get hurt. Besides, in my opinion, the value brought by you alive is higher." Minato said it very straightforwardly, and sincerely, which made people not have the slightest suspicion. "Are you going to use us to attract the attention of the rock ninjas?" Dashan narrowed his eyes. "That's right." Minato smiled and nodded, "As long as you, the Koeda clan, are still alive, the rock ninja will not turn a deaf ear to them. They will inevitably disperse their forces because of you. This will be a very important bargaining chip when we negotiate with the rock ninja next time. Are you sure you can make the decision on such a big matter?" At this time, Sanashuk interrupted, staring at Minato with an unhappy face. "The ninja hero of your Konoha is famous for his final say, and he likes to be arbitrary like the big-nosed Onaki. If you do this, be careful of White Fang's previous experience. However, when I set out, the Hokage-sama has given me the power of temporary arbitrary decision, but, thank you for your concern." Minato said neither servile nor arrogant, but his words made Sanashuk's eyelids jump. "Sanashuk! What are you talking about?" Dashan frowned and scolded, "You just say that Yu Zhang and Yusuke are still children all day long. I don't think you can say this as an adult. You have to know the importance of it." Sanashuk's face turned red and white. Indeed. What he said just now should not have been said. Time is running out. If there is no problem, let's leave as soon as possible. Minato said at this time, "I'm worried that if we go too late, my students will be injured. That will not be good for both of us. What should we do?" Daishin was not vague and asked directly. "It's very simple, just don't resist. If you are worried, you can find someone to try first. Then I'll do it." Daishin said directly. "Chief, let me do it. Leave it to me." Sanashuk and Yusuke spoke at the same time. "Don't struggle. This is what I should do as the chief of the clan. Besides, I'm already 65 years old. There is nothing to regret even if I die now." Dashan waved his hand, using the majesty of the clan leader to stop Sanashuk and Yusuke from fighting. As for the Chinins and Genins, in this situation, there is no room for them to speak. "Come on! The yellow flash of Konoha." Dashan looked at Minato. "I've already said I'm not going to hurt anyone." Minato shook his head helplessly, knowing that some things are better than letting the other party experience them personally. He walked to Dashan's side and stretched out his hand to grab Dashan's shoulder. His movements were not fast. If Dashan didn't want to be touched by Minato, he would have enough time to resist. However, Dashan just clenched his fists and stood there motionless. In the end, he didn't make any resistance. The next second, Minato's right hand was on Dashan's shoulder. Then, in just a blink of an eye, the figures of Minato and Dashan disappeared from the eyes of the people of the Koji clan. So fast! A young clan member kneeling on the edge of the corridor blurted out. Indeed, so fast that I can't react in time. Another tribe member responded subconsciously. Soon, the tribe members on the corridor started a lively exchange. Sanashuk and Yuzuki said nothing, trying their best to suppress all the emotions in their hearts and waited calmly. However, they didn't have to wait too long. About 5 minutes passed, and suddenly after a blink of an eye, the figures of Minato and Daisen appeared in Sanashuk's sight again. "Chief? Are you okay?" Yuzuki asked in surprise. "This chakra is indeed my own, and it doesn't seem to be controlled by an illusion." Sanashuk looked at Daisen and muttered. "Yuzuki, my, Yukimaru." Dashan didn't answer Yuzuki's stupid question, and he didn't bother to waste time arguing with Sanashuk. He just called out the names of all the tribesmen one by one, and then said, "Everyone, come here in the order I call, and the yellow flash will take you to Yuzhang." The first-ranked Yuzuki was stunned for a second, then gritted his teeth and walked in front of Minato. Minato didn't say a word, and immediately reached out and grabbed Yuzuki's shoulder, and then disappeared with Yuzuki in full view of everyone, followed by Koeda Mai, Koeda Yukimaru. One after another, the Koeda clan members disappeared. In less than half a minute, the only one left in the room was Sanashuk, who was placed at the back because of supporting the barrier. "Hi! I hope Yuzhang didn't cheat me." Looking at Minato, who appeared again, Sanashuk exhaled, walked in front of Minato, and watched Minato reach out and grab his shoulder. He subconsciously blinked, and then the scenery in his field of vision changed from tatami to green grass. "I'm not dead." Sanashuk blinked hard. "They're all alive. And judging from the situation, you may live a long time, maybe even live to my age." Daisen's voice came from the side, and Sanashuk turned his head to look and saw Daisen, Yuzuki, Mai, all the members of the Koji clan were fine. No one was missing, no one was missing. "I don't expect to live that long." Sanashuk shook his head and then said, "Clan leader, what's the situation now? What should we do next?" Just then, "Sanashuk, I heard that you contracted a group of mice not long ago, right?" Yu Zhang's voice reached his ears. Chapter 28 Little White Mouse with a Cultivation Mark. Unlike Konoha, which has a Euro Princess Tsunadia Euro trademark, the medical technology of the other villages is so poor. Unlike Konoha village, where medical ninjas have already formed a complete training system, the medical ninjas of the other villages are still in a state of wild growth. ETA Euro trademark S. Not that the cages of the other villages don't a Euro trademark T pay attention to the training of medical ninjas. But without a leader and founder like a Euro Princess Tsunadia Euro trademark, the orders of the a Euro Kaguya Euro trademark alone Kana Euro trademark T make up for the technical deficiencies. Therefore, except for Konoha, the medical ninjas of the other villages who can stand out are all serious geniuses, and they are geniuses who are both talented and hard-working. Koji Sanashuk is like this. As a top medical ninja in Iwagakure village, his talent is of course first class, but his hard work is enough to make many people ashamed. Like others practicing spiritual summoning techniques, it is to enhance their own combat power and enrich their own combat methods. However, Koji Sanashuk's summoning technique is used to contract mice, and the use of mice. In this ninja world, they are the most widely used and largest amount of experimental animals. Sanashuk's purpose of contracting mice is nothing else but to practice his skills. After all, it is inconvenient to carry mice when going on a mission, and the mission is not always busy. If there are no wounded, he, a medical ninja, will be very idle. Therefore, in order not to waste time, Sanashuk will buy a nest of mice and sign a summoning contract before going out on a mission. In this way, as long as there is time, you can summon a mouse at any time to hone your medical ninjutsu. This time, coming to the front line of grass country, Sanashuk bought a nest of mice as usual and kept them at home. What? You also want to practice your skills with mice? Sanashuk looked at Yu Zhang, who came over suspiciously. What skills are you practicing? Are you practicing earth escape with the little white mouse? Yu Zhang smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm going to use your little white mouse to transport something. Transport something? Sanashuk stared. The little white mouse was so small, what could it transport? Is it a kunao? Old man Das Han was quick-witted and guessed Yu Zhang's plan. Kunao, the weird-looking kunao with yellow flash? This is a great trick. Sanashuk suddenly realized and couldn't help but clapped his hands in praise. According to Yu Zhang's method, as long as the weird-looking kunao with yellow flash was sent back to the home of Iwagakur village, they could go back to the village directly. Similarly, the tribesmen in the village could also be sent here directly. It has to be said that Yu Zhang's seemingly whimsical idea was actually put into action, and it worked, which was really incredible. No need to go through so much trouble. Yu Zhang shook his head. Kunao or something is too heavy for a little white mouse. Just bring back a mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Then, the gate of Iwagakur village will be completely open to you, Senior Minato. At the end, his eyes had already moved to Minato, who was standing next to Sanashuk. If possible, I still hope to visit Iwagakur village through formal channels. Hearing what Yu Zhang said, Minato's face did not show any joy, but rather a helpless look. Then Senior Minato, shall we go to the Iwagakur ninja to submit an entry application? Yu Zhang laughed and teased. At this moment, it was confirmed that Minato was indeed ready to fulfill the deal with Yu Zhang. Yu Zhang also simply handed Nohara Rin to Koji Mai and Koji Aki, 2 teenage girls, to take care of him. He needed to free up his hands to go to Iwagakur village with Minato. According to this plan, someone must go back to Iwagakur with Minato to gather the tribesmen, and as the initiator and executor of this plan, he has no choice but to do it, and he is not prepared to hand over this high-risk action to other tribesmen. If you are willing to do so, I don't mind. Hearing Yu Zhang's ridicule, Minato responded calmly. Senior Minato, is it certain that the technique mark of Flying Thunder God technique can be left on the white mouse? Yu Zhang changed the subject abruptly. Minato just smiled when he saw this, and did not say that he was taking advantage of the situation, but just replied, anytime. Then let's get started. Yu Zhang was also unambiguous, and glanced at Sanashuk. You are really strong in action. Sanashuk shook his head and muttered, then bit his thumb, formed seals with both hands and performed the summoning technique, summoning a little white mouse about 12 centimeters long and looking very energetic. Minato Sr., how about it? Okay. As he said, Minato bent down and squatted, stretched out his hand and gently touched the little white mouse. When his palm left, a dark spell mark appeared on the back of the little white mouse. You can cancel the summoning technique. Minato stood up. Sanashuk glanced at Das Han and Yu Zhang, who were silent, and immediately released the summoning technique. The little white mouse was sent back to his home far away in the Hidden Rock village. Senior Minato, is this possible? Yu Zhang narrowed his eyes and stared at Minato. Daisen, Sanashuk and Yuzuk all held their breath and waited for the yellow flash to give Yu Zhang an answer. The distance is indeed far, but it's no problem. Minato nodded and gave Yu Zhang an affirmative answer, and then said, give me some time, I need to do some preparations. After all, the workload to come cannot be underestimated. We can afford this time. Yu Zhang looked around. The clan leader was giving a speech to the less than 2 palms of the remaining middle and lower ninjas in the clan, telling them the news that the clan would move away from the Hidden Rock village. As expected, there was some confusion because of this thunderous news. But considering that the middle and lower ninjas added up to only 8 people, such a small number of people could not cause much trouble. In addition, the stone will believed by the Hidden Rock village is obviously not as bewitching as the fire will of the Leaf village. The clan has not produced the kind of ruthless people who choose to kill their relatives for the sake of justice, for the sake of the village. Under the admonition of the clan leader, Koji Daisen, the 8 clan members honestly accepted the fate of betraying the Hidden Rock village. In fact, this is also the portrayal of the lives of most people in the ninja world. Not everyone can live their lives according to their own wishes. Too many ties make it impossible for people to decide their lives according to their own wishes. They can only drift blindly and silently accept the future that they don't trademark know whether it is good or bad. Chapter 29 The Mystery of the Fairy Art of Miyaboku Mountain. The dense branches and leaves blocked the sunlight, and the sun was renamed the sunset without knowing it. In this uninhabited dense forest, the ninjas of the Koji clan and the ninjas of Konoha stood on both sides clearly. There was only one hostage like Nohara Rin mixed in with the ninjas of the Koji clan, and she was tightly sandwiched between 2 girls of the same age, leaving her no chance to make any small moves. Across from them was the brothers Kakashi and Obito. Both of them stood there silently, but the difference was that Kakashi's eyes were rolling around, wandering back and forth on the ninjas of the Koji clan opposite, while Obito was looking at Rin intently, and the affectionate look made Rin not care about feeling guilty for being captured again. Blushing, she lowered her head and dared not look at Obito. It was as if there was a little rabbit in her chest, bang bang beating non-stop. Even Koji Mai and Koji Aki beside Lin turned their eyes away, not daring to look at Obito's eyes. Of course, they were not shy or anything like that. Although the eyes of the Uchiha ninja opposite them were indeed straightforward enough to give people goosebumps, the reason they didn't dare to look into the eyes of the Uchiha ninja was because Yu Zhang told them that the Uchiha opposite them had already opened his eyes. You can't look directly into the Sharingan. This is a common rule in the ninja world. Obito, in this situation, as long as we are fast enough, we should have a good chance of saving Linear. Kakashi said softly. So what? You don't plan to save Lin? Kakashi, are you going to disobey the teacher's order? No. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Obito didn't look at his companions next to him at all. He stared at Lin. The teacher is ready to cooperate with these ninjas from the Koji clan. As long as the deal with the Koji Yuzhang is completed, Lin will come back safe and sound, so I don't plan to take risks. But the prerequisite is that these ninjas from the Koji clan will fulfill the agreement. Do they have any reason to violate the deal they proposed? Obito asked back. The more people from the Koji clan are rescued, the greater the cost of violating the deal. I don't believe that they have spent so much effort to rescue so many people just to try whether the teacher has the ability to kill them all in an instant. These words. Kakashi fell silent. Then Obito delivered another critical hit. Besides, we don't have the ability to overturn the teacher's decision. This really left Kakashi speechless. His power as a captain was given by Minato. When Minato was willing to look after his face, he could use this chicken feather as a command, but when Minato got serious, it would be better not to humiliate himself. He couldn't help but turn his gaze to Minato, who was motionless like a stone statue. At this time, not only Kakashi was watching Minato. Yu Zhang also stared at Minato, who was like a stone man. In response, Daishin, Sanashuk and Yuzuki all thought that Yu Zhang was alert to Minato and guard against the sudden attack of the yellow flash, but in fact, Yu Zhang wanted to get close to him and observe Minato, who was absorbing natural energy and entering the Sage mode. Yesterday, when Minato entered Sage mode, Yu Zhang was on high alert and arguing with Kakashi and Obito. By the time he noticed, Minato had already entered Sage mode. At that time, he only vaguely sensed the energy turbulence in the atmosphere. And today, Yu Zhang was staring at Minato intently. To repeat again, the Eye of God gives he has a high affinity and dominance over the Rock Elementa trademark, and this Rock Elementa trademark is obviously not the energy that exists in Uzanga trademark's body, but the power that exists in nature. In short, this so-called Rock Elementa trademark should be a kind of natural energy. This time, with the help of the Eye of God, Yu Zhang clearly saw trademark the whole process of Minato absorbing natural energy, because Minato absorbed the rock element trademark, which reminded Yu Zhang that practicing the fairy arts of Mayaboku Mountain is very risky. Once something goes wrong in the practice, the practitioner trademark's body will turn into real stone. Is it the result of excessive accumulation of rock elements, a guess emerged in Yu Zhang trademark's mind. Speaking of it, failure in practicing the fairy arts of Mayaboku Mountain will turn you into stone, and Goa trademark's fairy transformation will enter a frenzy state. Perhaps this is because of the difference in the natural energy they absorbed, which will lead to such completely different consequences. Of course, this is just Yu Zhang trademark's guess, and there is no evidence to prove the correctness of his guess. But then again, whether this guess is correct or not has no effect on Yu Zhang. Witnessing the whole process of Minato absorbing natural energy made him eager to try, and he always felt that this sage mode seemed to be not difficult. Senior Minato, are you ready? Yu Zhang looked at Minato, whose eyeshadow appeared on his face and whose pupils changed color and shape, and asked immediately. He suppressed the urge to try it. Unlike the camouflage hiding technique he had learned before, practicing sage mode has huge risks. Even though his intuition told him that practicing sage mode is not difficult, it is really not the time to take risks now, and this is not a place to act recklessly. Or wait until later. When you get to a safe place, try to see if you can master the sage mode skill. Okay. Minato, who entered sage mode, nodded and responded, if there is no problem on your side, you can set off now. Then let's go. Yu Zhang answered without any ambiguity. I'll go too. Das Han spoke at this time, and without waiting for Yu Zhang to reply, he continued, Yu Zhang, I can persuade the tribe members to cooperate as quickly as possible. This is the authority and credibility given to him by his dual identities as the tribe leader and the oldest person in the tribe, which is something that Yu Zhang, a young man, does not have. Okay. Then you go with me, tribe leader. Yu Zhang agreed decisively without hesitation. Then he said. Senior Minato, it's just me and the tribe leader. Okay. Such a simple word came out of Minato's mouth. At the same time, he stretched out his hands and pressed on the shoulders of Yu Zhang and Das Han. The next second, the figures of the three disappeared from the gloomy and dark forest, leaving only 10 tribesmen of the Koji tribe, as well as Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, a total of 13 people. Chapter 30 The Commotion in the Hidden Rock Village. Looking at the setting sun gradually falling behind the mountain outside the window, the old man who had been sitting for nearly a day finally put down the documents that seemed to never be finished, slowly stood up, stretched out his fist and gently beat his aching lower back. Time is unforgiving, my body is really getting worse every year. The old man with grey hair and a hunched body sighed with a look of disappointment. Outside the window is a village with gradually lit up lights. As the sun sets, the dark night sweeps across the world. To fight against the long night, dense lights like the stars on the ground emerge. This is also the favorite time of Onoki, the third Tsuchikage of Iwagakure village, nicknamed Two Scales. Because at this moment, looking at the lights of thousands of houses, Onoki always feels that his hard work and busyness are meaningful. He has lived up to the expectations of his grandfather, the first Tsuchikage, and has not wasted the teachings of the second Tsuchikage teacher. Knock, knock, knock. A violent knock on the door suddenly sounded. Then, the knocker shouted, Lord Tsuchikage, urgent news from the front. Gravel, come in. Onoki frowned when his thoughts were interrupted, and reluctantly withdrew his gaze from the lights of thousands of houses, turned around and responded. The next second, a middle-aged male rock ninja wearing a forehead protector with a rock mark, a red combat uniform and a brown vest walked in quickly. The man's name is Gravel. He is one of Onoki's confidants and currently serves as the squad leader of the intelligence team. Lord Tsuchikage, this is an urgent report from Lord Yellow Earth. Gravel, who has a beard and a serious look, stood in front of the desk and said in a deep voice. The yellow flash of Konoha appeared on the front battlefield of the grass country. Our offensive was frustrated. At the same time, the rear supply route was attacked. The crucial point on the supply line, the Kannabi bridge, was destroyed by Konoha ninjas. The material reserves of the grass country's front base camp are no longer sufficient to support the front-line troops to launch a large-scale war. Request your command and guidance. Guidance. Onaki's face looked a little ugly, but he remained calm and composed. After pondering for a few seconds, he shook his head and said, "There is still what good guidance? The Sand Ninja has been defeated by Konoha, and the Cloud Ninja has been forced back to the mountains by the attack from both us and Konoha. Now only we and the Mist Ninja are still fighting Konoha, and the Mist Ninja are a bunch of trash and it is impossible for them to bring any trouble to Konoha. It is not possible for us to seriously damage Konoha. The end of the war is inevitable. But I didn't expect Konoha's stamina to be so strong. Konoha's yellow flash is more difficult than I expected. We didn't gain an advantage on the front battlefield. The next ceasefire negotiations with Konoha will probably be difficult. Family members know their own business. As the Tsuchikage, Onaki is not one of those reckless men who only know how to fight on the battlefield. He knows very well how profound Konoha's foundation is. Not to mention that the offensive of the frontline troops of the grass country is not going well. Even if they are fighting with great momentum, they will inevitably have to negotiate a truce in the end. Because the Hidden Rock Village does not have the strength to destroy the Hidden Leaf Village. Unless several villages join forces, there is a certain possibility that Konoha will be completely destroyed. Send a message to Huangtu and tell them that they don't need to attack anymore. I will send envoys to the Fire Country to negotiate a truce with the Konoha ninjas, but before the end of the negotiations, they must continue to stay in the base camp of the grass country. They will be an important bargaining chip in our negotiations with Konoha." After saying this, Onoki closed his eyes and began to think about who to send to the Land of Fire to negotiate with the Konoha ninjas. But 2 seconds later, Onoki opened his eyes again, looking at Gravel who was standing in front of the desk in confusion, and couldn't help but ask, "Gravel, is there anything else?" "There is a small matter, that is. In the base camp on the front line of the Land of Grass, 11 ninjas of the Koji clan suddenly disappeared collectively, and Lord Huangtu searched for them again and again but found nothing. They suspected that the ninjas of the Koji clan might have defected." Gravel reported this unimportant information in a low voice. No matter what others think. In his opinion, it is not a big deal whether the last 11 ninjas of the already broken Koji clan are dead or alive. If it were not for the information passed by Lord Huangtu, he would not even bother to mention the situation of the Koji clan. The Koji clan? Humph! A bunch of ignorant things. When this name was mentioned, Onaki's face suddenly became more gloomy. The negative emotions caused by the news of the defeat on the front line of the grass country were all sprayed on the Koji clan who betrayed him. He ordered in a cold voice, "Banyan, leave this matter to your umbu, go to the grass country to bring back those rebel ninjas or execute them." "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage." The voice came from the ceiling. The person who answered did not show up, but just responded, and then fell into complete silence. I don't know if the person who answered was still squatting on the ceiling, or had left the Tsuchikage building. Gravel didn't know anyway. Although he was the leader of the intelligence team, he was not a perception ninja. He relied on his excellent management skills and loyalty to the Tsuchikage to become the leader of the intelligence team. And, the women and children of the Koji clan in the village also need to be dealt with. Let them go to where they should go and atone for the crimes they have committed. This matter, Shale, I'll leave it to you. Yes, Tsuchikage-sama. On the ceiling, a different voice sounded from before. After issuing 2 orders in a row, Onoki fell silent and did not speak again. When Gravel chose to leave, he just waved his hand and signaled him to leave directly. When Gravel left, only Onoki was left in the office, and he continued to think about the next truce negotiations with Konoha. As for those Umbu members hiding in the dark, just pretend they don't exist. In Iwagakure village, every Umbu member is Onoki's fanatical follower and his most devout believer. If anyone has the slightest doubt about Onoki, it is impossible to be selected into the Umbu, or they will be kicked out of the Umbu immediately. Lord Tsuchikage, something is wrong. Suddenly, an Umbu hiding on the ceiling spoke up and said hurriedly, "The breath of the Shale Squad has disappeared." What? Unaki, who was thinking with his eyes down, suddenly opened his eyes wide, with an expression of disbelief on his face. "Shale, are you saying that the women and children of the Koji clan killed the Shale team?" Chapter 31 The third Tsuchikage who personally took action. I'm not sure about this. Although the barrier of the Koji clan's land has been lifted, there are still too many barriers nearby. It's impossible to accurately sense the surrounding situation. The member of the Umbu on the ceiling answered Onoki's question in a low voice. This statement was a little vague. But Onoki understood it immediately. No matter how much the Koji clan has suffered because of the principled mistakes they made, it cannot change the fact that they were once one of the many powerful families in the Hidden Rock village. The name of the Magic Flute clan is also well known in the ninja world. Therefore, the Koji clan's land is naturally located in the best part of the Hidden Rock village, and all the neighbors around are powerful families in the Hidden Rock village. For these powerful families, it is basic to open a barrier in the clan land to prevent outsiders from spying. Now, the Koji clan suffered a heavy blow because of their mistakes, and even the barrier of the clan land could not support it, but the surrounding neighbors were all thriving. The perception ninjas with so many barriers could not clearly sense the surrounding situation. "Flake, you take the people with me, let's go and see what's going on with the Koji clan." Onoki was silent for 2 seconds and decided to go in person. He didn't say anything about the barrier. In fact, there is really nothing to say. The situation of setting up barriers in the clan land is not just the problem of the Iwagakure village, but a common phenomenon in the 5 major ninja villages. For these wealthy families, the family is the family, the village is the village, the family comes first, and the village comes second. Individuals among them can sacrifice their lives for the village, but don't expect the entire family to sacrifice everything for the village. Besides, among all the wealthy families in Iwagakure village, the first one is the Euro Iwatclan Euro trademark where Onoki belongs. No familiar Euro trademark's barrier can surpass the Iwat clan. If Onoki wants to deal with the situation where families set up barriers in their own family lands, the first thing to deal with is his own family. So Onoki directly avoided this issue. Of course, Ida Euro trademark's not just because of this matter that he decided to go out in person. The reason why Onoki was ready to go out in person was more because of the previous experience of Shalia Euro trademark's failure. Unlike Shale, who was a perception ninja, Shale and Banyan were both combat experts in the Umbu. Otherwise, Banyan would not be sent to lead a team to the grass country to deal with the defected ninjas of the Kored clan. You know, although the Kored clan Euro trademark's ship was broken, it still had 3,000 nails. Without some hard skills, not only would they not complete the mission, but they might even lose themselves. As for Shale, although he is weaker than Slate, he is definitely a mid-level ninja in the circle of Iwagakure village. He is a master who can be compared with Huguang. Moreover, Shale did not go to the tribe of the Koji clan alone, but brought a team with him. If Shale and his team were to fail, it means that the tribe of the Koji clan is definitely in great danger. In other words, if you want to investigate the situation of the tribe of the Koji clan, the next person you send must be stronger than Shale. And masters of that level, even in Iwagakure village, there are not many, and most of them are still on the front line of the land of grass. The number of masters left in Iwagakure village is not that there are none, but the number is limited, and basically they all have serious responsibilities, so they are not easy to order around. Currently, the only master who is free and can be sent at will is the Five-Tails Jinchuriki, who is resting in the village. But this is Iwagakur village. It is their home base, and they dare not let the Five-Tails Jinchuriki move around in the village. If something goes wrong and the Five-Tails Jinchuriki loses control, that would be a fatal disaster. After thinking it over, Onoki decided to go in person. At the same time, to be on the safe side, he prepared to bring along the perception ninja, Shion. This is a very safe situation, and there is no need to worry about the risk of a rollover. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Hearing Onoki's order, the Umbu named Shion immediately appeared, and followed Onoki out of the window with a team of his men. The group did not take the main road, but jumped on the roof under the cover of night, and rushed to the east of the village, where the powerful families of Iwagakur village gathered. How is it? Have you found the breath of Shale? Onoki looked at the gate of the tribe of the Koji clan in front of him and asked. No. Shale, wearing a mask on his face, shook his head. Then added, not only is there no breath of Shale, but there are very few breaths of living people in front, all gathered together, and it is constantly decreasing. There is also a very strong breath. It disappeared for a while, and then appeared again. It's very strange. Under the mask, Shale frowned, and it was obvious that the situation he sensed made him fall into deep confusion. However, Onoki, the old man, is worthy of being a battle-hardened man. He concluded from the unclear words of Shale, you mean there is a strong man whose breath appears and disappears from time to time, slaughtering the women and children of the Koji clan? And you don't recognize this breath? It should be like this. Shale nodded slowly. Interesting. The old man Onoki narrowed his eyes. Since it was a breath that Kashiwa didn't recognize, it meant that the person was most likely not an Iwagakur. After all, Kashiwa was a member of the Umbu who was qualified to guard the Tsuchikage office. He could not say that he could distinguish the breath of every person in the Iwagakur village, but there was no strong person at the level of Jonin and Jonin that Kashiwa didn't recognize. In other words, the person who was slaughtering the women and children of the Koji clan was most likely an outsider who sneaked into the village. I want to see who has such a big grudge against the Koji clan and dares to come to our village to kill people. Kashiwa, where is the person? Onoki asked. In front of the left, about 200 meters away from here. Kashiwa answered quickly. Let's go. As he said that, Onoki rushed out and past the unguarded. The gate of the ninja was opened, and he ran towards the left front. Seeing this, Shion led his men to follow him. It took less than 10 seconds for the ninjas to cross a distance of more than 200 meters. Then, they saw more than 10 hunchbacked old men who were no younger than Onoki standing on the spacious training ground. They did not see the expected scene of piled corpses and flowing blood. In the next second, a figure suddenly appeared out of thin air. Under the light of the torches around, the yellow hair looked so dazzling. Yellow Flash! Onoki was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously called out such a nickname that made him envious and jealous. Chapter 32 Face the Tsuchikage. Envy, Jealousy, and Hatred. Of course, it's not because the Yellow Flash is young, handsome, and talented. Although this is indeed quite hateful, Onoki is still a dignified Tsuchikage after all, and his eyes are not so shallow. What he envied, jealousy and hatred, is the talents of Konoha. The top strong men are like leaks, emerging one after another. The White Fang and the 3 ninjas in the past. The Yellow Flash today. On the other hand, looking at his own Iwagakur village, it can't be said that the talents are declining, but there is no successor as good as the 3 ninjas or the Yellow Flash. This makes Onoki, who is already 62 years old, sleepless in the dead of night. He doesn't even ask for the rare talent who can bring forth new ideas, but only asks for a successor who can inherit his mantle. But even this small wish can't be satisfied. Until now, no one has been able to inherit the bloodline elimination, dust release that he learned from his teacher, the second generation Tsuchikage. In the past, he didn't feel anything and felt that he had enough time to wait. But when he was over 60 and his physical condition began to decline, he couldn't help but start to worry about the future of the village. "Lord Tsuchikage, be careful on the left." Suddenly, Skian shouted loudly, trying to remind the third generation Tsuchikage. But such behavior is actually not necessary. Onoki is not the kind of young man who lacks practical experience and dares to be distracted in battle. He has never relaxed his vigilance around him from beginning to end. Even though he is not a perception ninja, he still caught the murderous intent from the left and some subtle clues such as smell and sound that are difficult to erase. After noticing the abnormality, he immediately responded without Xian's reminder. A Euro Earth Escape Rock Fist Technique Euro. His left arm was immediately covered with a thick and solid rock. Without even looking, he punched towards the empty left side. There was a clang, sparks flew, and half a kunao suddenly appeared out of thin air and flew out. Is this camouflage hiding technique? Looking at the empty space, Unaki's pupils shrank sharply. As a Tsuchikage, he was not unfamiliar with this secret technique. This was a secret technique developed by his teacher, the second generation Tsuchikage. Since his teacher died on the battlefield, the secrets of the camouflage hiding technique have always been in his hands. In other words, if you want to learn the camouflage hiding technique, you must obtain his permission. Therefore, he knew very well that among the tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas in Iwagakure, only 2 of them mastered the camouflage technique. One was Oishi, a jonin who was currently on the front-line battlefield in the Land of Grass, and the other was Fluorite, who was working in the Umbu. In addition, no one else in this era mastered the camouflage technique. So, was it Oishi who appeared here and attacked him? Or was it Fluorite? Onoki couldn't tell, because these 2 people couldn't possibly attack him, the Tsuchikage, but the problem was that only Oishi and Fluorite mastered the camouflage technique, and he had never heard of any means of invisibility similar to the camouflage technique in the ninja world. This inevitably caused Onoki to have contradictory confusion in his mind. However, he would not be distracted by such confusion. Besides, as long as he caught the guy who used the camouflage technique and revealed his true face, the truth would naturally appear in front of him. Onoki immediately shouted loudly, "Skian, mark the attacker's position." He was not a perception ninja, so when the ninja who mastered the camouflage technique did not approach him, he really had no way to capture the whereabouts of this person, but he was not fighting alone. He brought his subordinates with him, and this subordinate happened to be a perception ninja. Swish, swish, swish. Shist attacked. The shuriken shot towards the empty space. Earth Escapee Earth Dragon Bullet. Almost at the same time, Onoki completed the seal with both hands, and a huge dragon head made of mud emerged from his feet. It opened its huge mouth and aimed at the direction where Shist attacked, spraying dense stone bullets, like hail falling horizontally, covering a large area. "Fuck! You are worthy of being the Tsuchikage-sama." In the empty space, a voice was heard. The next second, Yu Zhang lifted the camouflage technique, and then his whole body was covered with a layer of black. If it weren't for the firelight around him, this black body would be invisible in the night. It was simply a natural camouflage. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, stood firmly, and relied on the strong defense of the earth spear to hit the flying stone bullet. Bang, bang, bang. The crisp and loud collision sound echoed in this empty training ground. Yu Zhang slid back 2 meters, his feet dragged 2 deep grooves on the ground, and the shoes on his feet were completely worn out. If it weren't for the all-round hardening of the earth spear, his feet would have been bloody. Earth spear. Onoki raised his eyebrows. Earth Escape Spear, this is also one of the highest level Earth Escape hardening techniques in the Hidden Rock Village. Unless you encounter a high-level lightning escape with attribute restraint, it is almost impossible for ordinary attack methods to break the defense of the Earth Spear. However, He only paid attention to this high-level earth escape hardening technique for a short moment, and more attention was focused on the caster. First, the secret technique, the camouflage hiding technique, and then the earth escape, the high-level hardening technique of earth spear. In the circle of the Jonin of the Hidden Rock Village, this is definitely a strong man standing at the top. Huzi. Yu Zhang. Onaki looked at Yu Zhang and slowly said Yu Zhang's name. Of course, it is impossible for him to remember the names of all the tens of thousands of Hidden Rock ninjas in the Hidden Rock Village, but he knows all the Jonin and special Jonin, remembers their names, appearances, and some basic information, and Huzi Yu Zhang, as a Jonin, is no exception. Lord Tsuchikage, we meet again. Yu Zhang greeted with a smile. What are you doing here? If I remember correctly, you should be serving the village at the front line of grass country. Is the Koji clan ready to betray the village completely? Onoki stared at Yu Zhang and asked coldly. Yes. Yu Zhang nodded without hesitation. He said word by word, if we don't betray, we will die anyway. Although we may die if we betray, we may also find a chance to live. So, why should we honestly accept the inevitable fate? Being used as firewood by you, Lord Tsuchikage, and stuffed into the blazing furnace? It is better to choose to betray and fight to the death. Maybe we can fight for a bright future. Chapter 33 The Power of Dust Release. So, you chose to cooperate with Konoha. Onaki looked at Yu Zhang coldly, his determination was like an immovable hill. Yu Zhang's words did not bring him any influence. He just wanted to find out the truth of the matter. What kind of connection did the betrayal of the Koji clan have with Konoha? The Koji clan was not important. What was important was what Konoha wanted to do with the Koji clan. Of course. The most reliable way to investigate was to capture Yu Zhang alive and hand him over to the interrogation experts to directly read the information in his brain. It's just that it's easier said than done. Yu Zhang's skills just now were quite impressive. The camouflage technique was easy to use, as he had the perception ninja schist. However, the high-level earth escape hardening technique of the earth spear, which was both offensive and defensive, was extremely difficult. It was difficult to break the defense of the earth spear while ensuring that Yu Zhang was not killed. This strength was not easy to grasp. As for reading information from the corpse, it was very difficult, and it was not necessarily possible to read the desired information. Unless it was absolutely necessary. It was better to find a way to capture the target alive. For this reason, Onaki did not rush to attack, but observed the situation. During the moment when he was entangled by Yu Zhang, the yellow flash of Konoha did not attack him in coordination with Yu Zhang. From beginning to end, it was constantly taking away the members of the Koji clan. Seeing that there were only a few people left on the huge training ground. Such changes made Onoki have some vague ideas in his mind. Perhaps this is the purpose of the Koji clan and Konoha Yellow Flash sneaking into the village? Since we have decided to leave the Hidden Rock Village, it doesn't matter who we cooperate with. As long as it can help our Koji clan escape, we can even make deals with ghosts and gods, not to mention Konoha. Yu Zhang was also happy to argue with Onoki. Anyway, he didn't expect to do anything to Onoki, the third-generation Tsuchikage. As long as he delays time. Wait until Minato sends all the clan members away from the Hidden Rock Village, and then he can get away with it. In that case, there is nothing to say, earth escape technique, light and heavy rock technique. Onoki made a decision immediately. The truth will be investigated later, and what needs to be done now is to kill Koji Yu Zhang, the bastard who dared to betray the village. He completed the seals with his hands and flew up into the sky like a colorful bird. Flying is an extremely rare ability in the ninja world. There are not many ninjas who can fly in the 5 major ninja villages. The most famous one among them is undoubtedly the third-generation Tsuchikage, Onoki, nicknamed Two Scales. The earth style, light and heavy rock technique learned from the second-generation Tsuchikage is unique in the ninja world. However, Onoki's most famous skill is not the flying technique, but the unique bloodline elimination, dust style in the ninja world that is superior to the bloodline limit. It is said that except for the first generation Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and Hashirama Senju's lifelong enemy, Uchiha Madara, no one can withstand the attack of the dust style created by the second generation Tsuchikage. The second generation Mizukage is died under the attack of dust release, although the second generation Tsuchikage was also taken away by the counter-attack of the second generation Mizukage, and ended up dying together. Speaking of which, originally, the Rock Ninja and the Mist Ninja, who were far apart and had nothing to do with each other, had an irreconcilable hatred because of this incident. Let's get back to the point. The bloodline elimination of dust release was promoted by Onoki, who defeated countless strong men with this method. It was so famous in the ninja world. Anyone who has heard of dust release knows that the attack power of this bloodline elimination is not only unparalleled in the world, but it is definitely the top of the ninja world. There are really few methods that can be compared with dust release in terms of attack. That is, in recent years, Onoki has grown old and has made fewer moves, and the young Yu Zhang has no chance to see the charm of dust release with his own eyes. However, at the moment, Onoki obviously intended to open Yu Zhang's eyes. Flying into the air, Onoki clasped his hands together, then slowly opened them, and a transparent cube barrier emerged between his palms. Even from a long distance, Yu Zhang could sense the destructive and terrifying aura that he had never sensed before. Even the third Raikage had never released such a terrifying aura. Of course, this does not mean that the third Raikage is not as good as Onoki, but that the third Raikage is powerful and terrifying in another completely different sense. In short, Yu Zhang's intuition told him that he must not use his body to withstand this extremely terrifying attack, and the Earth Spear technique could not withstand this destructive attack. Earth Escapee Earth Flow Wall. Yu Zhang clapped his hands and performed a defensive Earth Escape technique. A towering earth wall rose from the ground. The next moment, Dust Release, Original World Stripping Technique. A destructive transparent light descended from the sky, destroying the earth wall with a whirlwind of force, and even the earth behind the earth wall was annihilated to form a huge deep pit. Lord Tsuchikage, underground! Skian shouted loudly. At the same time, the shuriken in his hand was thrown towards the ground next to the deep pit, marking Yu Zhang's whereabouts for Onoki. Yu Zhang did not expect to rely on an ordinary earth escape technique like earth flow wall to resist the attack of dust release. What he wanted was to delay time and cover Onoki's sight. Then, he used the earth dragon hiding technique to escape underground. It was a pity that there was an annoying perception ninja like Schist. He was marked out in an instant after hiding underground. In the blink of an eye, another destructive transparent light fell, penetrating the soil and rocks. However, Yu Zhang's earth escape technique has also been greatly improved since he got the Eye of God. He used the earth dragon hiding technique to perfection. The speed of moving underground was no slower than that on the ground, and with his excellent perception and prediction, he once again avoided the attack of dust escape. However, these two waves of attacks have made Yu Zhang deeply realize the power of dust escape. What is even more depressing is that he was not able to see through the mystery of dust escape, but then he thought that dust escape is said to be a fusion of the three properties of wind, earth, and fire. The Eye of God only gave him an extraordinary affinity and dominance over the rock element, but it did not have any benefit to the wind element and fire element. To be precise, he does not have the two chakra properties of wind and fire. There was really nothing to be upset about not being able to see through the mystery of dust release, and he had not gained nothing from Onoki. Of course, now was not the time to ponder over this time's gains. Yu Zhang sensed the disappearance of the chakra fluctuations of the last clan member, and immediately went up from underground, revealing his head on the empty training ground. In midair, Onoki, who was looking down below, caught Yu Zhang's appearance at the first moment, and without any hesitation, the destructive transparent light fell again, but just before the light touched Yu Zhang, a yellow flash flashed, and Yu Zhang disappeared with it. Finally, the destructive transparent light turned the training ground of the Koji clan into a deep pit. Chapter 34 The transaction is completed. In this way, our transaction is completed, right? Yes, this is of course beyond doubt. Yu Zhang nodded and gave a positive answer to Minato Namikaze's question. At this moment, he had been brought back to the dense forest of the land of grass by Minato. If it weren't for the more than 200 women and children of the tribe gathered in the open space in the forest, they would have doubted whether the trip to the hidden rock village just now was a dream. Fortunately, they only needed to look back, and the familiar faces would soon dispel this unreal illusion. Then, my disciple. My, Aki, you can let them go. Yu Zhang turned around and shouted. My Koji and Aki Koji, the two little girls, let Nohara Rin, who was caught in the middle, walk towards Kakashi and Obito step by step. No one raised any objections to this, even the tribe leader Koji Daisen did not say anything to stop Yu Zhang from fulfilling the deal with Namikaze Minato. Sanashuk and Yuzuki were also silent. They all knew that the Koji clan, which had lost the hostages, would no longer have the means to clamp down on the Yellow Flash. If the Yellow Flash was at this time if they suddenly attacked, few of the Koji clan would survive the sharp blade of the Yellow Flash. But I still chose to support Yu Zhang in fulfilling his promise. Lin, are you okay? Obito rushed forward, caught the released Lin, and asked anxiously. Nothing serious. After Obito helped cut the ropes that bound her wrists, Lin moved her body. Obito, don't worry, I'm really fine. I'm a qualified medical ninja after all, and I can still control my condition. Hi. Obito breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, it's good that she's fine, it's good that she's fine. Kakashi stood aside and didn't say anything. He just looked at Lin. After confirming that Lin did not seem to have any problems, he stepped aside and gave space to Obito, the idiot. Is this a clean slate? Yu Zhang looked at the trio of Kakashi, Obito, and Lin, and then stared at Minato and asked. It's even. Minato smiled carefreely. Then, he looked at Yu Zhang with interest and asked, excuse me, where are you, the Koji clan, going to go next? If it goes as expected, the Umbu of the Rock Ninja should have set out to track down your clan's whereabouts. Why? Senior Minato, are you going to introduce our clan to Konoha? Yu Zhang did not answer Minato's presumptuous question, but threw out a question instead. Haha. Minato laughed softly, from my personal point of view, I don't mind working with you, Yu Zhang, but unfortunately, from the perspective of the village, accepting nobles will bring us Konoha a lot of trouble. The Rock Ninja is a very difficult opponent. Now, what we need in Konoha is to recuperate, not to provoke disputes. Tisk. Hearing your question just now, I thought you were going to recruit our clan. I'm sorry that you misunderstood, Yu Zhang. I just hope that the nobles can hold on a little longer. Don't let the Iwagakure Umbu get rid of you too easily. That's really cruel. I'm a Konoha ninja, and everything I do is for my village. Humph. Don't worry. Since our clan dared to move away from Iwagakure village, we must have decided on a new destination long ago. Don't worry that we will be easily dealt with by the Iwagakure Umbu. If there's nothing else, let's say goodbye. We're still busy. After saying that, Yu Zhang turned around and left, exposing his back to Minato without fear. A new destination. Minato stared at Yu Zhang's back, and many possibilities emerged in his mind. Will the next home of the Kaozi clan be the Hidden Cloud Village? The Hidden Sand Village? The Hidden Mist Village? Or other options? But no matter what, the confidence of the Kaozi clan that they will not be easily dealt with by the Iwagakure Umbu is a good thing for Konoha. It's worth his hard work. Speaking of which, this trip today also made him deeply aware of the importance of chakra. Although his chakra is not small, it is certainly not comparable to Senju and Uzumaki, but it is already considered a huge amount of chakra among ordinary ninjas. But how to say it? The more chakra, the better. When we return to the village, we must take time to practice the sage mode, which can greatly improve endurance, and try to shorten the time required to enter the sage mode state. Teacher. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin came over, interrupted Minato's thoughts, and asked, "What should we do next?" "Next, naturally, go back to the village." Minato replied. The mission was completed, and it was time to go back to the village to report the details of this operation. After all, how to use the fact that the Koji clan defected from the Hidden Rock village to give their own village and the Hidden Rock ninjas an advantage in the subsequent ceasefire negotiations still required discussion by the Hokage and the elders. The Koji clan don't care? Obito asked rather unwillingly. He looked at the Koji clan with disgust in his eyes. Obito, you have to understand that killing has never been our goal, but a means that we have to use to achieve our goals. You have to learn to control your emotions and don't let emotions control your reason and interfere with your judgment. Minato looked at this student who was full of resentment, hatred, and other negative emotions, and taught him earnestly. However, it was obvious that his words did not work very well. Although Obito lowered his head and stopped arguing, anyone could feel that he was still brooding over it. In this regard, Minato was helpless. After all, he is not an education expert. Although he tried his best to teach Kakashi, Obito, and Rin, there is no rule in this world that if you put in your heart and effort, you will definitely get rewards and gains. Okay, Obito, Kakashi, Rin, it's time for us to go. Minato sighed softly in his heart, and did not hold Obito to preach any more, but gave a clear order to leave. Under the gaze of more than 200 people from the Koji clan, the yellow flash of Konoha led his disciples to the southeast, which was the direction of the Land of Fire. Soon, the backs of the four masters and apprentices disappeared in the endless darkness. "Chief, should we set off too? It's not that close from the Land of Grass to the Land of Rivers." Yu Zhong stood beside De Shan and asked. "Yuzuk, take 2 people to open the way, Yu Zhong, you stay at the end of the team to prevent the pursuit, Qingzhija, you come with me to coordinate in the middle." De Shan was not vague at all and made arrangements in a swift and resolute manner. Unlike the 4 yellow flash masters and apprentices, these 200 people must establish order before they can set off. Chapter 35, The Land of Rain. With the help of some people, the news that the Koji clan, which was also well known in the ninja world, defected and fled the Hidden Rock village spread throughout the ninja world almost overnight. Apart from other things, wherever there were espionage activities of Konoha, this news must have been spreading. Treasonous ninjas, to be honest, are very common. As the saying goes, a big tree must have dead branches. In the past few decades since the establishment of the 5 major ninja villages, ninja defections have occurred in each village. However, in the past, each village had a ninja defection of at least 1 person, or at most 2 or 3 people, but it has never been heard of a whole clan defecting. What's more surprising is that the Koji clan actually escaped from the Hidden Rock village. This inevitably makes people speculate whether the Hidden Rock village suffered a heavy blow in the Ninja World War, which led to such a big mistake. You know, the fewer the number of people who defect, the higher the success rate. How did the whole clan defection hide it from so many Hidden Rock ninjas? Are the Hidden Rock ninjas blind? Similar rumors soon spread in the Hidden Rock village through various channels, and then reached the ears of the 3rd Tsuchikage Onoki without any surprise. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. "Akaishi, come in." Unaki, who was reviewing documents, looked up at the door. A very tall and strong man with a round nose and a yellow scarf around his neck pushed the door open and walked in. He came to the desk like a moving mountain, then looked down at Onoki and said, "Lord Tsuchikage, what mission do you have for me?" Banyan sent a message that he found the traces of the Koji clan, and this group of traitors went to the southern Rain country. "Do you want me to support Banyan?" "Yes." Onoki nodded. "Banyan is good, but the Koji clan's Koji Yuzhang has mastered the secret technique, camouflage hiding technique and earth escape, earth spear, and is quite powerful. In addition, Koji Daisen, Koji Sanashuk and Koji Yuzuk are 3 of the Koji clan's jonin. Banyan can't chew such a hard bone. When he mentioned Yuzhang's name, his voice had a very obvious pause. In fact, he felt very sorry in his heart, regretting that he was short-sighted and had not seen that Huzi Yuzhang had such talent before. If he had known earlier, he would not have let the Huzi clan follow the fool Lao Ziyi to make trouble. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in this world. The Huzi clan's defection is an ironclad fact. At this time, what he needs to do is to find a way to get rid of Huzi Yuzhang, a genius who may threaten the Hidden Rock village in the future. For this reason, he specially transferred Akaishi, a capable general stationed on the eastern coast to prevent the Cloud Ninja from attacking across the sea. When do I leave? Akaishi asked directly. The sooner the better. Then I will pack up and leave. Just as Akaishi turned to leave, Onoki said again, Akaishi, I give you the power to act at your convenience. No matter what method you use, I just want the news that the Huzi clan surrendered and was executed. Akaishi's expression was stern, and he deeply felt the majestic murderous intent released by the Tsuchikage. He immediately answered respectfully. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. Go. Onoki didn't say anything more, just waved his hand, signaling Akashi to set off as soon as possible. As if a river in the sky had burst its banks, endless rain poured down, and the road was soaked in mud and difficult to walk. Even ninjas could hardly run freely in such an environment, let alone ordinary people who were not ninjas, who could only say that they were struggling in this mud. When will this damn rain stop? The 16-year-old Koji gang reached out and wiped the rain off his face, complaining angrily. Even though he was wearing a bamboo hat and a straw raincoat, he still got soaked after trudging in the rain for a long time. However, he was not the only one who was soaked like a drowned rat. To be precise, among the Huzi tribe who were migrating to the south, except for the young children and pregnant women sitting on the ox carts, the rest of the people were soaked like drowned rats. Haha, Agong, didn't you say that more rain would be better? Beside him, 15-year-old Huzi Yanzhou laughed. Also soaked like a drowned rat, but it can be seen that Huzi Yanzhou's mentality is much better, and he is not depressed by the bad weather. I said more, this is obviously too much. Huzi Gang said bitterly. There is no way, this is the rain country. Huzi Yanzhou spread his hands. Yes. The Huzi tribe has already left the grass country and entered the rain country. There are many routes from the grass country to the river country. Without taking a long detour, they can be divided into 2 categories. One is to go through the rain country. After passing through the rain country, you will reach the river country located in the south of the continent. The other is to go through the fire country. After passing through the southwest of the fire country, you can enter the river country bordering the fire country. After a small meeting, Das Han, the clan leader, decided to take the rain country route and not go to the fire country to touch Konoha's bad luck. Even though the climate in the fire country is comfortable and pleasant, and the road traffic conditions are good, the senior ninjas of the Koji clan still chose to take the rain country route. After all, although the ninjas of Konoha helped them escape from the Hidden Rock village, it does not mean that Konoha will work hard to protect them. It is possible that Konoha will sell them to the Hidden Rock village for disposal in exchange for corresponding benefits. According to the past behavior of Konoha's third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, nicknamed Ninja Hero, such a thing is not impossible to happen. So, for safety reasons, we still stepped into this country with rain all year round. Steel, Iwafun, be quiet, there is a movement ahead. It was Koji Yuzuk who spoke. Although Yuzuk is only 14 years old, younger than Koji Steel and Koji Iwafun, but who makes Yuzuk a jonin, while Koji Steel and Koji Iwafun are only chinin, when they act together, the command naturally falls into the hands of Yuzuk. Hearing what Yuzuk said, Koji Steel and Koji Iwafune immediately shut their mouths and quieted down, while opening their eyes and pricking up their ears to observe the surrounding situation. The three of them are the vanguard of the family migration team, responsible for scouting the situation ahead, such as whether the road is unobstructed, whether there are any dangerous factors along the way. These are their duties. Is this an explosion? Huzzy Gang listened to the subtle noise mixed in with the sound of rain and gave an uncertain guess. To be precise, it is the sound of the detonating tag exploding. Yuzu gave a more accurate judgment. Chapter 36 Zionin. Boom. The paper shuriken disintegrated and unfolded in mid-air, turning into the appearance of a detonating tag and detonating at this moment. The hot and bright fireworks evaporated the raindrops falling from the sky, and the accumulated water on the surrounding ground was also evaporated, leaving only a dry pit. The two rain ninjas wearing respirators who dodged the paper shuriken were also caught off guard by this change. The shock wave of the explosion swept them in the body. It was directly blown apart, turning into broken water droplets that fell all around. Water clone. Looking at the two broken figures, the woman holding two paper shurikens in her hands gritted her teeth, her light orange eyes turned, and she stared at the slightest movement around her vigilantly. Give up struggling. You are not our opponent. In the rain. The rain ninja wearing a respirator appeared again, and walked slowly towards the woman with beautiful light blue-purple hair. Yes, if you surrender now, I can still give you some preferential treatment and guarantee that you will not suffer too much, but if you refuse my kindness, then you fall into our hands later, I can also guarantee that you will definitely not have an easy time. Different voices sounded. Another female rain ninja wearing a respirator and with shoulder-length hair also slowly appeared. Heavy rain, freezing rain, the winner between us has not been decided yet. The woman with a bun and a black robe clenched the paper shuriken in her hand, her eyes full of determination to fight to the end. You are so stubborn. Konan. The female rain ninja called Freezing Rain said, do you think you can escape from us just because a reinforcement comes? As she said, her eyes turned to the rocks not far away. Ah! A trace of confusion flashed in Konan's eyes. Reinforcements? Did Yahiko and Nagato come so quickly? Ninjutsu, 1,000 books like raindrops. Above the rocks, an umbrella was thrown high up and opened in the air, and the thousands of books fell from it like a torrential rain, hitting the rocks with a clang, forcing the lurker hiding on the rocks to rush out and dodge the sudden attack. You two, you are wrong, I am just passing by. Yuzuki stood in the muddy water, looking at the two rain ninjas standing on the top of the rock and explained loudly. Passing by. Haha. Little guy, your face is indeed unfamiliar, but it doesn't mean that you are really passing by just because you say you are passing by. Regardless of whether you are a member of the Akatsuki organization, since you appear here, don't think about leaving here. If you don't want to suffer, you'd better surrender early. Feng Yu said with a smile. I said, I have nothing to do with her. To be precise, I am not a person from the Rain Country at all. This time I really just passed by the Rain Country. I heard some movement ahead, so I came to check if there was any danger. I don't intend to get involved in any trouble. The lurker said seriously, strongly expressing his attitude of not intending to cause trouble. I don't know him. Konan also nodded in agreement. She really didn't know this person who suddenly appeared. The boy looked only 13 or 14 years old. She was still very soft-hearted and didn't want to involve this boy, whom she had never met, in the misfortune she was facing. But this defense was obviously useless. I've said it before, whether you know me or not, since you are here, I can't let you go. Feng Yu shook her head, clearly indicating that she was not going to let anyone go. Before Xiaonan and the lurker spoke again, I heard another rain ninja named Hao Yu scolding, stop talking nonsense, Dong Yu, be careful that if you delay for too long, the Akatsuki organization's reinforcements will come. If you return empty-handed, then Hanzo-sama will not indulge you and me again and again. How you, don't scare me with Hanzo-sama. Feng Yu complained dissatisfiedly. But, the next second, she made a seal with both hands, water clone technique. One after another, water clones appeared in the rain and fog. Seeing this, Hao Yu also took action and used the water clone technique, which is said to be the most chakra-saving physical clone technique. In a blink of an eye, dozens of water clones surrounded Xionan and the passing lurker. I'm sorry, I have implicated you. A helpless and bitter smile appeared on Conan's face. Her strength was not weak, to be honest, but today, she was ambushed by a group of masters from the Hidden Rain village on her way to work. She fought and retreated all the way, and it was amazing that she persisted until now under the pursuit of two senior ninjas from the Hidden Rain village, Heavy Rain and Freezing Rain. Now, there is very little chakra left, and the soldier pills are almost taken to the limit. She can feel the tearing pain coming from her meridians. This is a phenomenon caused by excessive use of soldier pills, which means that it is difficult to squeeze out chakra after taking soldier pills again. In other words, her combat power has fallen to the bottom at this moment. Facing the two enemies, Heavy Rain and Freezing Rain, she has almost no resistance, and only has the strength to use the detonating talisman to destroy herself. This is my own fault, and I can't blame others. The passing lurker had a sour face and was in a very bad mood. Their target is me. You can try to rush out. They will chase me all the way to catch me, but they may not chase you relentlessly. Xionan said softly. It's not that easy to escape. The lurker reached out and took out a long black waterproof bag from his waist, and took out a flute from it. I forgot to say, my name is Koji Yuzuki, can you tell me your name? Conan. Conan replied, and at the same time frowned in some confusion, thinking, Koji Yuzuki. I seem to have heard this name somewhere recently. Conan, right? Then trouble you to help me buy some time. Buy time? What are you going to do? While saying this, the many water clones around him obviously noticed Yuzu's action and immediately attacked him, obviously not intending to give Yuzu a chance to attack. However, Xionan's reaction was also very fast. Paper shuriken folded from detonating talismans flew in all directions, and blocked all attacks with the rumbling explosion. In the deafening explosion, Yuzu's answer was faintly heard. Of course it is, to defeat the enemy. The next second, Yuzu picked up the flute, put it to his mouth and blew it. The sobbing and lingering flute sound immediately spread in all directions, wandering and turbulent in this rainy world. Chapter 37 Magic Flute Black Robe. Chapter 37 Magic Flute Black Robe. Is this an illusion? Conan widened his eyes. The scenery in his field of vision had changed drastically. The dark clouds and the endless rain disappeared, replaced by a strange space with endless dark red color. What was even more peculiar was that hundreds of dark ropes emerged from the dark red void, tying up all the figures in this space. Conan's own hands and feet were tied up, and he lost control of his body like a puppet. Besides himself, looking around, there were dozens of figures of Heavy Rain and Freezing Rain, just like himself, tied up by the dark ropes in this space and unable to move. Is this an auditory illusion? It's really amazing. Conan muttered to himself. When they were training with Jiraiya, he told them that illusions are based on the 5 senses, which can be divided into 5 categories: visual, auditory, olfactory, taste, and tactile. However, taste illusions only exist in theory. Because they have no practical value, no one has ever developed a taste illusion. And tactile illusions require touching the enemy. To be honest, if you can touch the enemy's body, it would be much easier to just stab it. Why bother using illusions? Moreover, research has found that if the enemy uses methods such as hardening, then the tactile illusion is useless. Therefore, tactile illusions, like taste illusions, were judged to lack practical value and completely declined before they could flourish. There is also the olfactory illusion. It certainly has practical value, and it was once popular for a period of time in the past. However, when special ninja tools such as gas masks were created, the once popular olfactory illusion suffered a huge blow and never recovered. In this era, the field of illusion is dominated by visual illusion and auditory illusion, among which visual illusion is the mainstream. 10 out of 10 ninjas who use illusion often use visual illusion. Auditory illusion is much more difficult to use than visual illusion, so it is only circulated in a few fixed small circles. The past memories emerged in Xionan's mind. She thought of the examples of circles that Jiraiya had mentioned that were good at using auditory illusions, among which was the Magic Flute clan of the Hidden Rock village. Their real name seemed to be the Kaozi clan. Because they were good at using auditory illusions using flutes, they got the nickname Magic Flute. Moreover, she also remembered where she had heard the name of Kaozi Yuzuki. To be precise, she had not heard of Yuzuki's name. She had only heard that the Kaozi clan had betrayed the Hidden Rock village and was fleeing with the entire clan. This rumor was spreading like wildfire in the ninja world. Even though the Akatsuki organization didn't care much about what happened outside the Rain Country, the news spread like wildfire in the Rain Country, so much so that everyone in the Akatsuki organization had heard about it, and Konan had discussed it with Yahiko, Nagato, and others. I didn't expect to run into the real culprit today. Konan frowned slightly. As her thoughts raced, she was also trying to untie the illusion, but she was in such a bad state that she was powerless to break free from the shackles of the illusion. At this moment, the figures of the heavy rain and freezing rain in front of her were rapidly decreasing, and they exploded and disappeared in the dark red space like bubbles that had been punctured. Did they break free from the shackles of the illusion? Or was he killed by the boy named Koji Yuzuki? Konan narrowed her eyes, and her mind was racing. However, before she could think clearly about what to do next, the scene in front of her changed drastically again. The strange dark red space dissipated, and the black ropes that bound her hands and feet also melted and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, it was a scene of continuous rain again. "Are you okay?" A voice came from the side. Konan looked in the direction of the voice, and Yuzuki was standing 5 steps away, dragging a corpse. The corpse was none other than the freezing rain that had chased her all the way. The 2 rain ninjas only managed to kill this one, and the other one broke free from my magic flutia black rope and ran away. Yuzuki noticed where Konan's eyes were looking and explained. "Hi. Mr. Yuzuki, thank you for your help." Konan looked at Frozen Yu's body, breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked Yuzuki. "I only took action to protect myself." Yuzuki waved his hand and did not take credit. That was the fact. If the 2 rain ninjas were not so aggressive and did not intend to give him a chance to live, he really did not intend to get involved in this troublesome matter. It's a pity that there are not so many ifs in this world, and they finally met in battle. What's more unfortunate is that he failed to kill the 2 enemies together, and one of them escaped. In this way, during the next migration, the Koji clan may have to guard against attacks from rain ninjas in addition to rock ninjas. Thinking of this, his eyes involuntarily turned to Konan. Perhaps he could find a way to get help from Konan to prevent attacks from rain ninjas. "By the way, Konan, who are you? Why are rain ninjas chasing you?" Yuzuki asked. Have you heard of Akatsuki?" Konan pondered for a second and asked back. "Akatsuki? I haven't heard of it." Yuzuki shook his head. The situation in the Rain Country is really not very familiar. Perhaps the Iwagakure village knows the inside story of the Rain Country, but the Koji clan does not have its own intelligence channels. Their understanding of the Rain Country is still based on the feat of the demigod Hanzo, who killed all the enemies in the Second Ninja World War and fought against the 3 forces of Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sand Ninja on his own. This Akatsuki organization? I have never heard of it. Is that so? Let me think about where to start. Konan frowned slightly, sorting out the thoughts in his mind. Just then, there was a figure shaking in the distance, running towards this side at a very fast speed. Yuzuki immediately raised the flute to his lips, ready to attack. Don't do it, they are not enemies. Konan also noticed the group of people rushing over. After seeing their appearance clearly, she was immediately happy, and her nervousness disappeared. She smiled and said, Sir Yuzuki, don't be nervous. They are not rain ninjas coming. They are my companions. Chapter 38 Connecting with Akatsuki. Konan, are you okay? The orange-haired young man took the lead. And the voice came before the person arrived. Even Yuzuki, a stranger who had never met before, could feel the strong voice from the voice. Of care and love that cannot be dissolved. Yahiko, Kusuke, you are here. Konan smiled like a flower. Waved and greeted the companions who came. However, it felt a little calm, as if she was completely unaware of the special feelings contained in the words. Konan, are you not injured? Ganlu, help Konan check. The orange-haired young man looked at Konan nervously and urged the companion who was a medical ninja to work. Don't bother, Ganlu, don't listen to Yahiko, I just used a little too much of the military pills, there is no other problem, don't bother. Konan hurriedly stopped him. However, Konan, for safety reasons, I think it's better to check it out. A young man with light blue patterns on his face next to him also persuaded Konan to accept the medical ninja's examination. Heidosuke, how come even you are like this? A deep sense of helplessness appeared on Konan's face. Seeing that the girl named Ganlu really came forward, she hurriedly said, Yahiko, Heidosuke, stop fooling around. I almost forgot to introduce you to my savior. Savior. The orange-haired young man called Yahiko looked at Yuzuki who was watching all this. In fact, they noticed Yuzuki from the beginning. It's just that their concern for Konan made them a little confused, and from Konan's state, they could see that Yuzuki was not an enemy, so they didn't say that they would clarify the situation at the scene at the first time, but focused all their attention on Konan. Hello, I am Yahiko, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Thank you for saving my companions. Yahiko sincerely thanked Yuzuki. Koeda Yuzuki. Yuzuki said his name out loud. Koji. Eh? That Machi. Yahiko's reaction was quite fast. He remembered the name Koji immediately, unlike Konan who didn't remember the name of the Koji clan until she was hit by Yuzuki's illusion. Of course. Such a comparison is not very fair to Konan. Konan heard this name when the battle was critical before, so it was normal that she couldn't spare any extra brain power to think. In short, hearing Yuzuki's self-introduction, Yahiko widened his eyes in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect to meet a member of the Koji clan in the recent rumors. So the rumors are true? Did the Koji clan really betray the hidden rock village and come to the land of rain? Yes, it's the Machi clan. Yuzuki nodded in affirmation. Ahem. No matter who you are, you can't change the fact that you are Konan's savior in return, no matter what you ask for, as long as I can do it, just ask. Yahiko said seriously. Really? Yuzuki asked for confirmation. Really? Yahiko nodded seriously. Yuzuki, don't worry. Yahiko is our leader. As long as he makes a decision, we will never retreat even if it means going through fire and water. Behind Yahiko, a young man named Heidosuke said with a smile. His words also resonated with more people. That's right, Heidosuke is absolutely right. As long as it is the order of Boss Yahiko, we will carry it out to the end. Haha. I have long made up my mind to follow Boss Yahiko until death. The enthusiastic shouts echoed in the rain. Even the cold atmosphere was dispelled in an instant, and the atmosphere became hot. Yuzuki was very surprised to see the people working together in front of him. His evaluation of the Akatsuki organization, which he had never heard of before, quietly improved to a higher level. The cohesion of this organization is so strong that even if it is still unknown now, as long as Yahiko, the backbone, is not dead, this organization will sooner or later soar to the sky and occupy a place in the ninja world. To be honest, I do have the idea of a euro asking you for help, but this is not something I can decide. If you are not busy, you can come with me to see the chief of my Koji clan. Yuzuki said. Seeking the help of the Akatsuki organization to fight against the possible attack of the Rain Ninjas, he did not say this idea directly, because he could not decide on such a big thing. The only one who could make the final decision was Koji Daisen, the chief of the clan. All he could do was to make suggestions and cast his vote when Koji Daisen was not ready to make a decision. No problem. Yahiko answered very straightforwardly. He sincerely wanted to repay Yuzuki for saving Konan's life, without any calculations or distractions. As he said, as long as it was within his ability and did not violate ethics and morality. No matter what Yuzuki asked, he would agree and do his best to achieve it. Then please follow me. Yuzuki did not hesitate. He immediately turned around and returned in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Yahiko immediately led everyone to follow. Then, not far away, he found a figure rushing over. When he got closer, he found that the person was Koji Gang and Koji Iwafuan, who he had sent back to report the news. With these two people came Yu Zhang as a reinforcement. Yuzuki, these what's going on? Yu Zhang stopped. Looking at Yuzuki walking towards him, and Yahiko, Konan, etc. following behind him in astonishment, he suddenly felt a little confused. How did they get together? And Yahiko is still alive. But that's right. Obito, who wore a mask and claimed to be Uchiha Madara, tried to seduce Yahiko, but was rejected by Yahiko. Later, Yahiko was forced by Hanzo, who captured Konan, to choose to die voluntarily, speaking of which, Yahiko's death may not be Hanzo's fault. It's hard to say. There is also the black hand of the masked man. After all, with Yahiko around, Nagato probably couldn't have taken the path of nurturing peace in the cycle of pain. Yu Zhang, things are more complicated. Let's talk about it after seeing the clan leader. The right assistant replied. As if he didn't want to say the same thing twice. The clan leader is waiting. Yu Zhang did not ask too much. Anyway, when we meet the chief of the Dashan clan, we will know what happened to Yuzu and how he got in touch with the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 39 Cruel Times. This is a long-abandoned village. If it were not for the remaining traces of the foundation, it would be impossible to be sure that humans had ever lived on this barren land. However, abandoned villages like this are very common in the Rain Country. To be precise, not only in the Rain Country, but also in the Grass Country. The Coral Branch clan basically set up camp in such abandoned villages along the way. Although they could not find a complete and intact house to live in and rest, with Yu Zhang, a senior ninja who is good at earth escape techniques, he alone can catch up with a large engineering team and can easily build a continuous residential area. These abandoned villages are the sadness of small countries. In a brand new stone house, Koji Daisen sat on a stone bench and was giving a lecture to the children gathered in the house. The youngest of these children was 5 years old and the oldest was 11 years old. They are the future of the Koji clan. In order to make the Koji clan thrive in the future, the clan leader Daisen took advantage of every opportunity and did not waste any free time on the road. Once he was free, he would change his job to become a teacher and teach these children who were not yet ninjas. Why do you say that? Clan leader, aren't deserted villages very common? The oldest boy in the room, who was already 11 years old, raised his hand and asked, when I was still in the village. When I was still in the ninja school in the Hidden Rock village, we held many school trips, and there were many deserted villages left over from the Warring States period in the land of the earth. Ninja school. This thing, like the Umbu organization, was first created by the second-generation Hokage of Konoha village, and then copied by the other 4 major ninja villages. It's just a pity that the killing organization Umbu has been innovated by each village, and the Mist ninjas are better at this than Konoha, the original author. However, in the construction of ninja schools, the villages are not only messed up, but also full of smoke and dust, which is completely different from Konoha using ninja schools to train a large number of civilian ninjas. But no matter what, ninja school institutions are universal in the 5 major ninja villages. Iwagakure also has a ninja school, but unlike Konoha, 99% of the students there are descendants of various families. There are very few ninjas from civilian backgrounds, and those who are excluded have no chance to make a name for themselves. Before the failure of the Kaozi family's coup, in addition to practicing the family-inherited illusions at home, the children of the Kaozi family also had to go to the ninja school for interpersonal activities, but when the coup failed, all the students from the families that participated in the coup were expelled for various reasons. Kentaro, you also said that it was a site from the Warring States period. Dashan smiled and said, did you encounter an abandoned village that was abandoned for no more than 50 years in the land of Earth during your school trip? Hearing this rhetorical question, Kentaro Koeda frowned, thought for more than 10 seconds and then slowly shook his head. Kentaro, you have never seen an abandoned village in the land of Earth that has been abandoned for no more than 50 years, but the abandoned villages we encountered on the way from the land of grass to the land of rain, almost all appeared in the last 50 years. It sounds like, they are all things that happened after the establishment of the 5 great countries. Another childish voice sounded. Dashan looked at the voice and the smile on his face became warmer, it's Sengoku. Can you tell me why there are so many abandoned villages in the land of grass and the land of rain in the past 50 years? Is it because, the small country is the battlefield of the big country? The 9-year-old Sengoku Koeda answered softly. Very good. Very good. The smile on Dashan's face became brighter and brighter. After 7 or 8 seconds, Dashan put away the smile on his face, looked at the group of children in the room, and said, what Kinshi said is absolutely right. The reason why these abandoned villages are the sadness of small countries is that the 5 major countries regard these small countries as battlefields for war, so there are so many abandoned villages. After all, including this war that has not yet ended a war, since the establishment of the 5 major countries, there have been 3 ninja world wars. Rain country, grass country, river country, and other small countries were beaten to pieces in these wars. Is that why we are going to water country? Yes, that's why we are going to water country. Dashan nodded affirmatively. Nowadays, this era is the era of the 5 major countries and the 5 major ninja villages. Not to mention that the Koji clan is now facing the pursuit of the rock ninja, it is impossible to settle in a small country. Even if there is no pursuit of the rock ninja, they are determined not to go to those small countries to be the head of the chicken. At least you have to go to one of the 5 major ninja villages to be the tail of the phoenix. After all, the Warring States period is over. It is impossible to dominate the ninja world relying on the power of one family. The dead Ashio village trademark is a bloody proof. The Uzumaki clan, which was powerful in the Warring States period, could not withstand the attack of the ninja village. The Koji clan, which is much weaker than the Uzumaki clan, does not have the ability to stand on its own in the more cruel competition of the ninja world today. A Eto de trademark's lesson is to tell you that this era is still cruel. It may seem much milder than the Warring States period, which was full of fighting day and night, but in fact, in my opinion, the cruelty of this era is not much inferior to that of the Warring States period. Dashan looked at the future of the Koji clan and said seriously, in the past Warring States period, my brothers and I had to drag kunao or short swords to the battlefield to fight the enemies when we were 6 or 7 years old, but in this era, you can still see the bodies of children under 10 years old on the battlefield. When his voice fell, the stone house was filled with deathly silence. The children were all shocked. Even though the younger ones could not understand Dashan's teaching content, it did not prevent them from blending into the deadly atmosphere. Just then, children, Yuzhang and Yuzu are back. And not only them, but also a group of people, not Yu Ren. The shouts of the tribesmen came from outside the stone house. Today's class ends here, go back to find your parents first." Hearing the shouts outside the house, Das Han decisively dismissed the get out of class, and the children also dispersed, rushing out of the stone house amidst the sound of farewells. In a blink of an eye, there was no one in the stone house. Das Han directly used the instant body technique and rushed to the entrance of the temporary residence of the Koji clan as quickly as possible. He saw Yu Zhang, Yuzu, and a group of ninjas wearing standard black combat uniforms coming towards him. Chapter 40 Internal Meeting of the Koji Clan. It was still the stone house that Das Han used as a classroom before. In a blink of an eye, a sign of reception room was hung at the door. The people of the Akatsuki organization sat down in the stone house and slowly sipped hot tea to drive away the coldness on their bodies. Although the conditions of this temporary residence were very simple, a sip of hot tea could still be supplied. And the senior ninjas of the Koji clan, gathered in another stone house, began to hold an internal meeting of the family. "Yuzu, what is going on?" Das Han stared at Yuzu. "What situation did you encounter during the reconnaissance mission? Why did you get involved with the people of Akatsuki?" Getting involved with the people of Akatsuki is very likely to attract the attack of the Rain Ninjas. "Huh? Clan leader, do you know this organization?" Yuzu did not answer Das Han's question, but asked a question subconsciously. "Nonsense, do you think we are running around with our clansmen without any preparation?" Sanashuk scolded, and then said, "After agreeing with the Mist Ninjas to meet in the river country, we have decided to go through the rain country to the river country. Naturally, we have to investigate the situation in the rain country." Speaking of this, he was silent for 2 seconds, then frowned and said in a deep voice, "Of course, because of the limited time and the restrictions on our actions at that time, the investigation did not go smoothly. We only roughly learned that the Rain country seems to be in a state of civil war. An organization called Akatsuki has suddenly risen in recent years and challenged the hidden Rain village. The two sides are fighting openly and secretly. This is all the information we have investigated. Patriarch, it's my fault today. These things should be told to Yuzuk and Yuzhang. If they knew this information, Yuzuk would not be involved in the troubles of the Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization." At the end, Sanashuk took the initiative to take responsibility and did not blame Yuzuk for causing trouble. However, without waiting for Das Han to speak, "It's useless." Yuzuk spoke first. He looked at Daisen and Sanashuk and whispered, "Even if I knew this information, I couldn't avoid the fate of being involved in trouble. Today, I met 2 Rain Ninjas chasing the Akatsuki member named Konan during my reconnaissance. They attacked me as an enemy. Even if I tried my best to explain, I couldn't change anything." At this point, Yuzuk's face showed deep helplessness. "At that time, I either chose to resist or surrender. There was no other choice." "Yes. There was no other choice." Hearing Yuzuk's explanation, Sanashuk, who was going to take the responsibility on himself, fell silent. Indeed, for the situation that Yuzuk encountered today, it didn't matter whether he knew about the conflict between the Hidden Rain Village and the Akatsuki organization or not. He was used to being domineering in the land of rain. The Rain Ninjas are not easy to talk to, and conflicts are inevitable. More than 10 seconds later. "This is no one's fault." Das Han spoke up and concluded the matter with a decisive attitude. He glanced at Sanashuk, and then cast his eyes on Yuzuk. "Yuzuk, as you said, the fate of being involved in trouble is inevitable, but, what are you doing with the people from Akatsuki? This is my compensation for the mistakes I made." Yuzuk lowered his eyelids and said rather dejectedly, "After I chose to resist, I failed to kill the 2 enemy Rain Ninjas together, and one of them escaped. We were attacked by the Rain Ninjas on the way, and the reinforcements from Akatsuki came just in time. I thought that maybe I could use the power of Akatsuki to prevent the attacks of the Rain Ninjas." "Yuzuk, you..." Sanashuk's eyebrows stood up, and he was about to curse. "Sanashuk, shut up! I said, this is not anyone's fault." Das Han shouted loudly, shutting up Sanashuk's curse words. He frowned and said solemnly, Yuzuki has done his best. Even if I were in Yuzuki's position, I might not be able to do better. Besides, Yuzuki has thought of a way to make up for it. After saying that, he looked at Sanashuk deeply. Sanashuk had a stern face and said nothing. After the initial stage of hot brain and surging emotions, reason regained the upper hand. He also realized that Yuzuki did a good job. His impulsive thoughts just now were completely demanding and too harsh. To put it bluntly, it's easy to talk without any pain. If it were him, he wouldn't dare to say that he could keep 2 rain ninja jonin. Although the strength of ninjas from small ninja villages is generally lower than that of ninjas from large ninja villages at the same level, the Hidden Rain village is an exception. Under the leadership of demigod Salamander Hanzo, the top master in the current ninja world, the Hidden Rain village once planned to become the 6th largest ninja village in the ninja world. Even if it failed in the end, the strength of the Hidden Rain village is indeed not at the same level as other small ninja villages. The ninjas from the Hidden Rain village are capable of fighting with the ninjas from large ninja villages. It is already very powerful for Yuzuki to take down one person in a 1-on-2 battle. Yuzuki, you said that you want to use the power of the Akatsuki organization to fight against the possible attack of the Rain Ninja. Are you sure you can convince the Akatsuki organization to help? Yu Zhang, who had been listening quietly from beginning to end, asked at this time. His question also attracted the attention of Daisen and Sanashuk, focusing on Yuzuki. It's not that I'm sure I can convince Akatsuki to help, but my counter-attack against the Rain Ninjas is equivalent to saving the Akatsuki member named Konan. Later, the leader of Akatsuki, Yahiko, the young man with orange hair, said that in order to repay my kindness in saving his companions, he asked me to make any requests, and as long as it is within his ability, he will do his best to meet my requirements. Yuzuki explained. I see. Yu Zhang nodded, then looked at Das Han, who also had a look of realization on his face, and asked, Clan leader, what do you think? Is Yuzuki's compensation plan feasible? Yu Zhang, do you think it will work? Das Han asked back. I think it's okay. Yu Zhang nodded. He knew that Akatsuki had the trump card of Nagato, and it really had the strength to compete with the Hidden Rain village under the command of Hanzo. Sanashuk, what do you think? Das Han looked at Sanashuk again. We can give it a try. Akatsuki dares to challenge the Hidden Rain village, so I think they have some strength. After thinking carefully, Sanashuk gave the answer. Since you all think it's possible, let's go. It's almost time for us to show up. It's not a good way to treat guests if we keep them waiting for too long. Das Han stood up and walked out of the stone house first, heading towards the stone house with the sign of the reception room. Behind him, Yu Zhang, Sanashuk and Yuzuki followed closely. Chapter 41 The Two Poles of the Rain Country. As Yuzuki said, Akatsuki's leader Yahiko sincerely wanted to repay him for saving Konan. When he heard Yuzuki's request, please help escort my people to the border of the Rain Country and the River Country, he readily agreed. Not only him. The rest of the Akatsuki also showed a very positive attitude. This is actually not difficult to understand. The Hidden Rain village ruled by Hanzo Salamander and the Akatsuki organization have always been incompatible. The two sides have never stopped fighting openly and secretly, not to mention that this time when Konan was attacked, the people of the Akatsuki organization also held their breath and wanted to seek revenge on the Rain Ninja. Escorting the people of the Koji clan to the southern border of the Rain Country can not only repay Yuzuki's life-saving grace to Konan, but also find an opportunity to fight with the Rain Ninjas. For the people of the Akatsuki organization, there is really no reason to refuse. Chief Yahiko, I will trouble you next. Das Han smiled and stretched out his hand. Yahiko also stretched out his hand and shook Das Han tightly, saying, Chief Das Han, please rest assured, we will definitely do our best to escort the nobles to the southern border smoothly. Thank you. Das Han let go of his hand. Yahiko also retracted his right hand and looked to the side. Hadosuke, take your people back to the base and replace Nagato. Yes. Heidosuke answered loudly. Then he whispered, Yahiko, can I come with Nagato? If you come with Nagato, who will take charge of the situation at the base? Yahiko asked helplessly. The Akatsuki organization seems to be thriving now, but as a leader, he knows that the foundation of the Akatsuki organization is not solid. It just looks bright and beautiful, and can compete with the Hidden Rain Village. In fact, the Akatsuki organization has a large talent gap. Almost everyone has multiple positions. Otherwise, it would not be said that Heidosuke would replace the strongest Nagato, because if Nagato left, there would be no one to take charge of the situation at the base. Isn't there still the big Buddha? Heidosuke replied guiltily. Yahiko didn't say anything, but just stared at Heidosuke. What he wanted to express was self-evident. If Daibutsu could handle the situation at the base alone, why would he send Heidosuke back? It was because Daibutsu could not handle it alone that Heidosuke, the fourth in command of Akatsuki, was needed to take charge of the situation. Okay. Okay. I got it. I will guard the base with Daibutsu. Heidosuke finally lost under Yahiko's gaze. Soon, Heidosuke led a group of people to leave the camp of the Koji clan. Yahiko, Konan, and several other members of Akatsuki stayed behind. According to Yahiko, the escort mission had begun the moment he agreed. The Hidden Rain Village. High-rise buildings, overpasses, drainage pipes. These are the three elements that make up the Hidden Rain Village. As a country with continuous rain all year round, the overabundance of water resources is a problem that all people in the rain country have to face. It is precisely because of this that the efforts of generations have developed an architectural style that is completely different from most areas in the ninja world. Lord Hau. The rain ninja guarding the dock saluted and greeted the returning jonin. However, Hau, who was in a very bad mood, ignored the mood of these small fish, walked past the rain ninjas on guard without saying a word, and strode towards the interior of the village. It seems that Lord Hau's mission is not going well. Come to think of it, I remember that Lord Hau went on a mission with Lord Dongye before. How come Lord Hau is the only one back? The rain ninjas on guard took a breath of cold air, making a small contribution to the warming of the Hidden Rain Village, and then wisely ended this somewhat dangerous topic, and continued to chat about family matters, complaining about the recent rising prices, complaining about the sons who failed to become ninjas and living off their parents at home, complaining about this, complaining about that. Hau! The shout came from the overpass above his head. Hau stopped and looked up. It's Kuyu. On the overpass, a rain ninja was leaning on the railing with his hand, staring down at Hau. What do you want me to do? Hau asked with a gloomy face. I'm not the one looking for you. Master Hanzo asked me to look for you. Master Hanzo changed his residence. Yes. The rain ninja named Kuya waved to Hau below, come with me. Master Hanzo is waiting for you. Hau frowned slightly, jumped onto the overpass, and followed Kuyu. In the eyes of many uninformed people, the so-called demigod Hanzo should be a brave and fearless strong man, but only Hanzo's confidants know how cautious and suspicious Hanzo's character is. Not only does he have guards who work in shifts 24 hours a day, but he also changes his residence from time to time to prevent others from knowing his whereabouts. Kuyu, why did Master Hanzo look for me? Hau asked, following Kuyu. Why else? Of course I want to know why you and Dongye led a team to carry out the mission together, but you were the only one who returned to the village out of a team of nearly 10 people. By the way, did Dongye die? Yes, Dongye is dead. Oh. That's really unfortunate. Anyone can hear that there is no sympathy or pity in Kuyu's words, and it is full of gloating. Hau is not surprised by this. Kuyu and Dongye have a bad relationship. If the two of them switch their identities, Dongye will never have any pity for Kuyu. Moreover, the Hidden Rain Village ruled by Hanzo is not a warm and affectionate place. People die. That's dead. Even Hao, who is Dong Ye's partner, is not very sad about Dong Ye's death. He is more annoyed and angry because he was beaten and fled by the illusion ninja who came out of nowhere. He is thinking about how to retaliate. Hao, did you and that woman Dong Ye meet Nagato from Akatsuki? Kuyu had gloated enough and curiously asked about the details. The struggle between the Hidden Rain Village and Akatsuki has been going on for quite some time. In these battles, both sides have obtained a lot of information about each other, such as the strongest person in Akatsuki is not their leader, but a young man named Nagato. That guy he had performed a feat of defeating 3 enemies at once. The previous generation Wu Yu and Yan Yu were killed, and only Mayasa Yu escaped. Even Hanzo ordered that if they met the red-haired man of the Akatsuki organization, they could retreat. If they wanted to fight him, they had to gather at least 5 or more jonin. Humph. Let's talk about it after we meet Hanzo. Hao Yu didn't intend to waste words. Okay. Kuyu didn't care either, just pointed to a tall building in front and said, anyway, we're almost there, and Hanzo is in the building in front. Chapter 42 Salamander Hanzo, Old. It was almost night. The rain outside was falling endlessly, and the noisy sound of rain could also be heard in the room. This is one of the many high-rise buildings in the Hidden Rain Village. From the outside, this building is no different from the other high-rise buildings. The same grey-black exterior walls, the same thick and solid drainage pipes, the same tightly closed windows, and the overall atmosphere exudes the same gloomy atmosphere as the sky. However, inside the building, the damp and musty smell is pervasive, and the dim lights flicker irregularly as if the contact is poor. The rain ninjas are guarding every 3 steps and every 5 steps. The guards are so strict that even a fly can hardly get in. Once they step into the building, Kuyu and Hao consciously shut their mouths and just walked quickly under the scrutiny of those eyes. The structure inside the building is intricate and complicated, like a maze. Fortunately, Kuyu has been familiar with the route these days. Although he has stopped many times on the way, he will soon set foot on the right path and lead Hao, who has just returned to the village, to a wide room deep in the Euromazia trademark. This is a very empty room. There were no decorations on the bare walls, and there were no bookshelves, cabinets, or even coffee tables or chairs in the room. There was only a curtain in the depths of the room, and behind the curtain was a bed, on which a figure sat cross-legged. On both sides of the bed, there were 2 figures standing on each side. Master Hanzo, I brought Hao here. Kuyu stopped in front of the curtain, bowed his head in the direction of the curtain, and reported respectfully. Then, Master Hanzo, I am incompetent, and the mission failed. Hao knelt on one knee and bowed his head deeply. Kuyu, stand aside. Yes, Master Hanzo. Kuyu responded and stepped aside like a poplar. Sitting on the bed behind the curtain was an old man with a hunched body. Although he was in the room and on the bed, he was wearing combat uniform and a respirator, as if he was ready to fight at any time. This extremely cautious man was the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, Hanzo Salamander. Through the curtain, he looked at Hao kneeling on the ground and asked in his old and hoarse voice, Did Dong Ye die? Yes, Dong Ye died. How did he die? Killed by a Genjutsu ninja. Genjutsu ninja. The voice from behind the curtain was slightly higher in pitch. Beside him, Kuyu also looked at Hao in surprise. Yes, Dong Ye and I had already forced Zionin of the Akatsuki organization into a desperate situation. When we were preparing to capture Zionin alive, we found someone lurking in the dark around. Dong Ye and I thought it was the reinforcements of the Akatsuki organization, so we forced him out. Isn't that person a member of the Akatsuki organization? Probably not. Hao answered truthfully, not daring to lie. On the way back to the Hidden Rain Village, he repeatedly recalled the disastrous defeat, and he also had some guesses about the identity of the illusion ninja. Go on. Yes, Dong Ye and I joined forces to force that person out. We didn't care too much at the time, because Xionan was already at the end of her rope. Dongyu and I didn't think that person could turn the world upside down alone, but we really didn't expect that guy to be an illusion ninja, and he used an auditory illusion. Illusion is one of the basic skills of ninjas. It is a part of the ninja Taigen system, but most ninjas practice illusions as auxiliary means. Many ninjas even simply learn how to remove illusions, so as to devote their energy to the practice of ninjutsu or taijutsu. There are not many ninjas who specialize in illusions, and 90% of these ninjas who specialize in illusions practice visual illusions. Users of auditory illusions are really rare in the ninja world. This also leads to many ninjas being completely unprepared for auditory illusions. When they encounter it suddenly, it is normal to be caught off guard. Next to him, the mockery in Kuyu's eyes when he looks at Hao is gone, and only sympathy remains, because if he asks himself, if he suddenly encounters an enemy who uses auditory illusions, he may not be able to escape like Hao, and he may die on the spot like the woman Dongyu. Auditory illusion. Have you figured out the identity of that person? I just have a guess. You say. The prop that person used for auditory illusion was a flute, and the news that the Magic Flute clan defected from the Hidden Rock village has been making headlines recently. That person, may be from the Magic Flute clan. How you said his own speculation. Your brain is not broken. Hearing the words of Hanzo, who was not sure whether to praise or criticize, Hao Yu lowered his head and dared not say more. The Koji clan, that is, the Magic Flute clan, has indeed come to the Rain country. They entered from the northern border and are migrating to the south. Moreover, just before you came back, Hao Yu, I received a new piece of information that the Koji clan had mixed up with the annoying little devils of the Akatsuki organization. Hanzo's words contained some fierce murderous intent. Even though the Akatsuki organization, a force that resisted his rule, appeared in the territory of the Rain country, it was not enough to make him lose control of the country. It was impossible for him to hide the entry of more than 200 people from the Coral Branch clan into the Rain country. He had received the news shortly after the Coral Branch clan entered the country. However, he had never thought about how to deal with the Coral Branch clan before, whether to deal with the Coral Branch clan. Should he capture all the Coral Branch clan and send them to the Hidden Rock village to make friends with the Hidden Rock ninja? Should he recruit the Coral Branch clan to strengthen the strength of his own Hidden Rain village? Or, turn a blind eye and turn a deaf ear, as long as the Coral Branch clan does not cause trouble in the territory of the Rain country, just ignore it? Different choices have different advantages and disadvantages. If it was the Hanzo of the Salamander 20 years ago, the ambitious Hanzo who wanted to turn the Hidden Rain village into the 6th largest ninja village and the Rain country into the 6th largest country, God, will certainly choose to recruit the Coral Branch clan, and will not be afraid even if it will anger the Rock ninja. Unfortunately, he is old. He is already over 60 years old, his hair has turned white, his health is getting worse, and his chakra is constantly decreasing. He can no longer maintain the state of his peak period. Now he has long lost his original ambitions. He only wants to eliminate all the noise in the country of Rain. Then, spend his old age in peace. So, it seems that he can't make up his mind how to deal with the Coral Branch clan, but hesitating all the time is equivalent to choosing to ignore it. So the Coral Branch clan has entered the territory of the Rain country for several days and no Rain ninja has come to visit. However, now that the Coral Branch clan and the Akatsuki organization are mixed together, his wavering thoughts suddenly have a tendency. The strength of the Akatsuki organization has expanded enough, and they can no longer be allowed to grow. Hao, go back and rest. Don't go on missions these days. Next, there may be new missions for you. Hanzo hesitated for 2 seconds and did not give Hao a clear instruction. He was still inclined to deal with the Koji clan and had not really made up his mind. Yes, Master Hanzo. Hao naturally did not dare to ask any more questions. He agreed honestly. Seeing that there was no more talk or movement behind the curtain, he quietly retreated. Chapter 43 The rock ninjas following the abandoned village where the Koji clan had been stationed welcomed new guests. They came from the country in the north that was surrounded by rocky mountains. They wore bamboo hats and straw raincoats and sneaked into the village silently like ghosts. Under the guidance of the perception ninja, they came to a stone house in the abandoned village. Master Akaishi. In the room. An Iwagakure Umbu wearing the standard combat uniform of the Iwagakure Umbu and a mask on his face saw the group of people walking in the door, and hurriedly bowed his head to greet the person walking in front. Banyan. Akaishi looked at the masked Umbu in front of him. Lord Akaishi, it's me. Banyan responded. Facing the man who used to be the head of the Umbu, he didn't dare to be disrespectful in the slightest. Why are you the only one? Where are your subordinates? Have you sent them out to gather intelligence? I'm the only one left. Banyan whispered. Hi. Akaishi's eyes widened. Before receiving the order waiting for you, Lord Akaishi, I had already tried to deal with the traitors of the Koji clan. And you were the only one left to be killed. Yes. Banyan lowered his head, ashamed. Tell me in detail, how did you lose? Which of the senior ninjas from the Koji clan took action? Was there anything surprising in their methods? Akashi did not blame Banyan for his failure. It was not his turn to investigate the responsibility as the former Umbu minister who had long since resigned. That was something that the Tsuchikage and the current Umbu minister should worry about. At the moment, he was concerned about the intelligence that Banyan had collected during his failure. Before the troops move, intelligence comes first. This is the principle of small-scale ninja battles. Because of the small number of people, the demand for logistical materials is quite low, and it is easy to complete the supply. Unlike large troops, they rely on logistics. Moreover, unlike large-scale battles, ninjas who are qualified to participate in such small-scale fights are mostly masters. At this time, compared to supplies and equipment, intelligence is more important. If you can know the enemy's methods in advance, you can make corresponding preparations before the war. For example, if the enemy is good at using poison, you can prepare gas masks and antidotes in advance. If the enemy is good at using fire escape and lightning escape, you can mobilize ninjas using water escape and wind escape where fighting. For example, in order to guard against the auditory illusion of the Koji clan, the magic flute technique, both Banyan and his group, and Akaishi and others, all carried earmuffs and earplugs. In theory, the Koji clan had no secrets in front of Akaishi and Banyan. The Koji clan was one of the many families that supported the first-generation Tsuchikage to establish the Hidden Rock Village. No matter what the secrets were, they had been leaked out in the Hidden Rock Village over the past few decades. However, it is better to be cautious. The Koji clan had no secrets, but the specific methods of the Koji clan's jonins were not detailed in the relevant records in the village, and they were not necessarily accurate. For example, the young man named Koji Yuzhang, who was emphasized by the Tsuchikage, mastered the secret technique, the camouflage technique, and the high-level earth escape hardening technique, the earth spear. Therefore, the failure of Banyan's operation does not mean that he returned empty-handed. As long as he can bring back information, it will be considered a gain. There is only one person who took action. Banyan's voice was small, like a little rooster with a stuck neck. One person. Akashi's eyes widened. One person defeated the team led by Banyan? You led a complete combat team, right? The one who attacked was Koji Yuzhang. Banyan's voice became more and more subtle, but still within the range of being heard clearly. His earth spear technique has been tempered to an extremely advanced level. Our attacks can't break his defense at all. After he killed the perception ninja of our team with the attack, he used the camouflage hiding technique. His camouflage hiding technique is also very sophisticated. Without the guidance of the perception ninja, we can't see his whereabouts at all. I ordered a retreat at that time, but unfortunately, I was the only one who escaped. After the voice fell, The stone house became quiet, and only the noisy sound of rain outside could be heard. Akashi didn't know what to say for a moment. According to Banyan, apart from confirming once again that Huzi Yuzhang was indeed a target that needed extra attention, no other useful and new information could be found. Nothing else was discovered. After a moment of silence, Akashi asked. Not really. We were planning to sneak over and attack Huzi Yuzhang, but, before we got close, he used a move called Earthquake Core to force us out from underground. I suspect, he may have mastered the perception ninjutsu, or there are other perception ninjas around him that we don't know about. Banyan whispered his speculation. Perception ninja. There is no perception ninja among all the registered ninjas of the Huzi clan. Akashi frowned. The importance of sensory ninjas is unquestionable. Reconnaissance, tracking and other tasks all require sensory ninjas. If there is a sensory ninja in a team, the survival rate of this team will increase significantly when performing tasks. In the Hidden Rock Village, every sensory ninja needs to be recorded in the corresponding roster. And the Coral Branch clan. There are no sensory ninjas. If what Banyan said is correct, then there are three situations. One is that Coral Branch Yuzhang concealed the fact that he was a sensory ninja a long time ago, the second is that he has been a sensory ninja for a short time. Not all sensory ninjas are born like the Hyuga and Yamanaka families in Konoha. Most of them become sensory ninjas through acquired efforts or luck. This is very common. If it is these two situations, it is easy to say. It is not a big problem. It is still only the Coral Branch clan that needs to be dealt with. But the fear is the third situation, that is, the Coral Branch clan has obtained the support of a large force that is not afraid of being enemies with their Hidden Rock ninjas. Banyan, did you see ninjas from other villages or organizations around that Koji Yuzhang? Akashi stared at Banyan. I didn't see that. Banyan shook his head and said, at that time, there were only two Chinins from the Koji clan around Koji Yuzhang, Koji Mai and Koji Tatsuya. Banyan, you lead the way, let's go and weigh the Koji clan together. Akashi thought for a few seconds and decided to go and test it himself to see if the Koji clan was really that powerful. If the Koji clan was really hard to deal with, then he would find another way. If the Koji clan couldn't stand the test, then he would just complete the task. In short, try it first. Chapter 44 Earth Listening Technique. The rain is still falling. Since the Koji clan entered the land of rain, the rain has never stopped for even a few minutes. From day to night, from closing eyes to opening eyes, the rain has been falling. The only change is the size of the rain. Sometimes it is a drizzle, sometimes it is a heavy rain. Today, it is a rare good day with a drizzle. Although it is still soaking in the rain, it is better than rushing in the pouring rain. At the current speed, it will take at least 10 days to reach the southern border. On the hill, Zionin stood on the edge of the cliff, overlooking the team ahead that was moving along the winding road. That was the migrating Koji clan. Among them, there are also ninjas from the Akatsuki organization. Yahiko, the Akatsuki organization, the leader of the weaving tribe, was among them, and Konan, who was even stronger than Yahiko, was assigned to the end of the team and took on the responsibility of guarding the rear with Yuzhang. 10 days. Yuzhang looked up at the gloomy sky without sunlight. 10 days is 10 days, there is no rush for such a thing. If it were only the ninjas, they would have arrived at the country of rivers by now, but the Koji clan had more than 200 people, not to mention the qualified ninjas, and there were less than 50 people who had refined chakra. In addition, there were many children and pregnant women in the team, so they could not travel all day with high intensity. The possibility of encountering attacks will increase significantly over time. Konan said softly. The attack is inevitable. Yu Zhang replied calmly, according to what you said, the information that my Koji clan betrayed the Hidden Rock village has spread throughout the ninja world. Even in places like the Land of Rain, people are spreading it. The Hidden Rock village has really lost face in the ninja world this time. In order to pick up the face that has fallen on the ground, they must do their best to deal with my clan. So, it is not very realistic to expect to run fast to avoid the attack. Even if they successfully meet up with the mist ninja waiting for them in the land of river, it is impossible for the Iwagakuer to give up the pursuit. It is possible that the Iwagakuer will be stimulated to chase them more frantically, and even their Koji clan and the mist ninja will be killed together. After all, the Iwagakuer and the mist ninja, a pair of enemies located in different places, still hate each other and think that the other party killed their second generation of shadows. Of course, your organization only needs to help our tribe block the attack of the rain ninjas. We won't bother you with the rock ninjas. Finally, Yu Zhang added another sentence. Do you think we are afraid of being enemies with the rock ninjas? Xiao Nan frowned and stared at Yu Zhang. She felt that both she and the Akatsuki organization were underestimated. She said those words just now with good intentions. It's not a question of whether you are afraid or not, but the rain country borders the earth country. If your Akatsuki organization replaces the hidden rain village and controls the rain country in the future, then you will need to consider how to get along with the unfriendly neighbor in the north. Being hostile to the rock ninjas is not a good thing for your Akatsuki organization. Yu Zhang said with good intentions, without a trace of prejudice against the Akatsuki organization. No matter what the Akatsuki organization will become in the future, the current leader of the Akatsuki organization, Yahiko, is a very charismatic guy. This guy agreed to Yuzuki's request of please help escort my people to the border of the rain country and the river country, and he really tried his best to realize this request. For this reason, in addition to ensuring that their own base has a minimum combat power left, all the other masters were summoned. For example, Nagato, the first master of the Akatsuki organization, was arranged at the forefront of the team, and he and Yuzuki were responsible for the important task of exploring and opening the way. As the saying goes, repay kindness with kindness, and tooth for tooth. This is the belief that Yu Zhang adheres to. Since Yahiko led the Akatsuki organization and worked so hard for his own Koji clan, then Yu Zhang naturally had to repay him with Kai and Yao. He couldn't do the kind of thing that treats people who are good to him as pure tools. You think a lot. Xiao Nan looked at Yu Zhang in surprise, and then said, Yahiko has already considered this kind of thing, and has told us before, but since we have agreed, we will definitely escort your Koji clan to leave the rain country safely, no matter whether the attackers are rock ninja, rain ninja, or sand ninja. In short, our Akatsuki organization will do what it says. As for the future, that is our Akatsuki organization's own business, you don't need to worry about it for us. Xiao Nan's momentum is very strong, and it seems that he is not afraid of all the troubles that may be caused by provoking the rock ninja. Yu Zhang shook his head, speechless. Indeed. If there were no Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, the Akatsuki organization with Nagato would not have to fear the rock ninja. Although without Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, Nagato would not have the Samsara Eye. But to be honest, if there was no Black Zetsu stirring up trouble in the dark, the ninja world would not necessarily become so cruel. There is no point in going deeper into this. In short, he had said what he should say. Whether Xionin accepted it or not was Xionin's business, and it had nothing to do with him. He could not say that he was forcing the Akatsuki organization to act according to his own wishes and ideas. Brother Yu Zhang, it's almost time for us to catch up. At this time, Mai Koeda, who was standing next to him and looked like a little transparent, whispered. Under the cliff, the migrating team had already gone far away. Because of the rain curtain, only a vague shadow could be seen. Then let's go. Wait. Yu Zhang suddenly changed his words halfway through. The 13-year-old Koji Mai blinked in confusion, and looked at Yu Zhang with the 14-year-old Koji Chen next to her. Is there an enemy? Xiao Nan reacted immediately and asked seriously. There is a situation. Yu Zhang agreed, turned around and squatted down, stretched out his right index finger and placed it on the smooth blue stone polished and washed by rain, with the help of using the power of the A rock element A trademark to sense and identify the high-intensity chakra sources that were moving quickly towards this side in the distance. A should be the rock ninjas. There are 7 of them. One of them is the defeated general who escaped from my hands before, and they should be about 3 kilometers away from here. Yu Zhang told the information he sensed. A 3 kilometers, A. Xiao Nan looked at Yu Zhang in surprise and praised, Your perception ninjutsu is very powerful, A. It should be noted that perceiving ninjas are different from perceiving ninjas, and the gap between the upper and lower limits is particularly huge. For ordinary perceiving ninjas, the perceiving range of 1 kilometer is almost the limit. Every kilometer of perceiving range is a leap. The perceiving range of 3 kilometers A is already very powerful. Of course. Here we are talking about ordinary perceiving ninjas. Families such as the Hyuga clan, the Uzumaki clan, and the Yamanaka clan cannot be included in the normal discussion scope. For example, the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can see the scenery within a kilometer radius, and through acquired training, the telescopic distance can be continuously improved. It is said that the masters of the Hyuga clan can see the scenery 10 kilometers away. Even the Hyuga clan members with insufficient qualifications can easily see the scenery 3 or 4 kilometers away after training. So, the ninja world is based on bloodline. The end point that many people reach after their lifelong efforts is often just the starting point of others, or even cannot reach the starting point of others. You are too flattering. My earth listening technique is still far from it. Yu Zhang shook his head. This is what he really thinks. On the way, he developed this perception ninjutsu based on the high affinity for rock elements given to him by the Eye of God, which uses the ubiquitous rock elements to detect distant situations. It is named Earth Listening Technique, hoping that one day he can accurately perceive chakra fluctuations thousands of miles away like the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. A mere 3 kilometers. It's really far away. Chapter 45 Before the War. In Zionan's opinion, this guy named Koji Yuzhang didn't know whether to be too modest or too confident. Is a perception distance of 3 kilometers still far away? How embarrassed are those perception ninjas whose perception distance is less than 3 kilometers? Although she was born in a destroyed village in the land of rain. By chance, she, Yahiko, and Nagato followed Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, to practice for 3 years. Under Jiraiya's teaching, her vision was not narrow at all. She knew very well that a perception distance of 3 kilometers was already a very powerful level among the perception ninjas. However, she did not express any opinion on this. After all, everyone has different standards for judging whether such things are powerful or not. There is nothing wrong with judging them based on self-centeredness. She just complained a little in her heart, and then shifted her attention to the battle that was about to break out. Yu Zhang, what are you going to do? Do you want to call for support? Xiao Nan asked. Go tell the clan leader that the enemy is coming and let him be prepared. Yu Zhang stood up and gave an order, and then said, but there is no need for reinforcements. Let the clan leader and others guard the tribesmen. Leave this to me. Yes. My Koji agreed loudly. This 13-year-old girl did not doubt Yu Zhang's ability at all. In order to calm the hearts of the tribe members, Das Han widely publicized a series of glorious achievements created by Yu Zhang in the tribe, such as facing the Yellow Flash Immortal of Konoha and capturing the Yellow Flash's disciples alive, and confronting the third Tsuchikage head-on and blocking the only bloodline elimination in the ninja world, Dust Release. Things like these were mentioned repeatedly after being slightly exaggerated. Moreover, the girl had witnessed Yu Zhang defeating the attacking Iwagakure Umbu team by himself, and the Umbu team was almost annihilated, with only one person escaping, and the rest of them all became a wisp of dead souls under Yu Zhang's hands. All this made the girl a fanatical admirer of Yu Zhang. 7 people, not a normal organization. Konan glanced at the back of Koji Mai as she left, then turned his gaze back to Yu Zhang, and reminded him implicitly, "I'm afraid this Iwagakuer troop is not so easy to deal with. If you are careless, you may end up in trouble." "I know." Yu Zhang reached out and grasped the Eye of God hanging on his waist, rubbing it gently with his fingertips. "Among this group of people, there are defeated generals who escaped from my hands last time. Since they dare to come again this time, their strength must be stronger than last time. However, as the saying goes, a man should be seen with new eyes after 3 days of absence. I have not said that I am standing still these days. If they think I am still the same as before, then I will give them a big surprise. Besides, I can't command the old man of the clan. What I said about not having reinforcements is just my personal opinion. The final decision is still made by the clan leader. There should still be reinforcements. If I can't send a victory report in a short time, the reinforcements should come, but to be honest, I think the reinforcements should not have a chance to leave." At the end, a happy smile appeared on his face. "If you make progress every day, you will achieve everything. From the moment you get the Eye of God, he is continuously getting stronger. Today is better than yesterday, and tomorrow will surpass today. He has never slacked off for even a moment on the way of fleeing with his whole clan. His main body is following the clan members on the road, but he will separate a shadow clone to comprehend and study the secrets of Earth escape. It must be said that the shadow clone created by the second-generation Hokage is really a magical skill. Not only can it be used in extremely dangerous actions such as infiltration, but it is also very useful to assist in practice. If I cooperate with you, the chances of winning should be a little greater, right?" After a moment of silence, Zionin looked at Yu Zhang, who was full of confidence, and asked, "That's for sure?" Yu Zhang nodded. He is confident that he can fight against the chasing rock ninja alone. If Zionin is willing to help, the chances of winning will naturally be higher. "Then I wish us a happy cooperation," Zionin said solemnly. "Victory will definitely belong to us," Yu Zhang responded. Immediately, he formed seals with his hands. Earth Escape Technique, Earth Clone Technique. He opened his mouth and spit out the refined Earth Escape Chakra in the shape of clay, and stretched and deformed in an instant, turning into the shape of Yu Zhang. 5 identical Earth clones appeared around him, and then the Earth clones simultaneously performed the secret technique, camouflage hiding technique, and disappeared. "This is..." Conan's pupils shrank sharply. What a clever camouflage technique! She, who was not a perception ninja, could not determine the location of Yu Zhang's Earth clones at all. "Next, we have to wait for our prey to come." Yu Zhang stood on the hill with his hands folded in front of his chest, looking up at the large rock in the north that was not high but had a variety of strange shapes washed by rain. "The target is still 2 kilometers away from us. 1.5 kilometers wait, the target has spread to multiple numbers, it should be the use of the entity clone technique." In the drizzle, the rock ninjas wearing bamboo hats and straw raincoats are running fast. They stop every time they advance a certain distance, gather behind the rocks, and wait for the perception ninja to find out the news. "Has the clone been aware of our whereabouts?" Akaishi raised his eyebrows when he heard the report from the perception ninja, looked at Banyan, and said, "Banyan, your judgment is correct, either that Koji Yuzhang has mastered the perception ninjutsu, or they have received help from a village or organization." Banyan, wearing a mask, did not say a word. He knew that Akaishi did not need him to respond at this time. As expected. "Since we have been exposed, there is no need to hide any more. Just charge forward and crush these traitors who dare to betray the village with your fists." Akaishi shouted loudly, with murderous intent in his eyes. As he said that, he rushed out first. "Yes, Lord Akaishi." Behind him, 3 jonins including Banyan and 3 special jonins responded in unison. Yes. The weakest team behind him are all special jonins. Not counting Banyan, the vanguard, there are 3 jonins in Akaishi himself. If Banyan is included, there are 4 jonins. And this is not a fixed team. Instead, Akashi, with the permission of Onoki, carefully selected good players from different departments and institutions of the Hidden Rock Village based on the relevant information of the Koji clan, and thus formed a new hunting team specifically targeting the Koji clan. Chapter 46 Earth Escape Bronze Bell. Chapter 46 Earth Escape Bronze Bell. A burly and majestic figure walked out from behind the rock, and Akashi appeared in the sight of Yu Zhang and Xiao Nan. There was a rugged mountain road less than 20 meters between them, and the thin rain curtain could not block the eyes that examined each other. Both sides maintained restraint and did not attack right away. Because they were perception ninjas, they could sense the situation on the other side, and they all understood that a surprise attack was meaningless, and both sides had some individual purposes, so they needed time to observe each other's situation closely. After all, perception ninjutsu could only sense life breath and chakra fluctuations, and the rest of the information had to be confirmed by the naked eye. I didn't expect that it was Senior Akashi who came. Yu Zhang was the first to speak and break the atmosphere of confrontation. Maybe Senior Akashi, you don't know me, an insignificant little character. Let me introduce myself. My name is Koji Yu Zhang. Akashi looked at Yu Zhang and interrupted him, although I didn't know there was such a person as you before, now your name is well known. Lord Tsuchikage has repeatedly told me to be careful of you. The old man is really petty. Hearing what Akashi said, Yu Zhang immediately complained to the third Tsuchikage without respect, I didn't do anything to him. To be precise, he beat me and I almost ran away with my head in my hands. I was almost decomposed into dust by the dust release. Is it necessary to stare at me like this? Humph! Really arrogant. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Akaishi's eyes. Dare to criticize the Tsuchikage-sama like this in front of him, if that's not arrogance, what is it? Today. When I do my best to get rid of this however. Before that, we have to try to figure out the identity of the blue-purple-haired woman standing next to Yu Zhang. Who are you, woman over there? Akashi asked directly, staring at Xionin. The matter of the Koji clan has been spreading in the ninja world recently. I think you should understand that our Uegakuer will clean up the traitors of the Koji clan at all costs. Mixing with them is not a good thing for you and the people behind you. If you know what's good for you, leave here now. I can promise that I won't make things difficult for you. However, his soft and hard words are useless. Uegakuer, you talk a lot of nonsense. Xionin was unmoved. Since Yahiko had decided to help the Koji clan, what she had to do was to support Yahiko wholeheartedly, so that she would not say that her faith was shaken by a few words from this big guy. Nothing in this world could shake her trust in Yahiko. And in the next moment, she waved her sleeves, and white pieces of paper flew out of her sleeves. Paper dance paper shuriken. The waterproof pieces of paper quickly connected and deformed in the drizzle, forming a series of paper shurikens that were as hard as steel, and shot towards Akaishi. Such an attack was obviously not enough to hurt a strong man like Akaishi. But this action was originally used by Konan to express his attitude. It was impossible to make her retreat just by talking. If you want her to leave, you have to rely on strength. Akaishi's raised right hand was suddenly covered with a layer of red gold, like the arm of a god. With a light wave of divine power, he knocked away all the paper shurikens that were as hard as steel. These shurikens failed to leave any traces on his arm. Earth-style, bronze bell. Worthy of being relied on by that old guy. Yu Zhang stared at Akagi with his pupils suddenly shrinking. In his mind, thoughts were racing. Earth-style, bronze bell, this is a high-level earth-style hardening technique that is on par with his earth-style, earth spear. It is said that when this technique is used, one will turn into a copper head and iron arms, an indestructible body, like a god walking on the ground, and no one can hurt him. Such comments are of course exaggerated, but it is undeniable that this high-level earth-style hardening technique is powerful. In the Hidden Rock Village, Any rock ninja who can master the few high-level earth-style hardening techniques such as Bronze Bell and Earth Spear are all strong among the strong without exception. As for which of the two high-level Earth Escape hardening techniques, Earth Spear and Bronze Bell, is more powerful, there is no definite conclusion, because there are few ninjas who master such high-level Earth Escape hardening techniques, and they are often family members. In ordinary competitions, they just stop at a certain point and have never fought to the death. It is really hard to say which one is stronger or weaker. But some rock ninjas think that this question itself is meaningless, because although ninjutsu is essentially divided into strong and weak, the specific extent to which these ninjutsu can be exerted still depends on the caster, and the strength of the ninjutsu cannot be hastily determined based on the caster's victory or defeat. However, it doesn't matter which one is stronger or weaker. Because Yu Zhang now understands the secret of Earth Escape Bronze Bell, and if he is given some time, he should be able to thoroughly master this high-level Earth Escape hardening technique that is on par with Earth Spear. In his eyes, he couldn't help but reveal a happy look. This is why he was not in a hurry to attack these Iwagakure ninja pursuers. Because these Iwagakure ninja pursuers are all the best in Iwagakure village without exception. They all master powerful high-level Earth Escape techniques. Many of them were not accessible to Yu Zhang before. Only the faction directly under the Tsuchikage is qualified to learn them. For example, the secret technique of camouflage is a typical example. If you want to learn this secret technique, you must get the permission of the Tsuchikage. Only the people trusted by the Tsuchikage will be granted the qualification to learn these secret techniques or high-level Earth Escape techniques. Like the Earth Escape technique of the Koji clan, the Earth Spear, which was one of the rewards given by the first-generation Tsuchikage to those who made great contributions in the process of establishing the village when the Iwagakure village was first established. Otherwise, Yu Zhang really has no place to get in touch with this high-level Earth Escape technique. So, after recognizing Akaishi, one of the few great masters in the Hidden Rock village, he immediately gave up the idea of a quick victory. Of course, with such a strong enemy, it is not necessarily possible to win a quick victory. But more importantly, he wanted to learn from Akaishi, the man who was called the arm of the third Tsuchikage, those high-level Earth Escape techniques that he had never had the chance to touch before. Of course, if there were any secret techniques based on Earth, Yin, or Earth, Yang, it would be even better. Since you don't know what's good for you, then let you ignorant fools taste the price of colluding with the traitors of the Koji clan. Akaishi shouted angrily. At the same time, he quickly completed the seal with both hands. And then, he punched the rock under his feet heavily. Earth Escapee Earth Flow. Chapter 47. Why is there a fifth one? Earth Escapee Earth Flow. This Earth Escape technique has limited lethality. Its effect is to changing the terrain, breaking the ground into countless fine sands, and then eroding the enemy like a tide, is often used to destroy the traps set by the enemy in battle, or to create a combat environment that is beneficial to oneself. And now, Akashi's purpose of using this move is the former. Destroying the surrounding terrain. At the same time, sweeping away those traps that are uncertain whether they exist or not, as for the purpose of creating a combat environment that is beneficial to oneself. This goal cannot be achieved, because the enemy is also good at using Earth Escape techniques, and no matter how much modification is made, the gap cannot be widened. It must be said that Akashi is very strong. With just this one blow, the hill under his feet was completely shattered, turning into fine quicksand that collapsed. The well-prepared rock ninjas stepped steadily on the quicksand and slid down safely without being affected at all. After all, they are rock ninjas, and they are all elite. The weakest are all special jonins. They are not unfamiliar with the Earth Escape technique of earth and rock flow, and they have discussed tactics early on the way. Therefore, it is normal that they were not affected at all. However, Yu Zhang and Xiao Nan, who were standing opposite them, were not affected at all. Xiao Nan's reaction was also fast enough. The snow-white paper poured out like an avalanche, and formed a sampan-like footing ground under her feet, allowing her to sway on the quicksand waves, but she was never swallowed by the quicksand like the tide. As for Yu Zhang, ding ding ding. The sound of the collision like iron hammering echoed in the drizzle. Yu Zhang and Qi Shi stepped on the quicksand as if walking on flat ground, and they fought directly. One of them used the earth escape technique of earth spear, and the other used the earth escape technique of bronze bell. The black fists and golden arms collided quickly and violently. Moreover, judging from the result of the collision, it was actually a situation of equal strength. Looking at this situation, the eyes of the rock ninjas flashed a touch of surprise at the same time. How could it be possible that he could fight Akaishi-sama? One of the rock ninjas couldn't help but mutter to himself. They knew best how powerful Akaishi-sama was. If the third Tsuchikage was the most powerful person in the Hidden Rock Village, then Akaishi was not the second-ranked expert, but he was definitely one of the top 5. Being able to fight Akaishi-sama, doesn't it mean that the previously unknown Koji Yuzhang is also one of the top experts in the Hidden Rock Village? How the hell is this possible? If I remember correctly, the previous data of the Koji clan recorded that Koji Yuzhang was only 15 years old this year? What kind of monster is this? I've never heard of such a genius in the Koji clan. The rock ninjas, whose minds were shaken, couldn't help but whisper. Shut up, is it time for you to talk nonsense now? Slade shouted. His eyes were full of dissatisfaction. He admitted that the guys carefully selected by Akashi were very capable, but except for the one from the Umbu, the discipline of the others was really not very good. They still had time to talk nonsense at this time. They really stayed in the village for too long and were too comfortable. Hearing Banyan's scolding, the others fell silent. Akashi had explained before that if he was tied up by the enemy, the command would automatically be transferred to Banyan, a senior ninja from the Umbu who often served as the guard of the Tsuchikage. If Banyan was also unable to perform the command function, the command would continue to be transferred to another senior ninja. This was not an act of explaining the aftermath, but a normal operation of the ninjas during the war, so as to avoid the commander's unfortunate death and the people below being in chaos. After all, in the ninjas' war, the commander often has to charge at the front line, and the death rate is not low to be honest. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Banyan, who was still sliding on the quicksand, glanced at Zionin in the distance and continued, "Don't forget what Akashi-sama told you before. It's hard for Akashi-sama to break the situation in a short time. According to the plan, it's up to us to break the deadlock. Feng Chintu, sense if there are any dangers around." Feng Chintu. This is the name of the perception ninja in the team. Although he is only a special jonin, the special skill he is good at is perception. Many jonins in the Hidden Rock Village are not as good as him in the field of perception. If it weren't for his poor fighting ability, he would have been a jonin long ago. However, there is no shortage of attackers in their team at the moment. Needless to say, none of the jonins are weak, and the special skills that the other two special jonins are good at are also related to combat. Be careful. Feng Chintu, who was using the perception ninjutsu to investigate the surrounding situation, suddenly shouted, "Those physical clones are around us. They were not destroyed by the earth and rock flow technique of Akagi-sama. There are a total of 4. What?" Everyone was shocked. However, they looked around but could not see even a ghost. It's the camouflage hiding technique. In the team, another special jonin dressed as an Umbu said. And, at the moment when the voice fell, he suddenly drew out the long sword at his waist and slashed directly towards the empty position in front of the right, and Thena figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. It was Yu Zhang, and Yu Zhang was disemboweled. Then, this clone turned into mud and collapsed. At the same time, Banyan and the other 3 senior ninjas also took action. Each of them found a clone of Yu Zhang who used the camouflage technique to hide his whereabouts, and killed these weak clones neatly. In the blink of an eye, Yu Zhang's 4 clones were killed and turned back into mud. If you are not a perception ninja, it is indeed difficult to see through the camouflage technique, but, unfortunately, this is the land of rain, and the camouflage technique can't make your body disappear completely. The rain will still fall on you. Banyan looked at the collapsing mud in front of him and said softly. As a rock ninja, he hated the rainy weather in the land of rain, but today he had to admit that thanks to the help of the rain, otherwise, it would not be so easy to deal with these earth clones using the camouflage technique. After all, there is a member in the Umbu who uses the camouflage technique, and he knows very well how difficult it is. Even if there is a perception ninja like Feng Chintu in the team, he can't tell the specific locations of so many earth clones. Puchi! The sound of the blade piercing the flesh suddenly reached everyone's ears. Blood spurted out from Feng Chintu's chest. How could it be? Feng Chintu lowered his head and only saw the blood gushing from his chest, but he could not see the blade that pierced his heart. His eyes were full of confusion. In the last moment of his life, he asked persistently, why there is a fifth person? I clearly only sensed 4 auras. Chapter 48 Physical attack is invalid. Why is there a fifth person? Behind Feng Chintu, Yu Zhang's earth clone lifted the camouflage and appeared. He stuck to Feng Chintu's ear and whispered, it's very simple, one on the ground and one underground, acting in sync. For non-eye-based perception ninjas like us, it's not easy to distinguish. Puff! Feng Chintu spurted out a mouthful of blood. Surprisingly, it's so simple. However, it is true that one of the 4 chakra fluctuations that I just sensed seems to be a little different from the other 3, but as Huzi Yuzhang said, it is not easy to distinguish, because all the physical clones are derived from Huzi Yuzhang. If the chakra of the same origin is close enough, it is entirely possible to make a misjudgment. It's just that I was actually tricked by this little trick, which is really unwilling. But no matter how unwilling I am, I can't reverse my fatal injury. It's good enough that I didn't become a fool. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood in succession, my head tilted, my breath disappeared, and I went to the underworld to report to the predecessors of the Hidden Rock Village. At the same time, the long sword and kunao also fell on Yu Zhang's earth clone, and in an instant, the earth clone was torn into pieces. Unfortunately, even so, it can't change the fact that their perception ninja was killed. Asshole! Banyan's face was extremely ugly, so gloomy that water could be squeezed out of it. It was the same again. Just like last time. The first to be killed was the sensory ninja in the team. Last time, because his sensory ninja was killed, he lost the way to see through the camouflage and was finally defeated by Huzi Yuzhang. All his men were killed, and he was the only one who escaped in a hurry. Today, is it going to be another tragic defeat? Not only Banyan was in a heavy mood. The other rock ninjas also looked unhappy. They were not rookies who lacked combat experience because they could become special jonin or even jonin. They knew very well that they would try their best to kill the enemy's sensory ninja and medical ninja at the beginning of the battle. Therefore, I also understand how bad it is to be blinded by the enemy. After all, the enemy has mastered the camouflage technique, which can be almost perfect. You can't expect to rely on this drizzle to spy on the enemy's whereabouts, right? This method is too passive. Hurry up and deal with the woman with blue-purple hair first. Slate shouted angrily. He forced away the uneasiness in his mind, locked his murderous eyes on Xionan's figure, and immediately formed a seal, using the secret technique called Earth Escapee Underground Navigation, and moved towards Xionan from underground, and his companions also took action immediately. Except for one person who took out a scroll to collect the body of the dead perception ninja, the others also killed Xionan one after another. Earth Escape Technique, Earthquake Core. One of the rock ninja jonin suddenly stopped more than 10 meters away from Xionan, quickly formed seals with his hands, and performed an earth escape technique, controlling the rock and soil under Xionan's feet to sink suddenly like an elevator. This move has no lethality and is often used to dig trenches on the battlefield. However, If you are fighting against a team that is good at earth escape stealth techniques, if the ninja cooperates with his friends, it can produce amazing results. For example, now, as the rock and soil under his feet sank, Zionin, who didn't have time to dodge this non-aggressive ninjutsu, was also taken down by gravity. However, the depth of the earthquake core sinking is limited, and it is impossible to sink the enemy into the center of the earth. For a ninja, it is not difficult to jump out of this pit. Just when Zionin was about to escape from this deep pit, a figure suddenly jumped out of the rock wall beside him, waving the long sword in his hand and stabbing at Zionin. It must be said that this attack was indeed sudden. However, like snowflakes, the white paper was flying wildly, and the blade did not transmit the touch of stabbing the entity, which made the slate holding the knife feel a little nervous. Is it a clone? No, that's not right. The entity clone technique also has a corresponding texture, but now it feels like stabbing a ball of air, an illusion. So, is it the most basic illusion-like clone technique? But if it was a clone technique, it wouldn't make sense that it would be affected by the earthquake core technique. Paper dancer paper spear. In midair, white paper gathered into the shape of Conan's half-body, and she was holding a spear in her hand, stabbing it fiercely at Banyan. Dang clang! The spear only tore his clothes apart, but failed to penetrate Banyan's back, which suddenly turned grey and white, like a stone. Earth escapee stone skin technique. It is a kind of earth escape hardening technique, but it is different from the top earth escape hardening techniques such as earth spear and bronze bell, which are both offensive and defensive. The stone skin technique is just an ordinary hardening technique. Not only is its defense power not as good as the top hardening techniques such as earth spear and bronze bell, it also does not have offensive characteristics and can only be used for defense. Fortunately, Conan's paper spear has limited lethality. It did not break his defense. Hardening technique. One strike missed. Konan frowned slightly. The ninjas from these big ninja villages are really powerful. Their abilities can be compared with the best ninjas in the Rain Ninjas, such as Hao and Dongyu. You should know that the ninjas in the Rain Ninjas with the word Yu in their names, such as Hao and Dongyu, are basically the top masters in the Rain Ninja village. These names were also given by Hanzo of the Salamander. It can only be said that the big ninja villages are really big ninja villages. Shikigami no wabi-sabi. Countless pieces of paper like snowflakes fluttered behind Konan, and in an instant they were pieced together into a pair of snow-white wings. The snow-white wings fluttered lightly, and the whole person escaped from the deep pit like a crane flapping its wings and taking off. The failure to kill Banyan did not give her the idea of a euro finishing off the enemy. She knew very well that the enemy was outnumbered. If she was too eager to kill one enemy, the result would probably be a life for a life. When she killed one enemy, she would be killed by the rest of the enemies. Sure enough, at the moment she rushed out of the deep pit. Earth escapee rock stealing stick. Below, sharp rock spears pierced out from all four sides of the rock wall in the pit, and the slates still in the deep pit were pierced by those rock spears. However, the slates protected by the hardening technique did not suffer any damage. If Zionin still stayed in the pit, well, this simple physical attack could not hurt her. Her Shikigami dance is highly immune to this simple physical attack. What a pity! Zionin looked back at the deep pit below. If she knew that the opponent's attack was still this monotonous physical attack, she could try to see if she could kill the rock ninja below. Next. It is not easy to have such a good opportunity again. The next second. Everyone be careful, simple physical attacks are ineffective against the target. In the pit, Banyan shouted loudly and told his companions the reason for the failure. Chapter 49 Zionin showing her divine power. The target's body can be transformed into paper to avoid the damage caused by physical attacks. It feels a bit similar to the water transformation technique of the Kirigaku Kizuna clan. You can't use simple physical attacks to deal with her. It's best to try fire escape. Banyan used the earth diving technique to return to the ground. He looked up at Xionan's figure in the air, and spoke quickly to share his speculations with his companions. Finally, added, "If you don't master fire escape, you can also try to use detonating tags." Just saying that. But he lacked enough confidence in his heart. It's not that he was so defeated that he didn't even have the idea of a euro winning, but if I remember correctly, there is only one person among them who masters fire escape, and the rest of the chakras are basically single earth escape. This is also very common. Among the 5 major ninja villages, the ninjas of Konoha don't have a unified style. No matter what escape technique they use, there are always a few masters. There are also a lot of blood limit and secret technique users. It can be said that they are comprehensive and have no shortcomings. Perhaps because of the influence of the living environment, the chakras of the ninjas in the other ninja villages are mostly single and unified. Like the sand ninjas of the wind country who are accustomed to using wind escape techniques. The cloud ninjas of the thunder country are full of lightning. Where the mist ninjas of the water country go all wet. The rock ninjas of the land of earth are naturally a earth trademark. 90% of rock ninjas are born with a single earth nature. Although most of the top jonins will develop 1 or 2 more chakra natures, in view of the restraint of lightning escape on earth escape, most rock ninjas tend to choose wind escape when developing the second chakra nature. Like Banyan himself. In addition to Akai-sama, the other 2 jonins in the team are born with both earth and water natures, and the other one also chooses wind escape as the second chakra nature. Only one of the special jonins is born with both fire and earth natures. Moreover, what is more uncomfortable is that the fire escape technique of this special jonin is of average level, to be honest. His strength lies elsewhere. To be honest, the means he is good at may be very effective against Konan, and it may even be better than the fire escape technique. But the problem is, that person is the surprise weapon prepared by Akagi-sama to crack Koji Gyakuzang's earth spear technique. If he is exposed in advance, maybe there will be no room for him to play. This dilemma made Banyan particularly uncomfortable. However, the current situation is that he has no extra time to worry about it. Because Konan took the initiative to launch an offensive, paper shuriken splashed towards the rock ninjas like a rainstorm. In response, a senior ninja from the rock ninja side immediately used the earth escape, earth flowing wall technique to block the saturated paper shuriken. At the same time, the rest of the rock ninjas, including the rock ninjas, also jumped onto the high wall and threw kunao with detonating tags hanging on them at Konan, who was flying in the air. The sound of the explosion echoed in the drizzle. Fireworks and smoke filled the air, and before the dust was washed away by the rain, another wave of paper shurikens shot towards the rock ninjas. But to be honest, the cost of paper shurikens is very low. Don't be confused by the twisted technology tree of the ninja world. But as for paper making, because one of the raw materials used in the manufacturing process of the scroll, a common prop used by ninjas, is paper, under the promotion of ninjas, the paper making process has developed to a very mature level in the Warring States period. The value of the paper consumed by Konan's saturation attack may not be as expensive as a kunao. Damn it, the detonating talisman seems to have no effect at all. The irritable jonin couldn't help but complain. Slate's back teeth were about to break. Indeed. Where did this master come from? Konoha? Sand Village? Cloud Village or Mist Village? I had never heard of this secret technique of turning into paper and being immune to physical attacks. Paper danza, paper gun rain. Konan let go and stepped up her offensive. From the offensive of the rock ninjas, she had already discovered that these rock ninjas were indeed ninjas from the great ninja village, and they were all very powerful, but it seemed that these rock ninjas did not have the means to restrain her paper dance like Hao, who had chased her before. The reason why Hao and Dongyu, the 2 rain ninjas, could chase her was because Hao had contracted a summoning beast called a stinky gull trademark. That big bird could not only fly, but also spit out a yellow liquid with a stinky smell, which was like oil. This stinky oil trademark had a very strong viscosity. Once it got on her body, she could not turn her body into paper and spread it out. Without this trump card of immunity to physical attacks, her strength was just that of an ordinary jonin. It was normal for Hao and Dongye to chase her. It must be said that this is the charm of ninja fighting. There is no absolutely invincible trick. No matter how powerful the ninjutsu or secret technique is, there are always weaknesses or loopholes. The key is whether you can grasp this weakness or loophole. In other words, whether you can grasp the enemy's intelligence often determines the outcome of a battle or even a war. At present, facing the paper dance, a secret technique developed by Conan and born no more than 10 years ago, the rock ninjas have never heard of it. Naturally, it is impossible to grasp the weakness of this secret technique in advance, although anyone can guess that fire escape should be able to restrain this secret technique. But unfortunately, there is no ninja who is proficient in fire escape among them. And with the terrible weather in the rain country, even if the group of fire experts from the Uchiha family come, their ability in fire escape will be greatly reduced. The rock ninjas were in a dilemma for a while, and Xionin began to show her power. The lethality of the paper shuriken was not enough, so she changed to a rain of paper spears. 1-meter-long paper spears flew through the air, and the rock ninjas dared to hide behind the rock wall and did not dare to show their heads. "Captain Banyan, let me do it." Suddenly, behind the rock wall, the young rock ninja with a hedgehog hairstyle spoke. "I won half a." Banyan frowned. "Don't forget what Akaishi-sama told you." "I can't forget this kind of thing." The hedgehog-headed rock ninja named I won half a responded, but then said in a low but extremely excited tone, "But if we can't get rid of this woman, there is no chance to rush over to help Akaishi-sama. If we delay any longer, the rest of the jonin of the Koji clan will rush over, and our action today will be a complete failure. Feng Chinta's death will be in vain." Chapter 50 Explosion Landmine Fist. Chapter 50 Explosive Landmine Fist. The paper spear hit the rock wall, leaving behind dense honeycomb-like pits, which made the rock wall shaky and unable to withstand the next round of attacks from Conan. However, before the new round of saturation bombing began, the rock ninjas hiding behind the rock wall took action. Water style, water trumpet technique. The one who made the move was the jonin who was born with dual chakras of water and earth among the rock ninjas. He stood above the rock wall and spit out a trumpet-shaped water wave at the flying creature in the air. As expected, Conan's body turned into white paper and flew away, easily avoiding the blow that had no lethality to her. But the next wave of attacks followed. Earth Escapee Rock Cannon Technique. Another rock ninja used Yu Zhang's usual trick. This earth escape technique is one of the most practical offensive earth escape techniques in the Hidden Rock Village. It has good single target attack power and consumes little chakra. If multiple people perform it together, its power will be comparable to the high-level Earth Escapee Earth Dragon Bullet technique. However, this is a very simple physical attack and cannot hurt Conan. The purpose of using this trick is obviously to contain Conan and divert her attention. "Cover!" Conan muttered to herself. She was immediately alert. Although these rock ninjas have been suppressed by her so far, in fact, she has not achieved any substantial results so far, unlike the earth clones prepared by Yu Zhang in advance who fought to kill all the enemy's perception ninjas. She has not been able to hurt any of these rock ninjas so far. These rock ninjas were only constrained by the fact that her Shikigami dance was immune to physical attacks, so they chose to temporarily avoid the attack. And now, the rock ninjas suddenly launched a counter-attack. Could it be that they had seen through the weakness of her Shikigami dance? Such thoughts involuntarily appeared in Xionin's mind. She looked around, but did not see anything wrong. Only the rock ninjas standing on the crumbling earth wall did not hesitate to use chakra to launch a wave of tight attacks. Water style, water trumpet technique. Earth style, rock cannon technique. It was still the same routine, without changing any new moves. But this method was not ineffective. It was true that this attack could not hurt Xionin, but it could effectively hinder Xionin's actions. If her body was broken up, she could not launch an effective counterattack. She had to gather into a human form to launch offensive means. Just then, the figure of Banyan suddenly emerged from the ground below. Did they come from underground? Konan, who was always paying attention to the ground below, was not surprised by the appearance of the slate. The earth escape technique was the specialty of the rock ninjas. Since no human figures approaching could be seen on the ground, it meant that these rock ninjas must have gone underground. However, even if they came from underground, what could they do? Konan, who mastered the means of flying, was not afraid of attacks from underground, and she was more willing to take the initiative than to wait for attacks. She did not have the bad habit of deliberately holding back in battle in order to gain knowledge. After fighting with the rain ninjas for a long time, the fighting style of the people in the Akatsuki organization was also closer to the rain ninjas. Paper danza paper flywheel. Konan raised her hand and pointed downward. The white paper flying around her formed a huge circular flywheel, which rotated at high speed under the drive of Konan's chakra, drew a beautiful arc in the air, avoided the obstruction of the other rock ninjas, and fell towards the slate below. Slate, who had drilled out of the ground, did not look at Xionin above, nor did he care about the falling paper flywheel. He just made a seal and cast a spell with a neat movement. The next second, Slate was cut in half by the paper flywheel. The body of Slate, which was cut in two, did not spurt out blood, but turned into mud and fell. This was just an earth clone. And just before Slate's earth clone was cut by the paper flywheel, the spell was successful. Earth escapee earthquake core. Just as the mud fell, the ground under his feet shook, and a square rock pillar suddenly rose from the ground and crashed into Xionin in the sky. At this time, Xionin was unable to avoid the attack of the rock cannonball because she used the paper flywheel to attack Slate's earth clone, and her body was scattered. When her body was reunited, the rock pillar coming from below had already arrived in front of her. Then, a figure quickly rushed out of the rock pillar. Paper shield. Konan raised her hand, and a large amount of white paper flew out of her sleeves. In an instant, they were stacked layer by layer to form a solid and thick shield. Her eyes were bright. The same trick. Don't think you can use it twice. Last time, she was caught off guard by the Iwagakure Umbu. If the other party didn't know the details of her Shikigami dance, she might have died in the deep pit at that time. Now the situation seems to be different, but in her opinion, this is still the same trick as before. With the cooperation of many people, she sent someone in front of her, so as to perform a fatal move. So, this time, Konan, who was prepared, performed the paper shield at the first time. Such defensive moves did not rely on the characteristics of Shiki no Shibuya that could gather and disperse and be immune to physical attacks to take on the enemy's unknown attacks. Then, the next moment, the hedgehog-headed youth who emerged from the rock pillar punched the paper shield expressionlessly. Explosive style, landmine punch. Boom! The fire flickered. A huge explosion echoed in the air, and the power was so great that it seemed as if dozens of detonating tags were detonated at the same time. The dark smoke permeated the drizzle. Then, a figure shot out of the smoke like a cannonball and fell heavily into the mud. It's done. Slate's true body was excited for less than a second, and then rushed towards the trophy that fell into the mud not far away. Although no one who was hit by the explosive style, landmine punch has survived, even the corpse is valuable. The secret technique that turns the body into white paper and is immune to physical attacks is quite powerful. If the specific secret of this secret technique can be dug out from the corpse, it will definitely be as great as killing the traitors of the Koji clan. However, when he arrived in front of the trophy lying in the mud, Banyan's eyes widened in astonishment. I won half a. He murmured in his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Because the one lying in the mud was not the woman with blue and purple hair, but the elite member of the blasting team of the Hidden Rock Village who inherited the blood limit of explosion release, the companion named I1/2A.